Shout out to the chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We are rocking out. We are continuing the Julio Foolio murder trial. Miss Alicia Andrews is on trial, and we are on day 5, trying to catch up to day 6. Right now, day 6 is happening right as we speak, but we on day 5. And we gonna catch up to day 5 and day 6. So there's gonna be a long line because by tomorrow I should be caught up. Lord of mercy. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the vertical live stream. I had to change my setup a little bit. Chat to change my setup. Hit the like button if you haven't already, ladies and gentlemen. We gonna get right on to it, man, because we ain't got time to waste.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, god damn it, I'm not.
I ain't here to play around with y'all, god damn it. Shout out to the chat. Oh, I gotta add that to my vertical shit. Hold on. I need to add those to my vertical. Let me see how I'm gonna do this. That this control and shit. Got a lot of control. For the vertical people, see, I don't miss nothing.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, god damn it, I'm not.
You know what? Because I want to make sure y'all don't miss nothing over there in vertical. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So, we got y'all lit over there, too. Y'all ain't going to miss nothing. Y'all ain't going to miss nothing. So, right now, we headed over to day 5 of the Julio Foolio murder trial, man. So, let's not waste no more time. Let's not waste no more time. Ain't nobody got time. So, day 5, y'all. We on day 6 in real time, but we catching up. So we on day 5, and we gonna make our way to day 6. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Okay. Yo, you know, I'm seeing thumbnails from Law and Crime. Every time they got her nothing but smiling in the thumbnail, laughing and stuff. I said, you see, that's how they doing her dirty. They know, boy, she keeps smiling. They got a bunch of thumbnails with her just laughing and giggling and shit. At day 5, she's trying to keep a serious face, finally. Skip through all this. Make sure we don't miss
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
Shout out to the chat. Thank everybody for pulling up. Let's bring in the jury.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Anybody about anything related to this case?
Skip all that.
Give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name?
Amara Drew.
Can you spell both names, please?
AMARADREW.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE for short, in their firearms section.
Okay, and FDLE, is that a statewide agency, law enforcement agency here in Florida?
It is.
Does that agency maintain crime laboratories throughout the state of Florida?
It does.
Is there one here at the Tampa Bay Regional Center here in Tampa?
There is.
Now, that laboratory, is it contained within a larger complex?
Yes, the investigations is also housed there.
All right. Can you tell the jurors, first of all, your educational background?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science from Westchester University in Forensic and Toxicological Chemistry. After completing my school education, I completed on-the-job training in the field of firearms and field marks examination, which I successfully completed.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors your work history?
So I started working in the firearms field in April of 2019 with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in their firearms unit. After employment there, I was employed with the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory, again in their firearms unit. And then I joined FDLE in June of 2023, again with their firearms unit.
So with both the laboratory in Idaho and the laboratory in North Carolina, are those laboratories similar to FDLE that accept evidence from law enforcement agencies?
That is true.
All right. And so this is a public-funded, publicly ran laboratory in both of those states?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you first about your time at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory. How many years were you there?
I was there from April of 2019 till July of 2020.
Did you receive training at that laboratory when you started there in the area of firearms examination and identification?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors about that training?
So my training included readings, practical assessments of comparisons of cartridge cases, functionality of different types of firearms, the assembly, disassembly, serial number restoration, and all of that was written tested, practical tested, which ended with a competency test and a mock trial, which I successfully completed all of that.
What positions did you hold in that laboratory?
I was a contract grant employee in their firearms unit.
And did you conduct actual casework?
I did.
In your casework there at that laboratory, did you work with firearms that were being submitted by law enforcement agencies and firearm components such as fired cartridge cases or projectiles or jacketing?
Yes, I did.
Did you have occasion during that time period to work on guns such as the Glock manufactured pistol and AR platform weapons?
I've worked with those firearms before, yes.
Moving on to North Carolina State Crime Lab. First of all, what part of the state were you in? What part was that laboratory located in?
It was located in Hendersonville, so the western side of the state near Asheville, North Carolina.
What years did you work there?
I was employed there from July of 2020 till May of 2023.
Did you receive any training, additional training when you arrived there?
When I arrived in North Carolina, I did an expedited training program with more practical assessments and written tests to show that I was competent in the type of examinations that I said I was trained in Idaho.
Were you able to meet their proficiency standards?
I was.
Did you conduct actual casework there?
I did.
When you left that laboratory, is that when you came here to Florida to work at the FDLE?
That's correct.
And your job here at FDLE, has it always been in Tampa?
Yes.
So you started here in Tampa and you're still there in Tampa?
That's correct, yes.
Is there a laboratory maintained by the FDLE in Jacksonville?
There is, yes.
Same type of laboratory as here?
Yes, sir.
In the laboratory here, in the laboratory in Jacksonville, you work in the firearms section, correct?
The laboratory here in Tampa, I work in firearms, but Jacksonville.
I'm sorry, here in Tampa.
Yeah, but Jacksonville has a firearms section as well.
And they maintain other disciplines in those laboratories, is that correct?
That is correct.
Such as DNA analysis and other areas?
Correct. Each lab has multiple disciplines.
I believe the DNA laboratory is known as the biology laboratory?
Yes.
So let's talk about your time here at FDLE. When you came to FDLE, did you have to undergo any additional training?
Upon my employment with FDLE, I went through an assessment period to show that, again, that I can do the type of examination that I said I was trained to do. And then upon completing that assessment, I did 6 months of supervised casework within my training period as well, and then I successfully completed all of that and was released for casework.
Can you explain what supervised casework, what that term means?
So supervised casework means that I have hands-on actual cases under a qualified examiner that has already been released at that laboratory. So it's real casework, and they're going behind and verifying that we are conducting the examinations as we are supposed to and accurately.
Do you, while you're employed at FDLE and have been, do you continue to receive additional and annual training?
We do.
Do you keep abreast of current trends and new developments in the area of firearm and tool mark analysis and identification?
I do.
Do you, as an analyst, undergo proficiency testing at the FDLE on some periodic basis?
We do, yes.
Can you explain that, please?
So every year we get an annual proficiency test. So that's an external test we receive from a company in the field for comparison examination. And that is done every year. So we are tested on whether or not we can come to the accurate conclusion on doing microscopic comparisons. And then throughout our 4-year cycle, we are also tested on our serial number restoration internally, or that's externally, I apologize, and then internal proficiency competency testing for other services we offer, like function testing, measuring barrel and overall length, and our database entry.
Have you ever had any problem with your proficiency testing?
I have not.
Have you met all proficiency standards while employed at FDLE?
I have.
Is there, well, first let me go back. Is the FDLE laboratory itself, does it hold certifications as a laboratory?
Our laboratory is accredited, yes.
Accredited, I'm sorry, accreditations.
Yes.
And are those accreditations that are set by an external agency or agencies?
They are.
And is there an auditing process that the firearms section undergoes and that the laboratory undergoes?
Yes, there is.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so we are on a 4-year accreditation cycle. So there's an external body that comes in and does a big audit for us every 4 years. There's smaller ones throughout the 4-year cycle as well to just make sure we're still following our standards. But the big one comes through and they go over all of our standard operating procedures, our training manuals, our casework and stuff to verify that we are conducting our examinations the way we say we are in our SOPs, as well as that our SOPs align with the international standards that are set forth.
SOP, standard operating procedure?
Yes, sir.
In addition to that auditing process, are there internal FDLE auditing that occurs?
There is, yes.
Does that involve other laboratories?
It does.
How does that work?
So our internal audits happen every year, and analysts, firearms analysts from our other regions will come to our laboratory and audit us to make sure us as a Tampa Bay laboratory are following the operating procedures as well.
Do you participate in the auditing of other laboratories within the FDLE?
I am trained to participate, yes.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the area of firearms and tool mark examination, analysis, and identification?
I have.
How many times?
Approximately 15.
In what jurisdictions?
There's probably about 8 to 9 in North Carolina and the remaining here in Florida.
How many total times have you conducted comparisons and analysis of firearms or firearm components?
I've worked hundreds of cases. So there's thousands of comparisons and hundreds of firearms I've examined.
Your Honor, I would tender mystery for voir dire.
Any questions? No. Proceed.
So you previously described where you work here in Tampa. Can you tell us where the laboratory is located here in Tampa?
It's located about 20 minutes from here near the Buck Stadium.
It's on North Lois?
Yes.
And would it be just to the north or northwest of Hillsborough Community College?
Yes.
Or it may be known as Hillsborough College now, I'm not sure. When evidence is brought to that laboratory in that complex by law enforcement agencies, such as the Tampa Police Department, can you explain to the jury how that evidence is taken into the laboratory?
So when an agency brings evidence to our laboratory, it comes in through our evidence intake section. We have evidence technicians there that will accept the evidence, log it into our LIM system, which is our laboratory information management system, with what the items are coming in, the description that the agency has provided for said items, and that's the initial entry into our system that is tracked so we can follow where the evidence is within our laboratory. Once it comes into the laboratory and it's given its FDLE case number, and each item in the case is given its own item number, it is stored in the evidence vault until it is checked out by an analyst.
All right, and so you said vault. Is that a secure area?
It is.
And so now you've mentioned a FDLE number. So when a piece of evidence or pieces of evidence, items of evidence are brought to the laboratory and submitted, is there an FDLE number that is created and assigned to that case?
That is correct, yes.
And is that a unique number to that case?
Yes, each case gets its own number.
The individual items of evidence, as they are brought in, are they assigned an item number, an FDLE item number?
They are, yes.
And does that item number, in your generated reports, is it associated to an agency exhibit number?
It is, yes.
And so the agency is required, when they bring that in, to fill out some type of a form that is generated by FDLE?
That is correct. We get that information on what's called a case tracking form.
Case tracking form, and I believe an evidence submission form?
That's not something I would see. That comes in the evidence intake section. The form I see is the case tracking form.
So they have to assign to it an evidence or a exhibit number of their own?
That's correct.
Okay. And if there's some discrepancy in their exhibit number that they provided, how do you go about resolving that?
If there's an item discrepancy issue, we will reach out to the agency to verify that what we have is an item discrepancy, and we will return the evidence unworked until they can fix that item and return it correctly so their description and item numbers match up.
If that occurs, is that noted in your report that you generate?
That is correct, it is.
When you conduct analysis of firearms or firearm components such as ammunition, do you in fact generate a report that indicates your results?
I do, yes.
Does that report contain the unique FDLE number?
It does.
Does it contain the submitting agency's report number?
It does.
For that case?
It does.
Does it commonly contain a description of the offense that it's related to?
Yes.
Does it sometimes contain the name of a victim if it's a crime involving a victim?
If provided by the agency, yes.
Also in the report, does it indicate who the officer is that's submitting the agent or the evidence?
Yes.
And the date that it was submitted?
Yes.
In this case, did you in fact conduct analysis on multiple submissions from two different agencies and produce multiple laboratory reports?
I did, yes.
So I'm going to go to your FDLE number 2024-030-7688 laboratory report dated December 26, 2024.
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Your Honor, may she refer to her notes or her report? If you want to have your report in front of you while you're testifying, that's fine. If you refer to it, please let us know.
Okay.
So in that case, who was the submitting agency?
This case was submitted to us by the Tampa Police Department.
And was evidence received or submitted to the Tampa Bay Laboratory here in Tampa on September 18th of 2024?
Sorry, I'm referring. I apologize, there's two reports in this case. One of the submissions was received on September 18th, 2024.
I was going to ask you to hold that open because you may need to refer to your notes. I was going to ask, who is the submitting officer?
So for the one submitted on September 18th, the submitting officer, I believe, is Juan Ramos.
And was that in reference to a certain offense?
Yes.
And was that offense described generally in your report?
Yes.
Was it described as a death investigation, Hillsborough County, June 23rd, 2024?
It was, yes.
Okay. Now, on that report, you have the unique FDLE number. You've indicated to us. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. The agency number is documented?
Everyone, go ahead.
Is the agency number documented in that report?
The agency number is, yes.
What is the Tampa Police Department agency number?
The agency number provided to me was 24-365605.
What was the item that was received by FDLE?
In this case, I received a fire cartridge case.
And in your report, did you assign an FDLE item number to that piece of evidence?
Yes, it does have an FDLE item number.
What is that number?
In the submission, it was FDLE item 7.
And what was the agency's accompanying exhibit number for that item?
The provided agency exhibit number was 1847503-5.
Did you conduct analysis on that cartridge case and examine it?
I did.
Okay. When you conduct an analysis of an item such as a shell casing, in this case, how do you go about obtaining that evidence, or how do you end up bringing it or transporting it to your lab?
So after the evidence comes into our lab, it gets stored in that evidence vault. When I'm assigned a case by my supervisor, I will then take the file with the case tracking form that I received and bring it to the evidence window, where I will then check the evidence out from one of our technicians, and it is digitally tracked in that lab information management system, LIMS, that I mentioned. And once I go ahead and digitally sign for that evidence, I will then take it to my personal lab space, where I will either begin working on it or store it in my locker until I'm ready to work on it.
All right. When the item is processed into the evidence section, is there some type of a label that's generated and placed on the packaging that the item is in?
There is, yes.
And, okay, first of all, I'm going to remove the published stage 14, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, when you receive items such as firearm components, ammunition, fire cartridge cases, or projectiles, are they commonly submitted in packaging that is similar to what I'm holding up in stage 14?
Yeah, that is a common type of packaging we receive.
A paper evidence envelope?
Yes, it can be that, a plastic bag, a brown paper bag.
So, publishing stage 14, do you see the FDLE label?
Yes, I do.
Is it the yellow label?
It is.
What is this number on the top here where the pin is pointing?
So that is the given case number, FDLE case number that is assigned to it when it enters the laboratory.
And the number 7?
That is its given item number from FDLE.
And this line below the number 7?
So that is our barcode because we digitally transfer everything via the system. So that's how we scan our evidence to be able to transfer it.
And on the label, does the label indicate the submitting agency?
It does.
And in this case, who's the submitting agency that's indicated?
Tampa Police Department.
And is the Tampa Police Department's case number also included?
That is correct.
Is that just below where it reads Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And then the item number below that, would that in fact be the TPD exhibit number?
Yes, that's the agency exhibit number.
Below that packaging, there is some writing there that appears to duplicate the FDLE number.
That's correct.
Is that your handwriting?
That is. I will mark evidence when I begin to work it with the agency case number, or apologies, the FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
This is your initials above my finger?
That is.
When you retrieve the evidence and bring it to your laboratory, how do you go about opening an item such as this?
So when I receive the evidence, I will take it to my area. I will verify that the information on that label and on packaging matches what I have on the case tracking form. Once I verify that I have the correct evidence, I will then proceed to open it. I will cut the package open, trying to avoid any seals that are existing on the packaging, and verify again that I have the correct evidence, and then I will fill out the appropriate worksheet for the type of evidence I received.
Okay. So in this case, publishing states 14. We see evidence tape up here that reads evidence. We also see tape here that appears to have a DLE. Do you recognize that evidence tape?
Yes, I do.
And do you know where that came from?
That would be the seal I placed on it.
Okay. And are those your initials?
They are.
And the date?
Yep, that is the date I sealed the evidence.
All right. So this is when you finished your analysis and conducted all the work you did on this case, you placed it back into that envelope?
Correct.
And then resealed it?
Correct.
So this is the area where you had opened the envelope?
That is correct.
And you used that area to avoid the tape that was already on the envelope?
I tried to, yes.
All right. Now, when you're confirming that the information matches your submitting forms from the agency, are you using their labeling to do that?
I'm using their labeling, our labeling, any information provided to try to verify that I have the correct evidence.
Before opening the package and before beginning your analysis, do you don some type of protective gear?
Generally, we will wear gloves to protect our hands from anything that potentially could be on the evidence.
Now, in States 14, there is a smaller envelope contained within. I'm going to ask you about that, so I'm going to publish this item. And I'll ask you first of all, do you see any markings on that smaller envelope that you recognize?
So that's my initials and date in my handwriting from where I sealed the envelope.
So this is evidence from FDLE or evidence tape?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're initialing it and dating, it appears that you're putting part of that on the tape and part on the envelope.
That's correct.
Why do you do that?
I do that to verify that if there is any, tampering or whatnot, you can still see that I marked it at some point. So I try to do on both the tape and the envelope.
And then on the other side, you do the same thing?
That's correct.
Removing the item and publishing. Do you see something on that cartridge case?
Yes, those are my markings that I marked with the associated FDLE case number, item number, and my initials for that item.
Okay. For now, I'm going to leave it published. What is that item?
That is a cartridge case that I received.
All right. And has it been fired?
It has, yes.
How do you know that?
There is a firing impression and other marks on it to indicate that it has been fired.
Can you describe for us where that marking is it indicates? You said firing pin mark?
So the firing pin impression is that D shape that you see that kind of looks like it sinks into the cartridge case a little bit. That is where the firing pin strikes, and that is what we refer to as a firing pin impression.
So I want to ask you about this. What part of the cartridge case is this that we're looking at?
So this is the head of the cartridge case. It is the part that would be seated against the breech face of the firearm.
And is that commonly known as a head stamp?
The head stamp is the markings that are on that, where you see the MXT and the other writing is considered the head stamp.
So the indentation in the middle of that cartridge case, that is something that is left by some component of the firearm?
That is correct.
And that would be a firing pin?
Yes, that indentation is from the firing pin.
Right. Now, on the top of the cartridge case, I really can't point to it because it's so small, but it reads MXT. What does that stand for, and what is that there for?
I believe it's Max Tech is the manufacturer of that ammo. It is just the company that makes that cartridge case.
So it's a way of branding the cartridge case?
That's correct.
You described the cartridge case in your report as a 9mm Luger, is that right?
That is correct.
Caliber.
That's correct.
All right. On the head of the cartridge case, we see the indentations 9X19. What does that stand for?
So that's 9x19. That's indicating that it is a 9mm, and the 19 is indicating the case length. It's just another name for 9mm Luger, but it means the same thing.
On heads of cases like this from different manufacturers, do you sometimes just see 9mm
You can, yes.
or 9mm Luger?
You can, yes.
All right. So all of those stand for the same thing?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And do you know what the 23 is on there?
I do not remember that.
Okay. Possibly something proprietary to that brand?
It could possibly be the year.
Go ahead.
It could possibly be the year that specific cartridge lot was made, but I'm unsure exactly what the 23 means.
Now, you talked about this being manufactured by Max Tech. Are there other companies that produce handgun ammunition?
Yes.
Are there other companies that produce 9mm ammunition?
Yes.
Can you tell us some of those companies?
There's Remington, CCI, Spear, Sig Sauer, Federal, PMC. There's a lot of companies that make 9mm caliber.
Winchester, is that one of them?
Yes.
Or Fiocchi, depending
Yes.
on how you pronounce it?
Sustain the objection, rephrase.
Yes. Are Winchester and Fiocchi, are those manufacturers of ammunition?
Those are also manufacturers, yes.
Do those companies make 9mm ammunition?
They do.
So not an exhaustive list, but would it be fair to say there are several companies that manufacture 9mm ammunition?
Yes.
So I'm going to move on to another December 26, 2024 laboratory report that you produced. And this is going to be in reference to FDLE number 2024-040-3556. All right. You have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, what was the agency number?
The associated agency case number provided to me was, again, I'm referring to my notes, 24-03-18206.
And what agency was the submitting agency?
This was from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Was that item or items were they submitted to the FDLE laboratory in December?
Are we referring to which submission?
On that report, does the report indicate that the evidence was submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Okay.
The one submitted on December 10th, 2024. Is that the?
Just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. Okay. Yes, December 10th.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And was that by a C.G. Morris?
It was. Yes.
And what was included in that submission?
This submission contained 2 fired cartridge cases.
What was the full description given in your report?
I described them as 2 fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases, and they were designated as items 9.1 and 9.2.
Right. And generally, what was the FDLE item number for those?
They came in as an item 9, FDLE.
And what was the agency exhibit number that was accompanying that?
The agency exhibit number I received was 8-50.
Were those items at some point transported from the Jacksonville laboratory to the Tampa Bay laboratory by FDLE personnel?
They were.
And were they placed into the evidence section at the Tampa laboratory or brought directly to you?
They would go through the evidence section.
And at some point, so you have to check them out to conduct your analysis?
That is correct.
Publishing States 58. Would you agree with me that this is another evidence envelope?
It is, yes.
Do you see the FDLE label?
I do.
And is that in reference to the submission we're talking about?
It is, yes.
Does it have the unique FDLE number?
It does.
Does it have the item number?
It does.
Does it have the submitting agency?
Yes.
And their case number?
Yes.
And the item or exhibit number from the agency?
Yes.
And just like with the other packaging, do you see your FDLE number, the item number, and your initials that you wrote on this package?
I do.
And is there a date, or no, I'm sorry, is there an item indicated below that?
Yes.
So you have number 9, and then you have 9.1 through 9.2?
That is correct.
Do you see your FDLE tape where you resealed this package?
I do.
And you did that after your work was completed?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'm just going to hold on to it. States 58, publishing contents. I'm going to try to line these up so you can see the markings. Do you recognize the markings on these cartridge cases?
The one with the blue right? No, yes, both of them. That is my handwriting of the associated FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
And so this consists of 2 fired cartridge cases?
That is correct, yes.
All right. All right. Now, what we're looking at would be the head of each of those cartridge cases?
That's correct.
Is that correct? All right. On the heads of both of those cartridge cases, first of all, do we see indications that those were fired?
Yes.
All right, in the same area?
Yes.
Now, the area where we see that fire pin impression, what is that area of the cartridge case?
So that's the primer of the cartridge case. That's the area where the fire pin strikes, and that striking causes an ignition or an explosion, which ignites the powder that is housed in the unfired cartridge, and that burns, which expands and projects the projectile out.
And so the gunpowder would be in the cartridge case would be above the primer?
Correct.
And then it would be in contact with the primer?
It'll be inside, seated on the inner part of the cartridge case, but yes, it'll come on contact with the inner part of the head of the cartridge case.
And was that the same true for the cartridge case we looked at in item number 14?
That is correct, yes.
14, okay. And again, we see indications here that a firing pin has struck that primer on both these?
Yes.
Now, on these heads of these cartridge cases, do we see head stamps indicating the manufacturer?
We do.
And where is that, or can you describe it to us?
The manufacturer of these would be the FC, which is federal.
Okay, so FC Federal Corporation or company?
Yeah.
All right. Now, is the caliber designated on these cartridge cases?
It is, yes.
And is it different than what we saw in the other cartridge case?
It's the same caliber, but written differently. So on this instance, they're written as the 9mm Luger.
Okay, so 9mm Luger on both.
Correct.
Okay. Did you conduct analysis of these 2 items?
I did.
Did you do comparisons of the items where you compared them to each other?
I did.
And what were your findings or results?
For the items 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases, I identified them to each other.
What does that mean?
That means that they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. And then did you compare them to item 14, which was the shell casing that we looked at earlier that had the MXT on it?
Would that be the item 7 from FDLE?
Yes, I'm sorry. I need to refer to your report. This would be your FDLE report number 307688, item 7.
Yes, I did do a comparison between 9.1 and 9.2 from the FDLE case number 24-43556 to that item 7 cartridge case in the other case.
And what were the results of your comparison?
I concluded that they were identified to each other,
What does that mean?
meaning that all of them were fired from the same firearm.
Were you able to determine with all 3 of those exhibits whether they demonstrated in any of the markings on the casings class characteristics consistent with being fired by a certain brand of pistol?
I was, yes.
What were your findings as to that?
I determined that those cartridge cases display class characteristics similar to firearms by Glock, but among possible others, but generally Glock.
Okay. And that would include your item 7 in states 14 and your item 9.1 and 9.2 in states, I believe it was 58.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure, yes, 58. Right. Did you indicate the results that you just testified to in both of those reports?
I did.
And is that in a cross-reference section of the report?
Yes.
All right, now we want to move, and I know you generated several reports dated January 9th of 2025, is that correct?
I'd have to verify the dates. Yes.
All right, so I want to go first to your FDLE number 2024-030-7688. And this is Tampa Police Department agency number 365605.
That is what I have, yes.
All right, and that would be the same submitting agency and report number and FDLE number as your item 7 came from, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Under this report, did the FDLE Tampa Bay lab receive evidence on August 21st of 2024 and also on December 19th of 2024?
Yes, that is correct.
And who submitted that evidence?
It looks like both were submitted by Juan Ramos.
All right. And were there FDLE item numbers generated in that report? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9.
That is correct.
All right. So I'm going to start with your item 1. What was the description that you placed in your report for item 1?
I noted item 1 was 1 fired bullet jacket.
What was the description for item 2?
I noted 1 bullet core.
Item 3
1 bullet core.
and item 4.
1 fired bullet jacket.
Can you explain to the jury what a fired bullet jacket is?
So a fired bullet jacket is the outer coating of a traditional bullet. It kind of can be thought of like an M&M, like the candy coating on an M&M, and then you have the chocolate core. So that candy coating is what's similar to the jacket. So it's that outer area of the projectile.
Now, I want to go back real quick, if you can, with your 1 through 4 items. So item 1, FDLE item number, was there an accompanying agency exhibit number?
There is, yes.
And what is that?
I was provided 1847587-8.
And for item 2?
1847587-13.
And for item 3?
1847587-14.
And for item 4?
1847587-15.
And you've indicated that items 2 and 3 are 1 bullet core per each item. What is a bullet core?
So a bullet core is that inner portion of a projectile, typically lead, but it can be other materials, that is covered by that jacket. So back to that M&M analogy, it would be that chocolate inside.
Now, items 5 and 6, I want to talk to you about those. Were those firearms that were submitted, in this case, from the Tampa Police Department, where there was a labeling discrepancy, like we talked about earlier?
There was, yes.
How did you remedy that?
It was remedied by reaching out to the agency, indicating that their labels did not match the information provided on the box and what was in the box. The items were returned to the officer to remedy the situation and fix their labeling.
Did it appear that the agency's exhibit number for those had been inverted?
I'll roll, go ahead.
Yes.
So did Detective Ramos come back and resubmit under the appropriate agency exhibit number?
That is correct, yes.
Those 2 firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And then those became 8 and 9?
That is correct, yes.
All right. So let's go to item 8. What is the Tampa Police Department agency exhibit number for that?
The item 8 is 1849583-2.
And what is the description that you provided for that item?
Item 8 was Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle, model BF-15, with the serial number D0000123, and 2 fired bullets and 2 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases not examined.
Okay. Is it common or uncommon to receive test-fired bullets and cartridge cases with submitted firearms?
It depends on the agency.
Okay. But that's something you have seen before?
It is, yes.
When you receive a firearm from a law enforcement agency and they've test-fired the gun for whatever purposes, you're not going to do anything with those test-fires, with the bullets and the cartridge cases?
No, we will generate our own test fires for examination purposes.
Okay. So let's move on to exhibit 9, or I'm sorry, your item number 9. Can you give us the accompanying agency exhibit number for that?
1849583-1.
In the original submissions, were the last 2 digits, the 2 and the 1, were those the item or the numbers that were inverted on the agency exhibit numbers?
That's correct.
So it was simply just changing those 2 numbers and resubmitting?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So for your item 9, can you give us your description of that item?
Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm, model AM-15, with the serial number 20189-158, and 2 fired bullets and 2 fired .300 blackout caliber cartridge cases not examined.
Same thing, test fires?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle. That caliber, 5.56, is that commonly called either 5.56 or 5.56?
Yes, it can be, yes.
And the NATO designation, is that the official caliber, 5.56 NATO?
That is.
And is that how you mark that or indicate its caliber?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And the Anderson Manufacturing rifle is in 300 blackout caliber. Is that a caliber that is or can be chambered in AR-15 platform rifles?
That is correct.
Or firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something you've seen in your work?
I have, yes.
Are you familiar with the 300 blackout round?
I am.
So I want to go back to your items 1 through 4. The two fired, I'm sorry, looking at the wrong report. The one fired bullet jacket under item 1, the one fired bullet jacket under item 4, and then the two that you've indicated were one bullet core, and that's items 2 and 3. Did you examine and analyze these items?
I did.
Did you compare them to each other?
I did.
What were the results of the comparison?
I determined that the item 1 and 4 fired bullet jackets were inconclusive to each other, and that the items 2 and 3 bullet cores were no value.
Okay. Why were the bullet cores of no value?
So bullet cores are generally of no value because they are not the part of the projectile that's coming into contact with the firearm. It, again, is covered with the jacket coating. So during firing, sometimes the jacket and the core can become separated. So the jacket part is what would be of value, and the core is just of no value because it's not the part coming in contact.
Going back to the items 1 and 4, the fired bullet jacket, excuse me. You indicated they were inconclusive to each other. Were they also inconclusive to item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle?
That's correct.
Now, what does the term inconclusive mean?
The term inconclusive means that there were similar class characteristics, and those are the features that are determined prior to manufacturing. So for a projectile, the number of lands and grooves, which are the grooves of the rifling, which helps with stability of the projectile, that number, the width of them, the direction of twist is all determined prior to manufacturing. So those are their class characteristics. So in this instance, they were the same. However, the individual detail, the finer, more specific detail that we would use to potentially ID or eliminate a projectile to a firearm was very limited, and I just didn't have enough. There's not enough information to come to a more definitive conclusion.
So the lack of definitive specific information would be on the jacketing?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be items 1 and 4?
That is correct.
Right. So you could not eliminate them as having been fired by the same firearm or eliminate them as having been fired by item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 rifle?
Correct. I couldn't eliminate or identify. I couldn't come to any conclusion.
And if I understand your testimony correctly, they all share in common the class characteristics.
That is correct.
So if you could generally, just for folks who may not know, can you describe or explain what rifling is and where it's located on the firearm?
So rifling is the grooves cut down the barrel of the firearm. So that's the part of the firearm that the projectile will travel down, or the bullet will travel after it's been fired. And their grooves cut in a kind of helical twist motion to allow stability of the projectile during its flight path.
So the number of those grooves, the width of the grooves, and the direction of the spiraling can be different per firearm.
It can be, yes.
Right. And these two jacketed items, or the two jacketing items in 1 and 4, and the rifle all share those in common.
They did.
The same direction, same number, same width of the rifle, of
Yes.
the rifling grooves.
Yes.
Okay.
Their class characteristics were consistent.
All right. So I want to go kind of center in on item 4, the bullet jacket, one of those two items. Were you able with that bullet to determine its caliber class?
I was, yes.
And what was its caliber class?
I determined that the item 4 bullet is a 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
Would the 22 5mm caliber class include 5.56 NATO caliber?
It would, yes.
So what is a caliber class? I guess I should ask you that first.
So caliber class is a class of projectiles or ammunition based on the diameter of the bullet. So for this, the diameter is approximately .222, like that 22 caliber size projectile. So all of those are based on the diameter of the bullet itself.
Let me go ahead and walk through this. I'm going to publish several of our exhibits under States 33. I'm going to start with 33A. Do you see in this, on this envelope the FDLE label that's associated to the submission and report we've been talking about?
Yes,
And does it have that unique FDLE number on top?
it does.
Does it have the submitting agency?
It does.
And that's the Tampa Police Department?
It is, yes.
Does it have their accompanying agency case number?
It does, yes.
And their item or exhibit number?
Yes,
All right. And again, you're writing in indications of your item number?
that's correct.
So here, this is item 1. This is one of the fired jacketed, fired bullet jackets.
That's correct.
Opening up the envelope and removing the smaller envelope. Do you see any markings on there you recognize?
I do, yes.
And where are they?
In that, at the top part, in that pinkish red color, is the abbreviated version of the case number, item number, and my initials.
And do you see your FDLE evidence statement, your markings?
I do.
So that's item 1. I'm going to go to your item 4. Do you see the label for item 4 in the submission?
Yes.
And again, FDLE's unique number and the item number?
Yes.
Submitting agency and its case number and its evidence, its exhibit number?
Yes.
Do you see writing that you recognize?
Yes.
And is it the pink or purplish colored writing on the top?
It is, yes.
And this is going to be your item number 4, the other fired bullet jacket.
Yes.
Your item 3, you recognize the item 3 label.
I do.
And is that based on the same things we talked about on the other pages?
It is, yes.
Just for expediency. Going to the interior envelope. Do you recognize your writing on the top in the purple or pink?
I do.
Again, this is going to be your item 3, which is labeled as a bullet core.
Yes.
Your item 2, the other bullet core, do you see the label?
I do.
removing the smaller envelope from inside. Do you see your writing on that envelope?
I do.
I'm thinking I should have had you do this, Charles. Do you recognize your handwriting on that?
I do.
Ron, do you all have bigger gloves? Just I don't want to lose this item. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I've already got this one. Did you get a read in there? Yes, I did. Yep. Thank you. Mr. Do you see markings on the jacketing below the part that is curled over that are significant to your analysis?
Yes, that's the area we use for our comparison purposes.
Okay. And are there striations of some type or lines on the jacketing?
So you'll see in there's areas that kind of look like it dips down a little bit. In the kind of the thinner area that looks different, that will be called a land, and that's part of the rifling. And then the part that looks a little bit more raised and larger would be the groove, which is the other part, an area of the rifling.
In this item 4, you were able to determine its caliber class. Was that in part because you had the diameter of the base of the bullet?
Yes.
Okay. So you indicated earlier that 5.56 NATO would be within that caliber class.
It would, yes.
What are other calibers that would fall within that caliber class?
Other calibers would be the .223 Remington or a .22 long rifle short Winchester Magnum.
Were you able to determine if your item 1, the fired bullet jacket, was fired from the item number 9, the Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm?
I did draw a conclusion on that, yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
I concluded that it was eliminated from the item 9 firearm due to a difference in class characteristics.
And what class characteristics were you looking at?
So in this instance, the difference in the GIMP widths, so that raised portion that we saw on that one, that width was different between the item 1 fired bullet jacket and the rifling in that firearm.
Okay. And the 300 blackout, is that a gun that is designed to fire 5.56 ammunition?
It is not.
Is it considered 300 blackout caliber to be within the 22 5mm caliber class?
It is not.
Does it fall into a different caliber class?
It does.
What caliber class does the 300 blackout fall into?
It falls into the 30 caliber class.
All right, so we're going to move on to your item 8. That would be States 56. Can I have a witness step down, Your Honor? You want to wear gloves? Okay. I'm going to hand this to you, your item 8. And again, this is going to be...
The firearm is clear.
Okay, you've cleared it and checked it?
I just did, yes.
Okay. That's going to be the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber auto-loading rifle, semi-automatic rifle.
The semi, yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you, first of all, semi-automatic, what does that term indicate?
Semi-automatic indicates that with each pull of the trigger, a single round or single cartridge will fire, meaning that as the firearm is charged, loaded, ready to fire, you pull the trigger, one will fire. You'll release the trigger, another round will be loaded into the chamber during that cycle of fire, and the trigger must be pulled again for it to fire again.
Okay. And this type of firearm is fed from a box-style magazine?
Yes.
And you're pointing to an area, is that known as the magazine well?
That is, yes.
Is that where the magazine would be placed?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, was this firearm submitted to you with a magazine?
It was not.
Did you test fire utilizing magazines that you maintain within your laboratory?
That is correct, yes.
And did it function the way it was supposed to function?
It did, yes.
The way it's designed to function?
Yes.
Does that firearm have an external manual safety
It does.
lever on it? Okay. So if you want to stand over here to get closer to the jury, just as long as you point it in the safe direction, I know it's clear. I would like for you to demonstrate to the jury how that firearm would be loaded and charged and ready to be made to fire.
So with this type of firearm, you would take and you would load the unfired rounds of ammunition into the magazine, which would then be inserted into the magazine while here. Then we would take, this is called the charging handle. This would be pulled rearward, opening up, strip a cartridge from the top of the magazine and load into the chamber, which is in the inner part right here. Once this is fully closed with a round in the magazine, the firearm is ready to fire as long as the safety is off. And then you will pull the trigger. The firearm will fire. The pressures will send the bolt area here rearward, extracting and ejecting the cartridge case from the firearm, and the forward motion will then again strip another unfired round from the magazine and load it into the chamber.
When you fire the gun, the bolt you're talking about, or the bolt carrier group, does it impact this top portion of the stock of the gun?
There is an inner part in here that contains a spring that the gas pressure from this firearm, as the gas travels down and back up the top part of the firearm here, it will condense the spring. And as it's fully condensed to the rearward, then that pressure from the spring will push it back forward to reclose the bolt carrier group to ready the firearm for another round.
When the firearm's fired, does it eject the fired cartridge case?
Yes.
Where would that come out?
It would come out from the port right here.
Okay.
As it's open, it will come out the port here.
All right. Now, turning the weapon around, and maybe I can hold it for you, you can show the jury. Can you show the jury where the safety lever is on this?
So on this firearm, this is what is considered the safety lever.
Go ahead.
This is the safety lever, so in this condition it is safe, and as it is switched, it is in the fire condition now.
Is this an AR-style rifle or AR platform rifle?
That is generally what it's called, yes.
Okay, all right. You can just keep your position there. I'm going to show you states, or your number 9, which is states 57, I believe. Make sure. Yes. This is going to be your item 9, states 57. Oh, and I did want to ask you, when you finished your work on this case, did you place a zip tie through the magazine well and the ejection port?
Yes, we place a zip tie there to indicate that it is in a clear manner upon return.
Okay. And obviously that's the trigger, correct?
Yes, that part requires the trigger.
All right. This may be difficult to see. I'll leave it up to you to see. Can they hold it back?
Say. And the firearm's clear on this one as well.
Okay. All right. This is your item 9, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I didn't ask you on the other firearm, but did you leave individual markings or markings of your own on here where you indicated your FDLE number and maybe other markings?
Yes, I indicate the associated agency number and number of my initials on the firearm.
Okay.
It should be in the same location on that firearm as well.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, this firearm, is that also an AR platform weapon?
Yes.
Same type of fire mechanism?
Yes.
The magazine feeds in the same way?
It does, yes.
In the same area?
Yes.
And it ejects a shell casing when it fires like the other weapon?
Yes.
Okay. Does this weapon have a stock on it?
So it does not have the traditional stock. It has just the buffer tube.
Okay. And does this weapon have the same manual safety as the other weapon?
It does have the same type of safety here on the side of the firearm as well.
All right, let's get up here if we can. Is it okay, Your Honor, if I get a little closer to the jury? Sure. Okay. You want to walk over here, Mr. So we see a similar lever here. Okay. So when it's in this horizontal position, is it in a safe position like the other firearm?
It is, yes.
And then you indicated to push it up to 90 degrees to fire?
That is correct, yes.
All right. Now, does this weapon have another function?
Yes.
Okay. And if you push that lever all the way 180 degrees, it goes to another position?
That is correct.
All right. So I'm going to talk about the standard fire position. All right. Is this, in that mode, is it a semi-automatic firearm?
It is, yes.
And that would be the same function as the other rifle?
That's correct, yes.
One round is fired for each trigger pull?
That's correct.
All right. When the lever is pushed into the 180-degree position, does that result in a different type of firing system?
Yeah, so in that position, during my testing, I determined that it has what's called a binary trigger, meaning with the pull of a trigger, a round will fire, and then the release of the trigger will fire another round of
Shout out to
ammunition.
the gun
So in
lessons.
essence, when you pull the trigger and let it go, you're getting 2 rounds.
Shout out to the guns and ammunition lessons.
What is this item?
So that is what's considered a cartridge case catcher. It's an attachment that can be placed on a firearm in order to collect the cartridge cases as they're ejected from the firearm, because it sits right over where that port where they would eject from.
Is it commonly called a brass catcher?
It can be, yes.
Have you heard that term?
I have, yes.
All right. And are these devices that you see, are they common?
I've seen them a handful of times in my casework.
Okay. And how many times have you examined AR-style platform firearms?
About 100 times.
Okay. And you've only seen this a handful of times?
That's correct.
Okay. This marking here, don't tread on me, is that something that you have seen on other firearms?
That's just additional marking on it. It's not relevant to what we do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You can return to the witness stand. So item 9, the weapon we were just looking at with the brass catcher, did you also test fire that firearm?
I did.
And did you utilize a laboratory magazine?
I did.
So no magazine came with that?
That is correct.
And that firearm, what is its chambered caliber?
For that firearm, the item 9 was the 300 blackout caliber firearm.
And is that what you fired at it?
It is.
Did it function the way it was designed to function?
In the sense of, yes, it fired semi-automatic in the upward position, and then this one had the additional area for the selector switch.
Okay. So let me ask you, with both of these weapons, are they designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
Yeah.
And that's what you basically talked about earlier, where if the primer is hit by the firing pin, it ignites the powder, and then the expanding gases of that ignition, and that pressure sends the bullet down the barrel.
That is correct, yes.
So I want to go to your January 9th report, and this is going to be FDLE number 2024-040-3556. Okay. And in that report, who was the submitting agency?
For this case, it was the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And did you also document in that report the agency number?
Yes, it was provided to me.
And what is that?
The agency number for that case is 24-0318206.
And were there items submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on July 9th of 2024?
There were, yes.
By that agency?
Yes.
And was one of those items your item number 5?
Yes.
And what was that described as?
One fired bullet.
And was there an agency exhibit number associated to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
3-13.
Now, did you examine item number 5?
I did.
The bullet. Did you determine its caliber class?
I did.
And what caliber class is it?
I determined that it was a 30/7.62 millimeter caliber class.
And that's the caliber class you previously described as containing the .300 blackout caliber?
Yes.
Did you compare it to item number 9 in the report that we were just talking about, your FDLE number 7688?
I did.
And did you come to any conclusions about that item?
I did.
And what was that?
I concluded that the item 5 bullet was identified to the item 9 firearm.
And that's the Anderson Manufacturing .300 blackout weapon?
Yes.
With the binary trigger that we were just looking at?
Yes.
And that Jacksonville case, was it an offensive death investigation out of Duval County?
Overall, go ahead.
Yes, I am provided that it was a death investigation in Duval County.
Okay. So now I also want to go to another January 9th, 2025 report. This would be under your FDLE number that ends in 7633. This would be a submitting agency number of 23-060-8083 from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Can you tell us in that report what the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office report number is?
For their agency?
Yes, their agency number.
Yeah, their agency case number provided to me was 23-06080. Sorry, 23-0608083.
Was that an offense in reference to a victim by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes, that information was provided by the agency.
Were items of evidence submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on December 19th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that by a detective or by a C. Drabeck?
Yes.
Were those items later transferred to the Tampa Bay laboratory where you analyzed and examined them?
Yes.
And was there an FDLE item number 1 under that FDLE case number?
There was.
What was the agency exhibit number for that item 1?
1-4.
And what was the description of the item?
I described it as 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, items 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, and 1.10 through 1.16, and 3 fired 223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, items 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9.
All right. So going back to the 22 5mm caliber class, does the 223 Remington caliber fall within that class?
It does.
Is 223 Remington caliber suitable for being fired in a 5.56 NATO chambered weapon?
It is.
So the 223 Remington caliber would properly be fired in the exhibit number 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO rifle.
The caliber could be fired in that firearm, yes.
Okay. Were these cartridge cases screened?
They were.
How so?
So for screening, we will go ahead and look at the cartridge cases under our microscope, which is a comparison microscope, meaning we can see the items at the same time under the same magnification. So when we put them on there and we're screening them, we're looking for, do they have the same class characteristics? So those predetermined features by the manufacturers, as well as is there any, similarities or significant differences? If there was any significant differences in that individual detail, they would be screened separately. If we notice similarities or no significant differences, they would then be screened together.
Publishing states 50A through P, and I'm showing you a label. Do you recognize this label is associated to this report and this submission?
I do, yes.
Do you see the FDLE individual unique number on the top of the label?
Yes.
And the item number we're talking about?
Yes.
And the submitting agency?
Yes.
The submitting agency's case number?
Yes.
And its exhibit number that accompanies it?
Yes.
And your individual markings on this package?
Yes.
So that packaging contains your item numbers 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, and 1.10 through 1.16, the 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases?
It also includes, though,
1.6, 1.7, and 1.8?
1.9, but yes.
I'm sorry, 1.9, which are the 3 fired 223 Remington
That's
caliber
correct.
cartridge cases? All right. And you said they have similar class and individual characteristics.
That's correct.
So I'm going to go to now another January 9th report. This would be under your FDLE number that ends in 4099 with an agency number of 24-03-90999, submitting agency Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
All right. Were items of evidence submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on December 19th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that by an individual, C. Drabeck?
Yes.
Did you receive several items that were labeled as FDLE item number 2 under that FDLE case number?
I did.
From the Jacksonville laboratory?
Yes.
And was the agency exhibit number accompanying that 1-12?
It was.
What was the description of those items?
So I just described them as 5 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, items 2.1 through 2.3, 2.5, and 2.8, and 4 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, items 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.9.
Were those items, those cartridge cases, also screened?
They were, yes.
And were you able to group them in any way?
Are we referring to the item 2 cartridge cases?
Yes.
So I concluded that items 2.1 through 2.9 were microscopically screened together based on similar class and individual characteristics.
Is that the same finding you made in the report we just talked about with item 1?
Yeah, I concluded that items 1.1 through 1.16 were microscopically screened together based on class and individual characteristics as well.
When you say screened together, what does that mean?
So that means we are not doing a full microscopic comparison to a full ID. We're stating that all the class characteristics are in agreement, and we're noting some similarities and no significant differences.
States 49A through I. Do you recognize the individual FDLE number and your item number on states 49A through I?
I do.
And do you recognize the submitting agency, the case number from the submitting agency, and their department item or exhibit numbers?
I do.
And your individual writing on that package?
Yes.
And there's also a label from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
That's correct.
It indicates .223 caliber casings from black box. Is that correct?
Yes.
States 50A through P, your item number 1, that we talked about a few minutes ago, that on your January 9th report. There is an agency label on that exhibit too, isn't there?
That is correct.
All right. Did you conduct analysis where you cross-referenced these two cases?
I did.
And did you indicate your findings in both of these reports?
I did.
Did you do some type of comparison between item 1.1, which is a 5.56 NATO cartridge case, to item 2.9, which was previously described as a fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge case?
I did.
And what was the results of the comparison?
I concluded that the item 1.1 cartridge case from the case 2024-040-7633, that's FDLE case number, was identified to the item 2.9 cartridge case submitted in FDLE case number 2024-040-4099.
And can you tell us what that means, identified?
Identify meaning that these two cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm.
And that firearm would have been chambered in 5.56 NATO?
That's correct.
Right. With both of these cases dealing with items, your item 2 and your item 1, did you also compare the 2.9 cartridge case, which is a 5.56 described fired cartridge case, to the item 8 rifle submitted in FDLE number 7688 by the Tampa Police Department?
I did do that comparison, yes.
And item 8 is the Black Forge NATO, a 5.56 NATO caliber rifle we were looking at earlier.
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
For the 2.9?
Yes.
So the item 2.9 cartridge case from 4099 was eliminated to the item 8 rifle in 7688.
And did you do the same type of comparison with item 1.1?
I did.
Okay, to the same rifle?
Correct.
Item number 8?
Correct.
What was the result of that comparison?
I concluded that the item 1.1 cartridge case was eliminated to the item 8 rifle.
So item 1.1 and item 2.9 were fired from the same rifle, but not from the number 8 item, the number 8 Black Forge NATO rifle.
That is correct.
5.56 NATO. Okay. We have 1 moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll take the witness.
Okay, cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So you, in this case, at least, we're responsible for analyzing different casings and cartridges to figure out whether there was any match to any other case. Is that accurate?
Correct. I was asked to do the microscopic comparisons of the submitted evidence.
All right. In your work at FDLE, do you do any other types of analysis?
Meaning in a different discipline or within firearms?
Within, like DNA analysis, fingerprint analysis, anything like that?
No, I only do firearms.
Okay. So you wouldn't be the person to ask about whether there was any DNA or fingerprints on any of these weapons or the cartridges or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. That's somebody else in your department or in your office?
Yeah, there's other sections that would do whether DNA or fingerprints was present.
All right. So you're just trying to determine whether the evidence that you recovered, that was given to you, that was submitted to you, actually matches some other evidence out there in the world?
Yes, I'm just trying to determine if, these cartridge cases came from the same firearm and or the submitted firearm or not, and same for projectiles.
Okay. And you were able to determine, I guess what you were testifying to, you were able to determine that these two firearms, these rifles here, that these two rifles that were found in Sean Gathwright's house, they were used in some other October 7th, 2023 shooting?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
These two rifles, what are they connected to?
So I concluded that, sorry, let me refer to my notes, I apologize, that the...
I would object to the question is phrased where they connected to is vague.
I'm going to sustain the objection, rephrase.
What is the purpose of these, of showing these rifles to the jury?
Objection.
Sustain the objection. Sustain the objection.
What is the purpose of showing why there's a safety on this firearm, on these rifles?
Sustain the objection.
I don't even know what the objection is at this point. There's no legal basis. It's just an objection.
Objection to the speaking.
It's irrelevant and it's improper question.
It was elicited in front of jury.
Mr. McClellan, I'm not going to argue with you. If I allow the witness to testify, then that makes it relevant and material. Okay?
And if it's relevant, then I should be able to cross-examine on it.
I'm going to sustain
Can we
the...
come sidebar?
No, no.
So I can't argue. I can't come sidebar.
Mr. McClellan, please stop. It's improper.
It's disrespectful, too.
I asked to come sidebar.
And the answer is no, we don't need to sidebar it. If the witness was permitted to testify something, that makes it relevant and admissible.
I'm not arguing that, Judge. I just want to talk to her about what she testified to.
Listen, I've sustained the objection. Ask your next question.
These rifles that you were displaying earlier, they fire certain bullets.
Yes, they're chambered to fire a specific caliber.
The caliber is what?
So of the item 8 rifle, it is chambered to fire 5.56 NATO caliber cartridges, and the item 8, which is the Anderson, is chambered to fire 300 blackout.
All right. The 300 blackout bullets are in which firearm? You said item which one?
The 300 blackout is item FDLE item 9.
Is that the one with or without the brass catcher?
I believe that's the one with the brass catcher.
With the brass catcher rifle. And then the 5.56 bullets are fired through the rifle here that does not have a brass catcher. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just to try to make it simple. In this shooting, the one for Charles Jones, on June 23rd of... in that shooting.
Ooh, I don't know which case you're referring to. I have many reports.
There's only one June 23rd shooting for this case, right?
Okay, so this is, sorry, I apologize, sir.
So in this case, the one that we're here for today, the one that Alicia Andrews is on trial for.
Objection, Your Honor. Inappropriate phrasing.
So go ahead and just answer the question if you can.
In this case, are these rifles connected to the shooting? In this case,
Vagueness.
Rephrase your question.
were these rifles used in the shooting?
So I determined that the projectiles I received, items 1 and 4 in this case, were inconclusive to the item 8 rifle, which is the 5.56 rifle, meaning I didn't have enough detail to say whether or not it was ID to that firearm or not.
Okay, that's for that one rifle. The one.
Correct.
Now what about the other rifle?
For that rifle, I was able to ID it to a projectile in one of my cross-reference cases.
But not in this case.
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
So going to counsel's question about whether that rifle was utilized in this case, you didn't have enough evidence to make that determination, correct?
Yeah, based on the evidence I received, I had the 2 bullets that were inconclusive to the 1 rifle, and the 2 no value items, and then the 1 item was eliminated based on class difference, but that's all the evidence I received in this case.
The one item, one rifle was eliminated.
The item 1 fired bullet jacket was eliminated to the item 9 rifle.
The blackout, the 300 blackout.
That is correct.
Okay. As to the other rifle, the 2 jacketed projectiles you had, you did not have enough, but all of the class characteristics met up, correct?
Objection to counsel testifying.
I can rephrase. Did all the class characteristics line up?
Yes, the class characteristics were the same between the items 1, 4, and that rifle.
So you can't say if it was used or not.
Correct.
It's possible it was.
That is a possibility.
Overruled.
And counsel testifying.
Overruled. Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. All right, it's a little bit late. We'll take our morning break, even though it's getting close to lunchtime. So take about 5 minutes and we'll be back.
All right.
In this case. C3 and credit for a copy of the proposed actions and the original, Your Honor. Okay, very good. All right, Ms. White, are you arguing this issue?
Yes, Your Honor. So we obviously review our objection to just honestly just highlight a couple things about the fact that this is just character evidence. Specifically, there's conversations where Ms. Andrews is saying, I won't do this to you, I wouldn't do that to you, and that's kind of what this goes back and forth. Any conversation that is, I believe, what the state is suggesting is related to gangs is not on behalf of Ms. Andrews. It's on behalf of someone else who, again, is not charged in this case. And outside of being alleged to have been a gang member, is not connected to this case at all, specifically these charges. So we reject again based on that information. But if the court is going to allow it in, we believe for context purposes, everything should come in. Everything about the romance and I just want to be a good person and I don't want to be involved in this, all that information should come in before the jury as well, even though we believe it's not relevant.
Okay.
Proper character evidence.
So sounds like they want the whole thing to come in.
We don't.
No, I know. I'm saying your objections, but if you're forced to choose between a redacted version or a complete version, you would opt for complete, correct?
Correct. We don't believe that they should be allowed to cherry pick information.
Well, they were cherry picking. They were doing what I asked them to do.
Well, I mean, as far as redaction,
Right.
they should be allowed to place only into evidence the information that appears to be negative towards Ms. Andrews.
Sure. Okay. So then I'll overrule the objection. The whole thing come in.
Your Honor, I just need a few seconds to wrap and let the witness know about that.
Sure.
But if we can please, if there's any objection to the other item, press that first.
Okay. What other item?
So there is a 75C12.
Okay.
Through 16. That are being added, Your Honor.
Wait. 75, C, 12, and 13.
Through 16.
12 through 16. Okay. What are these?
Which I'm going to from finish first.
Well, State, just tell me what they are, and then I'll hear what the objection is.
Additional interactions from Ms. Andrews' license.
Okay. Can I look at them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are the objections? Let's start with C12. And let the jury know, we just had something come up and we'll be with them shortly. Sure. Okay, C12 is, looks like photographs, thumbnail.
Correct.
So those are screenshots, I believe, or maybe photos of Ms. Andrews and two individuals that I don't even believe the state will be able to establish who they are. I don't know how they're going to establish that. I will let them, talk about why they want to get them in. But from my perspective, again, they have absolutely nothing to do with this case. And you're going to see a pattern between 13 or 12 to 16 that this is again an attempt to introduce improper character evidence by the state to, I don't know, I guess the argument is that alleged that she has knowledge, and I just don't know how far this is going to go, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know, I'm guessing, I'll let the state answer, but it's something to do with the alleged gang sign? Is that what this is?
That was correct, Your Honor, and the date at which that photo was taken or was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device as having been captured on that device predates when she gave her statement of when she knew this co-defendant, Mr. Chance, and several questions were asked on cross-examination yesterday regarding whether they knew whether Ms. Andrews had the photos or screenshots were taken that were introduced versus her co-defendant. These would have been before the co-defendant's involvement.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization of what we were asking. There were specific photos that the state was referencing. The question was whether or not that witness could testify as to whether Ms. Andrews had the phone at the time those screenshots were taken. So it's not about every phone that was backed up, every picture that was backed up on her iCloud device. That's not what the question was about. There were, I believe, 3 specific photos that we asked the question about whether or not that witness could say Ms. Andrews took these screenshots or she was the person who did it.
Well, Detective Grayback had his question about, is the phone, I guess her phone, I don't know, I've heard this, that it disappeared, was no longer available, something along those lines.
That device has not ever been recovered.
Never been recovered. So then she gets a new phone on, I think it was June the 26th, correct? And then the download happens on the 26th, correct?
Correct, from iCloud.
From iCloud.
Which is the device that disappeared, Your Honor. This would have been information that would, the iCloud was taken.
Right.
So, yeah.
Detective Grayback was questioned about his knowledge and if he knew who downloaded those photos originally and when they would have been downloaded. And there were specific questions on cross-examination noting the date of June the 26th, and definitely the implication was, and I think actually Mr. McGlymet asked the detective if he knew if there was any evidence that Ms. Andrews at times lent her phone to Mr. Chance. That was asked.
Which has been testified to by the state's witnesses. That's a known fact.
Okay.
No one's disputing that. It was the state who implied that because she only had the phone for a day or so, that somehow that meant information was missing, even though they have the entire iCloud with 370,000 different artifacts. So I guess the implication was that there was some information missing. The point is, the information from the iCloud is not the device. I can throw my phone in the river and download my entire iCloud and do the exact same things on my new iPhone that I have on my old iPhone. But the bigger issue is the questions that were asked specifically about the photos that were attempted to be entered into evidence yesterday. They were not about every photo that exists in her iCloud. But I think the even bigger issue is, Your Honor, where does this end? At what point are they not allowed to just keep introducing irrelevant information about, the 50 different gang members that she lives, within a 5-mile radius of that she's come across? They can't even tell us who this person is. They won't even be able to establish who that person is. Whether or not she slapped them in the face and said, "Why'd you throw that sign up?" They can't. None of that matters, though. It's not relevant to the allegations in this case. This is becoming a please find her guilty because she knows gang members case. That at least 70% of what we discussed about Ms. Andrews is about who she knows and not how she's connected to this murder. And at some point, it has to stop, Your Honor.
Okay, let me take a look at the other ones real quick. So that is C12, C13. It looks like these are photographs again.
It's actually a video, but there's only one still from the video, Your Honor. You can see the last page of the still from the video.
Right, okay. And what's the significance of that?
The individual depicted in this image is the individual that Ms. Andrews is messaging with, or the messages that we just looked at that the state was providing potential redactions to. He is a member of the opposing group, and those messages are pretty clear as to what it relates to their conversation. This is them in a relationship prior to her involvement with ATK and 1,200
So
members.
is this the K Shorty or is this someone else? This is K Shorty. Okay.
And if I recall, Your Honor, I believe the point of that this entire text thread was not to show that they were in a relationship, to show that she had knowledge that he had some sort of gang involvement. And if that's the case, why does this photo matter? Other than to show the jury that she's cozying up with gang members. That's the entire point of all of these exhibits, Your Honor. And
well, but then she's.
I mean, it would mean that she's pretty much aware of all this gang stuff then. It would mean that she pretty much got full knowledge of all this gang stuff.
Taking photos and saving them to her phone of herself with gang members making gang signs.
my response to that is so what? Why does that matter to you?
Well, to me, it seems like it goes to the weight the jury is supposed to give as opposed to admissibility.
But it's a way of what, Your Honor?
Okay, first of all, you guys stood up in opening statement, okay? And you told this jury, and there is no evidence she's a gang member, or that she's associated with a gang member.
It's not just, it's further than that, Your Honor.
I'm not done. So you get up in opening statement and you say, this was just a romantic getaway. She thought she was going with her boyfriend somewhere.
Exactly.
She didn't know any of these individuals involved.
Exactly.
She had no idea that this was going to be a gang-related anything.
Thank
That's
you.
what you told this jury in
That's
opening
what she
statement.
told them.
She didn't know the individuals involved in this murder.
Okay.
And they haven't shown you any evidence of that.
yeah,
They're
but-
going on a rampage about 50 people that are not involved in this case. We did not say that she didn't know any gang members.
Yes.
What we said was that she did not know Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy. We haven't heard anything about that. We heard Sean Gathrigh's grandma testify. I've never seen her before. There's no evidence even that they even have a relationship outside of her knowing who she was. But again, Your Honor, what does that have to do with this murder? I'm sorry.
Bro, y'all whole opening statement killed y'all case. Remember they said she was just going on a getaway with her boyfriend. Wanted to spend some alone time with her boyfriend. She didn't come for none of this other stuff. She didn't even know these other people was gonna be there. And she's not a gang member. And then so how is she then in an abusive relationship if all she's thinking about is having a great time on a getaway with her boyfriend. How is that the person that's in an abusive relationship getting forced to do all these things? How does all of that work if her perspective is she's going on a getaway with her boyfriend? It just doesn't fit.
Counsel is like talking sideways in my ear. It's very distracting.
Okay. All right, let's look at the next one, which is C14. And what is this?
This is a screenshot of J. Breezy's music video that was also saved to the device in 2019. There were some indications regarding the earlier screen shares or whatever, or screenshots that were taken in the case that the gang detectives talked about, but most importantly, J. Breezy is linked to this case as having provided payment to Ms. Andrews' boyfriend. Ms. Andrews had obviously testified in her interview, and we expected to come out of testimony that she was not with that boyfriend at this time, putting her having knowledge of this individual at the time of at least this screenshot, which would have been back in 2019. He's the one who provided payment to Mr. Chan for the Airbnb before Mr. Chan provided payment for the Airbnb this time.
And I'm sorry, y'all. So this is a screenshot of, I didn't see which one it was. This is a screenshot of the music video?
Yes. So I'm going to sustain the objection as to C14. Okay? All right, let's move on to the next one, C15.
15 and 16 are both screenshots from what was discussed by the detectives yesterday relating to the cell phone evidence that they had seen or observed with this defendant's communication with ATK Keys or Marquis Worthy.
And what is it? What is it I'm looking at?
These are both 15 and 16 are screenshots that were saved to Ms. Andrews' device. And it is an Instagram chat, so when you open up your messages on Instagram, it is the chain of the messages. These messages depict her messages with an ATK Keys, which has been identified as Marquis Worthy.
And these are from 2020?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, she all in the game.
Okay.
She all in the mix.
So at this time, I'm going to sustain the objection as to these. Now, they may become relevant at some point. See, testimony is. And I'm going to overrule the objection as to 75C12 and 75C13. Okay?
And Your Honor, just so that's not when the jury comes in, we also, like I said, don't need they'll even be able to get testimony as to who those individuals are. And let me confirm, you allowed it, was it 13?
The screenshots that show Ms. Andrews with the other individuals as direct evidence of her knowledge.
Yeah, and so that we can avoid any potential argument. If your argument is authentication, these items were obtained from the device download that was obtained pursuant to a search warrant from law enforcement for the device. So I'm not sure what the legal objection is, but
I mean, there's a lot of legal objections, but the biggest one is that in order for these, I guess, to become, I don't think, relevant, but who's going to establish who these individuals are? Just because they're on her phone and they got, certification and business records.
I know the state has to. Okay, so we'll see. All right.
We'll see how they play it out.
maybe
Let's see.
Sure.
Let's see how the state gets them to identify these people. Let's see how the state going to work this out. Hey, little girl. Sorry, man. Look like you going to jail. They're involved in some serious, terrible acts of violence.
Bring her jury.
Hold on. Is she smiling again? Is she laughing again? Yeah, you can't stop laughing. Look, she's laughing. She's always smiling and like, why they? Man, this gotta be like the worst lawyers ever, man. Like, why you can't tell this girl stop laughing, man? Why they keep telling her stuff to make her smile all the time? It's crazy.
All right.
Look at her. No, man. You out here look like girl. They must have told her she going home, man. Her lawyers must have convinced her she's beating this case, bro. Because she is, oh my God.
Officer right there.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, and state clerk, please.
the statement called Detective Benjamin Bors.
You swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your full name for the jury?
It's Detective Benjamin Bors.
Where are you? Oh, I apologize.
Last name spelled B-O-R-S.
Where are you currently employed?
The City of Tampa Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police Department?
Since 2010.
What is the current assignment that you serve in or at TPD?
I am currently assigned to the Cybercrimes Unit.
And how long have you been in the Cybercrimes Unit?
Since 2016.
In that time, tell me what some of your day-to-day duties are.
So when I originally started in the cybercrimes unit, it was more focused on internet crimes against children, which is a task force, and then that evolved into digital forensics to help assist those cases. And eventually the cybercrimes unit now includes digital forensics and internet crimes against children. So my responsibility is probably 50-50 on both now.
What training and experience do you have in the area of actually analyzing these types of evidence?
So I've taken multiple classes with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crimes, and then individually for like specific tools. Main one being Celebrite, where I've completed the physical operator and analysis, certified forensic repair technician, and then with Axiom, I've done multiple classes for computers and then cloud extractions, and then also received certifications with IASIS, which is more specific on Windows computers, and then actual the forensics of going through the deep artifacts of the devices.
Okay, so I'm going to break down a couple of those things. You mentioned something called Axiom and something called Celebrite. What are those?
Those are what I refer to as analytic tools, which you can. One part of their tool gets the extraction from the devices, and then they also sell another tool that actually parses out the extractions into something you can view.
How is it that you're able to use those programs to analyze, for example, a return instead of a physical device?
So again, it's a tool. So if we get a return from, like in this case, an Apple, you ask for the Apple Cloud backup through a search warrant or consent, and then they'll give you back typically what's a zip file or multiple zip files, where if someone's Apple iPhone, they've decided to back up different things such as like contacts, messages, pictures, all different categories. When they back that up, it goes to Apple, and then Apple gives that to us on whichever legal authority we choose. And then typically those companies give it back in the same format every time. So then these third-party companies, Axiom or Celebrite, know what that format is, and then they write the software to then parse it out to where we can then view it.
Is it safe to say it's kind of like taking the file and dropping it into the program as an ability for you to read it instead of a bunch of code?
Correct. It's more in zip files, and then maybe it could be in JSON files or Excel spreadsheets, and it basically just pulls it out into something to where you would view it the same. So where a text message, when you typically look at it on your phone, it's kind of in order, and there might be a color associated with sender and receiver. These tools kind of do the same thing. It puts it more into a format that you're used to seeing it in versus just in a bunch of lines.
In the format that you're able to see the information once it's actually uploaded, do you have categories that you can click on to look at specific types of information?
Correct. These programs, being Axiom or Celebrite, they decide what categories they're going to categorize artifacts into. Excuse me. And yes, so you'll see messages, photographs, videos, things like that.
And are you familiar with the process of backing up your device to the cloud or to iCloud?
Yes.
Are you able to select certain items to back up, or are you required to back up the entire device?
You can choose to back up individual things, or none of it, or all of it.
So you could choose contacts and photos and nothing else?
Yes.
And are you able to tell us, did you have some involvement in the investigation, in this investigation, as it relates to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Were you tasked with reviewing some either returns or Celebrite Axiom reports from some devices or returns in this case?
Yes.
I want to start first with whether you received a return from Apple iCloud in this case.
Yes.
Did you receive more than one?
Yes.
Would the first return that you received for analysis from Apple iCloud be alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com, or one of them?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
And did you also receive a return for rockoutsean with 2 N's at iCloud.com?
Yes.
Do you select which software you're going to use if you receive these types of returns?
I have a software that I typically use. Again, these softwares, they're being written constantly with the update. So it kind of goes on whatever at that moment is the best tool at the time for what I use. But I will often ask the detective what they would prefer to have it in, because they have to review it, and whatever they're most comfortable using as well might depend on which tool I decide to use.
When a report is actually extracted, so say you find a photo or a message that you'd like.
Yes.
When that's extracted, does that extracted report look different if you're using Axiom versus you're using Celebrite?
Yes.
And is that just a visual difference?
Yes.
Is there, in your experience, has there been a significant difference in the data itself?
The raw data, no, but again, each tool is written by two different companies, so what data might be parsed out by one company might be different than another in terms of, I'll try to keep it simple, where TikTok is somewhat newer. So let's say one tool has written code to parse TikTok, where another one has not. It doesn't mean that the raw data isn't there in the extraction. It just means one tool was written to parse it, where the other one hasn't.
In this case, since we'll just limit those readers to what was utilized in this case, so that would still be Axiom and Celebrite, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review Celebrite reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department for a device that was obtained in a search warrant there?
Yes.
And would that have been from red with 3Ds 03@iCloud.com?
Yes.
Additionally, did you have an opportunity to review the Celebrite report for rockoutsean at iCloud.com, the same one that you had an Axiom extraction from iCloud for?
It wasn't an extraction, a return from Apple, but yes.
So you've had an opportunity at least to review those 3 separate things?
Yes.
And the contents therein?
Yes.
I want to start first with the Apple ID red03@iCloud.com. Are you familiar from which that came? Where that came from, excuse me?
I believe that was from the Jacksonville Celebrite report.
Yes. I'm going to show you. It's been marked States 76, A through B.
Yes.
I'm also going to show you States 75. Contain the device. Then 76, at least A through B, contain the device information that was from the Celebrite report, as well as some of the contents from that device report you reviewed.
Yes.
At this time, State seeks to admit States 76, A through B, 1 through 4, and 8.
Any objection other than the previously made objections?
No further objection.
Same ruling admitted.
Now, I've asked you about whether this Celebrite extraction had some kind of related ID, and showing you States 76A. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so these are mostly identifiers or information about the device itself. So you can see the model number towards the top. But that's not a model number that you typically see. So the model number, I don't want to say typically see, but that's something that's more forensically or a model that's given to by Apple as far as build number to the software. The typical model you'll see is the detective phone model, which was an iPhone 14. And then the iOS version, which is 17.5.1. The MSI SDN is the phone number that's associated with that device. And then you'll see the I and the I a little bit further up there that starts with 350. That's what most people would commonly refer to as the serial number to the device. It's specific to that device.
Okay, so if we break that down just a little bit slower, you mentioned that there is a phone number that's associated. Is that what we're seeing here with this last use, MSI SDN?
Yes.
And then the Apple ID that we referred to as it related to this particular Celebrite report was red with 3 Bs, 03 at iCloud.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sure from there. You see that okay?
Yes.
All right, and are we talking about the information that's included right here?
Yes.
Now, are these device reports able to be downloaded typically from your standard Celebrite extraction? So are you able to get this kind of summary with a report with this information about the device, the phone number, the Apple ID, typically when you use Celebrite?
When you use either Celebrite or Gray Key and you do an extraction, when you parse that extraction out in the Celebrite tool, this is what's generated by Celebrite.
And is this something that you can look to determine identifying information for whatever the extractions you're looking at?
Yes.
Does that also include specific account identifiers? So, for example, if there is an Instagram account that's documented on the phone or a TikTok account, is that information that can be included on these device reports?
Yes.
And do we see an example of that here with the Instagram at 14, line 14?
Yes, Instagram has identified, Celebrite has identified an account associated with Instagram and then the usernames.
At the top of these columns that are provided in the device report, are there several different categories of information that have been created by the Celebrite software?
Yes.
And they got
And does
all
that
your
include creation
business,
time
man.
as well?
Yes.
Are you able to tell me anything about that creation time?
Look how
Not
they got
specifically
all
that one,
the
no.
information.
Okay.
man.
What about UTC in the creation time itself?
Yes, so UTC refers to Coordinated Universal Time. So to put it in the easiest explanation is that all of the times, as far as we're concerned, is generally around Greenwich, England. So to say England as a specific place. So we're currently in Eastern Standard Time. So depending on daylight savings time, we're either -4 or -5 hours from England. So if it was midnight, it would be 4 hours behind, and then pretty soon we'll be in fall, so we fall back another hour, and it would be 5 hours back. So forensically, we often leave stuff in UTC time when you look at it, because it makes it easier when people are communicating all over the world, and you want to make it relative to where we're currently at Eastern Standard Time. It just makes it easier when you're doing things on a time log.
And that is what you prefer in forensics when you all look at the information.
It makes it easier because if someone in, let's say, California was talking to someone in Florida and you're using 2 different time zones while trying to tell a story, it makes it very difficult. So we try to leave it all in one time zone.
What about for the detectives that you work with day to day? Does it make it easier for them to do the calculations when you actually provide these reports to them, or do they contact you often?
There are ways to, in the report, to convert it to make it easier for them, but often you'll see, like you see right here, is UTC +0, meaning that there is no, the time isn't altered at all. It is in UTC time, so it being June, being Eastern Standard Time, you would have to -4 hours from the time you see.
Now, I'll show you some examples of that modification here in a bit, but there is ultimately a way for the device for you to update the time zone to the current time zone of the time zone that the device is in.
So the time zone that the device is in, I would say the time zone where you're at would be more correct, because the problem with the time the device is in, the device doesn't store in what we refer to in forensics as local time. So if the device is in Florida today, but California tomorrow, it doesn't store it in those 2 time zones. It stores it in UTC, or whatever time it is, but it comes back to UTC time, and then based on where your phone's time zone is set, which often is automatically set, but you can go in and manually set it as well, it will -4 or 5 if you're in Eastern time zone, and that's what you see on your device, but it's not stored in your local time zone.
But you are able, there is a mechanism to view the information that is pulled or view the report with a modification from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
Correct. This tool, Celebrite, is used worldwide. So depending on what time zone you are in, you can choose to set it at -4 for Eastern Standard Time or -8 for Pacific Time. So you can go in there and go, hey, I want to view it in the time zone for the state I'm currently in, and it'll alter those times accordingly.
There's been no request of you or no evidence to suggest or support that there were any devices provided to you where there needed to be a calculation for Central Time or Pacific or anything like that in this case?
No.
Now, again, looking at the identifying information from this report, was there also something in line 16 as it related to a TikTok and the user ID information from there?
Yes.
What is the information that were provided from the TikTok column here under the user ID?
It shows the user ID also being, I believe, Alicia Andrews 72.
Now, when you look at
Everything.
specific items from inside of this report, are you actually able to pull, for example, a text message communication?
Yes.
Showing you states 76B. What is it that we're looking at here? What type of report?
This is also a Celebrite report, and it shows a conversation, or at least some messages that were sent and received.
What is it that you can tell me about the timestamps, if any, on these messages that are depicted on the screen from June 21st of 2024 at 10:56 p.m.?
Same thing I mentioned before. They're in UTC, so they're going to be 4 hours different than what would be Eastern Standard Time from where we're currently at. So being 10:56 p.m., it would, I believe, be 6:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
When you actually look to the message itself, are you able to determine who the sender is, or are there any markings or indications on the messages which would indicate who the sender is versus who is receiving the messages?
Yes, it'll oftentimes will say to and from. In these scenarios, this isn't text messages. I believe these are actually just messages by.
I can go back to the first page related to Miss Adore.
Yeah, so I was looking at the numbers at the top, which are often the account numbers associated with either Instagram or Facebook. And it looks like, so as I was saying, that all of the files that come in from Apple, they're in a bunch of smaller zip files. So underneath where it says source extraction, that is the actual zip file that these messages are coming through or being pulled from by Celebrite. And you'll see towards the very bottom, it'll say group.com.bourbon, B-U-R-B-N, and then Instagram plist. So these messages are actually being pulled from that file, which is a plist file, which is associated with Instagram. So looking at that, I know that those are Instagram account numbers, and then those are the display names. So Miss Adore would be the display name of that Instagram account that sent that message to whoever the other person is.
And then in that device information that we were looking at from 76A, are you also able in the account name column to confirm what you were looking at there from that source information as well? The same name at least depicted there.
Yes.
And these, again, messages were in UTC time, at least as extracted here.
Yes.
In States 76B2, is there also a category for something called transfers that you can extract the Celebrite report for?
Yes.
And what is it? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Still, the data that comes in allows for some categories. Are these categories that are provided by the program or something that you would input or add?
No, these are all, like I mentioned earlier, that Celebrite, the company, has parsed out whichever file contains this information, and they choose which category to display them in.
Now, in this particular case, there's a source column, but it doesn't look like that long source code that we were looking at from the last exhibit. Is that different?
It's just showing that it came from Cash App. It did come from a longer source file or file path. It's just not displayed here.
And are you familiar with Cash App?
Yes.
Is that a money transfer application?
Yes.
In States 76B, are you able to see that?
Yes.
When we're looking at the file info from 76B, are you able to tell me anything as it relates to the name of the file?
Yes, the file name is img_001.heic.
And does the HEIC, is that indicative of anything for you?
I don't know what it stands for, but I know that HEIC is commonly a file extension for a picture file associated with Apple devices.
So for like a document, you would have .pdf or .doc or something. Is it, for just a layperson when we're looking at it, you recognize HEIC as .hcic being consistent with a photograph or
yes.
pictorial evidence? When we see the thumbnail associated here, are you able, when viewing the information, to actually look at that image in a larger capacity?
Yes.
Does that mean that this thumbnail here that's given to you, does that mean that that would be the original size of the item or anything like that?
No, the original size says the bytes right there. It tells you how big the file is. That's just simply, like you said, it's a thumbnail image. It's a small image. Just like when you go through your photos, if you have an iPhone or an Android, you don't look at one photo at a time. You can probably look at 30 to 40 photos. All of those photos are also saved in those smaller sizes so you can quickly view them, and those are called thumbnail images. But the actual image itself is much larger typically.
Can you see that all right?
Yes.
From that file itself, was this image consistent with a thumbnail attached to that extraction?
Yes.
And you can't tell me about the circumstances from which this photograph was taken?
No.
Can you simply tell me that this is a photograph that was on the device?
Yes.
And was depicted in the extraction report?
Yes.
Do you have information about at least the created modified access dates here as it relates to this particular thumbnail?
I'm not sure if that refers to the thumbnail or the actual photo itself. I believe it refers to the actual photo, which is the created of 6/26/24. I believe the thumbnail is actually just generated by Celebrite.
Yes, I apologize. I mean for the photo.
Yeah, so the artifact itself being the larger image we just saw, the created, modified, and access is associated with the photo, but then the metadata below is the data about the photo itself. So you can see that the capture time, probably the original time that photo was created, matches the created and modified.
And for this specific photograph, there is a capture time that it also reflects camera phone and iPhone 14. Were those consistent with the device information from the first exhibit that we looked at 76A?
I don't recall if it was an iPhone 14.
In looking at looking at State 76A, does it refresh your recollection as to the device model for this extraction?
Yes, it would be the same model then.
Yeah, it sounds like they know exactly when she got that picture in that phone, even through the iCloud. Wow.
Did the capture time of 8:35 p.m., is that indicative of UTC time in looking at the actual created modified access information?
So the time is about 2 minutes difference, but I'm not sure if the capture time below is in UTC, but using the created modified times, it would appear that it would be in UTC.
How about as it relates to the image that was actually captured itself? Is there any information from the image itself that we're able to ascertain regarding the potential time that it was captured?
Yes, the phone itself shows that it was 8:35.
God damn, all that metadata is dead.
And looking at some It states exhibit 76B8. Can you tell me how this type of an extraction, even though we still see the blue and the green boxes, would be different from the one that we looked at from Instagram? Does this one have phone numbers for the participants instead of ID numbers? Or
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to see the phone numbers on this report itself?
Yes.
Are those phone numbers depicted here?
Yes.
And with owner, is that indicative of the device from which this information came from?
It is.
You mentioned when we were looking at the Instagram messages that there's a to or a from. Do we have that information in each of the top of the chat bubbles that we see here photographed or depicted?
Yes.
Can you tell me from whom the top message came from and what, if anything, it said?
It shows it came from the owner's device to the phone number ending in 7558. And did you want me to read the actual message?
The content of the
itself?
message, if you would.
It says, if you get a iPhone and you have a Android, you can switch your stuff over. I just figured it out if you ever upgrade.
Did that same message that's captured there in green also, or that same sender also send the next message that's captured in green?
Yes.
And does that one indicate anything was actually sent as far as content as well?
As far as the message goes, it says like your pictures and stuff.
And was there any response or message back to this device captured in this chat?
Yeah, it shows that the message received was about a minute later. And it just says, switch and bring your hard-headed self home.
That message, those messages that we just looked at, 76B8, were those and UTC time consistent with the device being or sending these messages at 8:39 p.m. on June 26th?
Yeah, so this report or what you're viewing here has been converted to Eastern Standard Time. So the times would reflect Eastern Standard Time, and that's what the -4 means.
And lastly, for this device, from state 76B4, is this another one of those messages where you're able to tell us whether it was between devices with a number or on some kind of social media account?
This is from devices with phone numbers.
What is the timestamp that is related to the first message that's sent?
It is 8:42 p.m., and it's in Eastern Standard Time.
And was there a response from someone to this device?
Yes.
And what was that?
How do I know this is you?
Can you tell us what we're looking at here on page 2 of that same exhibit and how it differs from the other chats?
This is just obviously a picture message that was sent as an attachment in the message.
And again, are you able to, when you see something that size, look at a larger depiction of that?
Yes.
Is that what was reflected there?
Yes.
And was the timestamp able to be deciphered from the information included on that message?
Yes.
And when was that message sent from this owner's device?
9:17 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time.
In addition to the Celebrite for Red 03, did you have an opportunity to review an Axiom extraction as well? That was returned from iCloud.
Yes.
Just laughing every time we see it. Giggle.
I'm showing you 75B. Can you talk to us a little bit about what it is that we are seeing in the overview report in 75B?
Yes, this is the overview is all the individual files that comes back from Apple, and then they're parsed out by, in this case, Axiom.
So do the extractions that come from, or the returns that come from iCloud when you pop them into Axiom, do they look a little bit different visually than the Celebrite reports that we just looked at?
Yes, the individual company decides how they want to display the information when they parse it.
What, if anything, are you able to tell me about each of these 3 files? Can you view them together when you actually use this software?
Yes.
And do you have the same option to look at tabs or categories within the information when you use it?
Yes.
Publishing state 75C. Now, how is it that you, from an Axiom extraction or report, are able to determine where or what category the information came from?
They would have the same file path at the end. It would show you exactly where it pulled from. Maybe not necessarily in this PDF or printed version of it, but on the tool itself, it would let you.
Are you able, from the actual report that gets extracted, to decipher some information about its originating location?
Yes.
What is TextNow chat?
TextNow is a voice over IP application that allows you to send text messages and phone calls, receive phone calls, basically over the internet. So as long as you have cellular data or hooked up to Wi-Fi, you can download the application and basically request a phone number and then make phone calls and text messages using the application instead of the native phone number assigned to that phone.
Is that different from sending a text message or a call from your device?
It would still be from the device, but through an application.
So you would use the phone, but you'd be using an app?
Yes.
Now, if I called you in that app, would my phone number to you be the same as my phone number that AT&T gave me if I select a number?
It'd be whatever phone number that TextNow provided to you.
But it's not the same as an extraction, for example, from the instant messages from a device or the iMessages?
No.
Was there, in State 75C1, an extraction report from the Axiom for this device?
Yes.
And is this device the alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com?
This is not a device, but a
Return from iCloud, so
yes.
data from them.
Yes.
And would that have been from that Alicia Andrews 03 at Yahoo?
Yes.
All right. Now, what is it that we're looking at?
This is just text messages or messages that the Axiom tool has pulled from that iCloud extraction.
Is it possible that this isn't the entirety of all of the messages that go back and forth?
Yes.
Are you able to select some messages by date or timestamps, anything like that?
Yeah, you can filter within the tool to only certain messages, and then sometimes only certain messages are backed up. So you don't always get the full conversation, or you can filter it down to just portions yourself.
And coming from this return from the email for Alicia Andrews 03, what does the information that's provided in these chat bubbles tell us?
It just tells me that this message was sent to someone at that date and time.
And are you able to tell me anything about where the device came from? I mean, where the information came from? Was this message sent from this device, this report, to another person?
Yes, I can't tell right now, but it looks like it might possibly be a contact that says me, or I'm not sure if that's referring to the individual device. I've never seen me on a report before, so it might be a contact saved as me, but I'm not sure.
Here, I may have one moment. Yes. Mr. Deputy Martinez. Should I turn it off?
In 2024.
Are you able to tell me about the dates that this message was sent?
Yes, it shows that it was 6/17/2024 at 11:44 and 11:47 a.m.
Now, as we move through this exhibit, all of these exhibits would have come from the data from the iCloud return that you received for the Alicia Andrews 03 at Yahoo account. Is that correct?
Yes.
In 75C4, is this image that's being depicted here from page 4 different in some way than you would see for a traditional image? Like if it was a photograph?
This image that we see here isn't actually an image. It's a video file, but the Axiom tool, so in my investigations, we go through hundreds, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of videos. So instead of having to watch each individual video as you go through the tool, Axiom will display what's a preview of the video by giving you 8 frames from the video to give you a general idea what might be in that video. So you don't have to necessarily watch every single video just to find out what's in it. It'll give you a preview, which is what Axiom has done here, and then you could go watch the video itself. So in this case, we're looking at a preview that was generated by Axiom of the actual video file.
Are you able to actually see the full video or even grab some of the frames from the video when you're pulling an extraction report?
Yes.
And is that what's indicated here from that same video?
Correct.
Just a screenshot, basically, if we're using layman's terms.
Yes, I think even when you go back to the still frames where there was 8 different frames from that video, you can see that it's very similar.
Are you able to tell me anything about the date and time that this video was preserved from the data or file information here?
It just shows the last modified and then, more importantly, the EXIF created. And how we mentioned earlier, the EXIF data is more data about the file itself, versus a lot of times when you see created, accessed, and modified, that refers to that file being in a specific place at that date and time. So if you put a folder on your computer and you make a copy of that folder and put it somewhere else on your computer, those created date and times will be different because it's whenever you copied and pasted it. But the EXIF is specific to when that video file itself was created. So typically, forensically, that's the one we try to focus on if it's available, and in this instance it is, which is 6/22/24 at 5:26 p.m.
And are you able to say that that is also Eastern Standard Time based on the UTC information also provided?
Yes.
Publishing 75C5 from the same iCloud return. Is this an actual either screenshot or an image on the device different from what we've just seen reflected as a video?
Yes.
Is there a time reflected in the screenshot itself?
Yes, 2:58.
And is there data associated with the screenshot itself?
Yes.
On this particular screenshot, this one has a PNG label. How is that different from what we saw before?
PNG is often associated with screenshots when it comes to Apple devices. So if you do a screenshot of an Apple device, it'll save it as a PNG versus the HEIC file.
The EXIF data for this one is depicted down here. Is that the same EXIF data for date and time that we would be looking at?
Yes.
And are you able to tell me what the EXIF data tells us about this particular screenshot?
It shows the original date and time to be 6:23 at 2:58 p.m. Or, I'm sorry, yeah, p.m.
PM?
I'm sorry, no, so 2:58, I was looking at the time. So 2:58, there is no PM or AM associated with it.
In 75C6, are you able to see that? Record 1 of 75C6.
Yes.
All right. And do you know, or can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture, but I don't know who it is or where it came from.
Are you familiar with the photo application in an iPhone or Samsung device?
Yes.
And do you have the options, which we can see at the bottom right here, of taking a photo or selecting a photo option?
I believe that's just a selfie cam. I'm not sure if that's taking a photo or selecting a photo.
To flip the camera on the photo app?
Yes.
But is this, so if I clicked on or took my phone and clicked on the little camera that's on the home screen, I can open that to access the camera?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at here, camera access from one of these devices, or a device of some kind?
It appears to be consistent with taking a photo with a device, but I'm not sure what application it's being used from.
While you are utilizing your phone's camera, whether it's front-facing or rear-facing, are you still able to take a screenshot?
Yes.
What information, if any, did this particular item provide to us regarding the date of the original?
The original date showing 6/23 at 4:10.
I'm sorry, is that PM or AM or do you know?
It doesn't show an AM or PM.
Are you able to tell us about the ability to have military time or standard time? Tell us the difference between those two things.
You can select military or standard on your phone, how it's displayed. And basically that being a military time is from 0000 all the way up to 2400 or 2359. So basically there is no AM or PM with military time.
Your Honor, maybe approach. Yes. Are you able to tell us anything about this return from iCloud as it relates to information from Instagram?
Just that, is this from, we're still talking about the iCloud return?
Yes, the same return from alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com.
Yeah, so again, Axiom being the tool that we use in this one, it identified different, I'm trying to think where, see where it came from, different accounts associated with, it looks like Instagram.
Does Axiom allow for information regarding followers and following when it gives you a return from Instagram or information from Instagram?
I cannot tell if these are follows or following, but it's obviously information that's backed up to Apple.
When you make a full download as it relates to the Instagram profiles, followers or following, are you able to review the file path and the file information to assess whether there's following, followers, followed by? Those categories that Axiom gives you.
Yeah, so in this scenario, yes, you can see what Axiom has parsed out, and it shows that the account associated with that Apple account, that cloud account, there are artifacts associated with Instagram showing that that account is following that username at the top. And you can see where it says following, yes, but they're not being followed back by that same account.
So following, yes.
Yes.
The username account, Young and Ace.
Yes.
Followed by, no.
Correct.
There are 3 of these records. Is the difference between having record 1, record 2, and record 3, which indicate the same, each of the iCloud returns that we saw in the beginning here when we were looking at the backup evidence?
Crazy. They got
I'm not sure.
The first page.
I'm not sure what the differences between the 3 records are. That would be Axiom parse it out whether that information is in 3 different locations or it's just repeating information that's the same information in 3 different locations.
If the path matches source information from this file, the second file, and this third file from page 3 of the evidence overview, does that lead you to believe that they are, in reviewing the contents of each of these zips, representative of that following for each of the returns from each one of those files?
So it would be more from the source, and I can see that the source looks, there's a lot of numbers in there to tell you exactly the same, but it looks like the source might be a little bit different, and that's why you have 3 records.
Okay, and then when you see the evidence number or information, is that referring to the file that is provided from iCloud?
Yes. But in there are multiple different folders, and you see that where it says source here, being the original one, and then there's that number, the 1295723, and then there's folder and subfolder and subfolder. So every line that you see is another folder within that folder, so every slash mark.
In 75C8, do we have the same type of following report or information that was pulled from Axiom, page 4 of that exhibit, for username Julio Foolio?
Correct.
And do we still have or also have those columns regarding following and is followed by?
Yes.
As it relates to this particular account, what was the account following?
The device account was following the Julio Foolio, but Julio Foolio's account was not following back the user's device or user's account.
So, man, they got all that information right there. Like crazy. They got all it. Know whether you following him and he following you back.
Are you also able to,
Gives you
as
all
we
that
see from the device report and the Cellbrite data, or the reports that we had, are you also able to select photographs that you can pull reports for?
Yes.
And looking at this photograph that's depicted in 75C9, was there information associated with that photo which would allow you to be able to tell when the photo was captured?
Yes.
And what information is that, and can you relay that for us?
So, again, forensically, we often focus on the exit data, which is data about the data itself, not necessarily when that photo was placed on that device or that cloud. But here you can see that when the photo was taken, it captured a lot of information, lat and long being exactly where GPS put that photograph being taken, what model phone took it, and it looks like even it tells you which camera it would have taken it with, being the dual wide camera, which is typically seen on the back of a device, versus the selfie camera or the front-facing camera that would face you.
And can this data, because it's been an iCloud backup, be something that came from a different device? When we saw Cellbrite, we saw a model number and an iPhone and those types of things. Can this be a different device just stored to the cloud?
It could simply be someone sent you the picture and stored on your device, but it just got backed up to the cloud, even though another photo or another phone took the photo.
Can it be your device having taken the photo?
If you have multiple devices with the same account, cloud account, yes, it could all be backed up. But it could also be a photo taken with someone else's phone, and then you stored it or saved it on your device, and it kept all that same EXIF information and also got backed up, because now it's on your device that is being backed up.
If I have my same iCloud account from high school up till now, will every phone that I've used and backed up to that same iCloud account still be reflected? Those photos from older phones are still in my iCloud.
It's possible. That's a better question for Apple. How long that they store stuff for?
But
Or-
you can have different devices that back up to the cloud.
Yes.
Is this a larger version of that photograph that was depicted in the last exhibit?
Yes.
Same exhibit, was there an image captured April 15th of 2023?
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
In 75C10, can you tell us what it is that this is representative of?
These look like text messages between two devices.
So these look different than what we looked at from Cellbrite. We don't have the convenience of the blue and the green. How do you know that the messages are going back and forth? Is there something about their placement?
Yeah, so Axiom will place them typically right and left to try to make it look more like what you would see on the device. Sometimes there's colors that make it a little bit easier to see, which I don't see here. But you can also see received at the top where those ones are being received by that cloud account information, and it says unknown direction, so probably didn't parse or it wasn't provided in the plist files or databases that were given.
But there is a number associated with the received by,
Yes.
and then the unknown direction, can that be from this person responding back to that received by?
Well, received from, I believe, is the top number. Like that was, they received that message from that number.
Yes, so if this text message is received from number ending
Right.
7534, is this the owner or user responding to 7534?
Correct. Often there isn't a number associated with the received by because the owner of the phone is simply the owner. It doesn't need to store its own number.
Are you able to tell me about the date and time from which I Don't Like the Town Center was received to this iCloud?
It shows April 10th of 2023 at 8:38 p.m.
Was there a response to that message?
Yes.
What was that?
You hate everywhere with an emoji. We don't gotta sit in.
Did the number ending in 7534 send a reply to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
23 got killed in the town center. That's why I don't like out there.
We still see the phone number that's provided for the person that's sending the messages to this iCloud?
Yes.
And we see their responses on the right from the person with this device?
Yes.
Lastly, was there an image from this iCloud account preserved April 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And were you able to see that image in an enlarged fashion from the same extraction report?
Yes.
So this is gang signs.
I believe that completes this particular extraction mark. Okay, very good. All right.
I was a little confused. I thought she was just throwing up like a peace sign, but now I'm starting to realize, like, wait, that might be the gang sign.
Members of the jury, it's 12:20, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:30 and see you then.
All right.
Recess.
Let me see which are.
2 and so it is.
It's 12 through 16 was here, but all of them were.
I created a new card for all of them. We just have to ensure that the record is clear. 75C.
Did you want to pick out them?
Well, let's make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, so 75C2 was admitted previously.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And then we're getting ready to move on to 75, correct? Or is
We
it-
are on 75.
Oh,
Going
okay.
through 75, but I only said 75 when we admitted it, and there are subcategories, so the clerk needs us to print out the 1 through 13 with the exception of 2, which is already in.
Okay.
And so A and B as well, 75A, 75B?
Did A and B get admitted?
Yes, Your Honor, with the entirety of the exhibits, the business record certification and the device info.
Okay.
So A, B, and then C1, 3 through 13. This 2 was previously admitted.
Right. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
That is trash. Yes. No, that is trash. Thank you.
Approximately
122.
An hour and 22?
Yes, yes.
Okay. We're not going to be able to watch that right now. So. All right. How much longer do you anticipate
Shout out to
your
the chat, shout
current
out to the chat.
witness, Detective Bors?
15 minutes.
And is
People like
Detective
when
Ramos
you
the
get
next
it.
one?
He is judge. But we can certainly get started, but he's going to be lengthy, so.
3.
Howard, so he brought up, I guess, then.
Yeah, you'll probably send it back.
Yep. Thank you. Pardon me? Sure.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Let's go to Freeman. Here. Still familiar with that extraction report? I believe when we left off, we were on the extraction for Alicia Andrews over at Yahoo. We're still familiar with that extraction report. In looking at States Exhibit 75C12, are you able to tell me the difference between the two dates that we see as it relates to the first date stamp on the page versus the second?
It shows October 15th of 2023 at 11:02 p.m. and the last modified time being 5/15/2024 at 9:34 a.m.
And modified, as you've already described for us, can that mean copied, saved, updated?
It could just be a change to the picture. I'm not sure what the changes are. Viewing the thumbnails, it looks like it might just simply have been cropped, but I can't tell you for sure what the change was.
And the same as when we discussed the other thumbnail images, you would be able to access or enlarge the image from that date.
Yes.
Whole lot of game sheet.
Lastly, 75C15 from the same iCloud extraction.
Yes.
Is there some evidence that this is not a photograph and is instead a video?
Yes, if you look at the file name extension where it says file name, it says MOV, which is pretty indicative that it's a video file. But then again, as I explained earlier, Axiom takes frames from it. In this case, it took 10 frames from the video file and then put it to where you could see what the video potentially would have here.
And just like as you did previously explain, are you able to then view each of the various screen grabs? You can watch the video as a whole, or you can actually look at it in parts.
Correct.
Now, as it relates to the extractions, or really any device, are you familiar with who the phones belong to, where whose phones the extractions came from, the circumstances under which this information would have even been provided to you?
I know the information that Apple provides to me as far as what account it's associated with. As far as who's in control of that account or device, I do not.
You don't know the facts or circumstances surrounding the case?
I know the general facts of the case, but I don't know about the individual evidence items.
How about your involvement otherwise in cases like this? Are you out, on the street and interviewing witnesses, investigating potential suspects, things like that?
No, well, we do interview suspects as far as our child exploitation cases, but when it comes to homicides or other cases for that matter, where my role is primarily digital forensics, we don't typically go out to the scenes. We just handle the processing and extraction portion of it.
You would not be able to, for example, in this moment, look to the image that we just saw in 75C13 and identify the individual that's depicted.
There's two individuals, but no, I don't know anyone in this case specifically. I couldn't pick them out by photographs.
And for this particular case, it is the scenario for which you've mentioned, which is you would have information relevant to the homicide investigation. It's not like he would be interviewing like you would on a child exploitation case.
Correct. I did not interview anybody in this case.
You only received the evidence from the lead detective and a request to do the digital examinations.
Correct.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 94. Would you take a look at that, please? Do you recognize the reports depicted in 94?
Yes.
Accurately, and do the items that are depicted in States 94A through C, 1 through 7, fairly and accurately depict the extraction reports or some of the extraction reports from the Rockout Sean account that we previously mentioned?
Yes.
What program were these reports opened in?
Celebrate.
So just like the previous or earlier Celebrate that we were able to view, did we receive an extraction or report, with device information?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm the device Apple ID associated to this report?
Yes.
And what was that Apple ID?
The Rockout Sean at iCloud.com.
There was also a telephone number that you provided could be located at the MSI SDN.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here on this line?
Yes.
As in the last Celebrate report that we were viewing, were you also able to view under account name in the account name column an identifier of Sean Gathright in the Apple iCloud backup account for line 15?
Yes.
I'm showing you 94C5. What are we looking at here?
This is a text message between two phone numbers.
Are you able to ascertain who the parties are to this text message conversation, or at least how are they identified via the report from the extraction?
And I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. What exhibit is this again?
94C5.
Thank you.
If it hasn't been moved into evidence, I would move the full exhibit in.
Okay, they did.
And how are you able to identify the parties?
Celebrate has identified the owner of the account to be Sean Gathright, and then the second participant in the conversation to be that phone number 904-386-0925 with the name Ghost.
And where does the name that's depicted under the number come from?
It would be pulled from some database, usually contacts, but I'm assuming, or I'm not sure exactly where it came from. That's
Would it have been saved by the device user as Ghost, or does that come?
Overruled. He can answer if he knows.
I don't know if that name was in the context.
The information that is there, so when you first receive a device itself, does the device auto-populate with the names of the individuals that are stored, or is it the responsibility of the phone owner to populate contacts?
On an iPhone, it can suggest the contact, because if you say, hey, this is, so-and-so, it'll put suggestion, but this wasn't from a device. I believe this was from an iCloud account, so that name was stored within that message. So Celebrite pulled that information out of the database. I'm not sure where in the database that name was stored.
I'm actually going to show you just slightly out of order. If I can have you look to 94C6. Can you see the type of entry that we're looking at here in 94C6?
Yes, this is from the contacts.
Okay, and what is contacts in a device?
It's where where accounts are saved.
And who are they saved by? At a minimum, the person with access to the device.
Right, but contacts could also not just include, as far as Celebrite is concerned, phone numbers or names. It could be Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts, like social media accounts. So we'll see a lot of items in the contacts. But as you can see, when you look into the source file, it shows address book and then SQLite database after that. So specifically, this Ghost contact was stored in the address book of the phone, so the contacts of the phone.
Now, as we go back to 94C5, are there messages exchanged between Sean Gathright, the owner of the device, and Ghost, or the number saved as Ghost?
Yes.
Can you tell me the date on which these communications begin?
6/6 of 24 at 4:43 a.m. And I see UTC -4, meaning that this message was or is being displayed at Eastern Standard Time.
In 94C4, are you able to tell me whether this is also another exchange between telephone numbers?
Yes.
And how are you able to determine that?
By looking at the phone numbers, I can see that it's the same phone number as before.
Same mechanism as identifiers underneath the exact phone number?
Yes.
And the owner of this device, identified as Sean Gathright, also still included?
Yes.
As it relates to the content of the first message that's depicted on the screen here, can you tell me what that says?
The message?
Yes.
It shows an address of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida 33613.
And on what date and at what time was that message sent from the individual GZ with a phone number ending in 4707 to Sean Gathright?
It shows 6/22/24 at 5:22 p.m. again at Eastern Standard Time.
From the same iCloud return, looking at the search items tab, were there indications that a search had been conducted on this device around 10 p.m. on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
Are you able to determine what the content of that search was, or at least what was depicted in the value of the search at that time?
Teasers Gentlemen Club.
In 94C2, can you tell me what the difference is in the participants here?
Well, the only difference is I see that the iCloud account name plus the phone number, which are both identifiers for that device that was being used.
When you are utilizing an iPhone and you engage in messaging utilizing the iMessage application on an iPhone, are you able to also send messages not only through your cellular data by the number, but also by email address?
Whatever the iCloud account is, yes.
The iCloud ID, is that what we were looking at?
The Apple ID, yes. But it doesn't have to be at iCloud. It could be any email. But yes, you can send it by message. A lot of devices don't have, like iPads might not have any cellular service at all. So typically they would use an Apple ID.
And you could iMessage from that iPad without cellular service by connecting to Wi-Fi, something of that kind?
Correct. When I say cellular service, I'm talking about actually having a phone number assigned to it. So you can still, as long as you have Wi-Fi and you're signed into your iCloud account, you could send iMessages.
Lastly, 94C1. What are we looking at here?
It looks like a text message with just 3 participants, but 2 of them appear to be the owner Apple accounts.
2 of them appear to be?
Like the Apple account like association. So the phone number is still associated with that Apple account for the owner, and then the actual iCloud email.
And that would still be the one with manager underneath it, that owner identifier?
Correct.
Even if this name under 3825 changes, so that in this particular set of messages it indicates manager, but are you looking to the phone number that's actually depicted next to or above owner?
Right, the phone number. I believe that Celebrite is saying that this is the owner of the phone.
Here, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Probably 94C3. Is this another text message exchange that came from this device? Owner name Sean Gathright.
I believe that this is still an iCloud account.
I'm sorry, I keep saying device. iCloud return.
But yes, it shows that the message, or there are messages between that phone number that's associated with Sean Gathright, and then there's another phone number in there.
Are you able to identify the time from which the first message is actually sent.
The first message depicted here is 6:23 of 24 at 12:58 p.m. and in Eastern Standard Time.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
Down for cross. Let's see what they're going to do in cross.
The clerks, who's attempting to find them?
You know, I want to see them perform. I want to see the defense perform. You know you're losing the case, but hey, you're going to try. You got to put on a good show. Let's see, man. It's my boy right here. My boy right there. Hey.
Good afternoon. So I want to take you through some of these exhibits, starting with the last one we kind of went through. This exhibit here, this is the iCloud from Sean Gathright, or at least the iCloud that belongs to Sean Gathright.
I'm not sure if it belongs to, but yeah, the identifiers show Sean Gathright as being the owner.
All right, the iCloud username is the Rockout Sean username.
Yes.
All right. So this is not Alicia Andrews' iCloud.
I don't know. Again, I can't associate it with anybody. I only can tell you the names that are on the accounts.
Got it. But on this account, Rockout Sean, there's no indication that this account has Alicia Andrews' name tied to it, correct?
I have no idea if it is or is not.
All right. This message that you see here, could you read that in green?
I'm coming home. My thirst is quenched. I love you, Murphy.
All right. Murphy, do you have any context for who sent this message?
I don't know anybody in this case.
At any point in time, did you meet with Detective Ramos to go over any of these iPhone devices or the iCloud returns?
I don't recall specifically going over any specific artifacts.
With Detective Ramos?
Correct.
Or with any detective in the case?
No, I do the extractions, or I'll put them into some sort of software to where they can view it, and then I usually do a small supplement saying what I did, but as far as interpreting the data or seeing how data or items are relevant to the investigation, I don't typically take part in that unless it has to do with the child exploitation case that's assigned to me.
Understood. All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C4. You're not aware of the significance of this photograph, is that correct?
Correct. And I believe it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this is actually not a photograph, but it's a clip of a video.
So it's a still shot from a video?
I believe that that's what was presented. There's a video file, I think, that goes with this. That might have been just before that. It shows all the clips. Yes, sir. And then I believe that that image is just one frame from that video file. But regardless, I don't know the relevance of the video file or the image itself.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 75C9. You're not aware of the significance of this photograph either?
No, sir.
Or the relevance?
No, sir.
Missing something. Did you go through Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
No.
Not at all?
Other than I'll usually go through some of the reports just to show that the artifacts that you would expect to be in there are there, but as far as a specific message or a specific photo, no, I did not go looking for evidence relevant to the case.
All right. Do you know that there were nearly 370,000 artifacts in Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
I'm not aware of how many artifacts there are in it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the number you're telling me.
All right. The iCloud returns. Are you responsible for getting these returns from iCloud?
From Apple, yes, sir.
From Apple. You're responsible for doing that, and is that a lot of work?
I wouldn't say it's a lot of work because it's more of just a download, but as far as the knowledge it takes to be able to decrypt it and use the software that Apple requires you to use because they use their own version of decryption software, so we have to download that, put in the passcode, and then unzip it and then decrypt it, download it, and then put it back into a zip file and then process it. So it's a little bit of a process for a regular person who's never done it before.
Well, for someone in your position, is that a easy task?
It can be, depending how big the extraction is. Some of them we've had to be 1 terabyte of data backed up, and some of that stuff can take a significant amount of time, and you have to go through logs and make sure that nothing failed during the process. And if it did, you have to go download those individual zip folders and then make sure it's all there. So it's yes and no, depending on how big the backup is.
All right, so let's say it is a terabyte or something over a terabyte.
Yes.
How long would that typically take for you to download and get access to?
It could take, we've had it take weeks.
Nothing more than weeks?
It could take longer. I'm not sure because of the failures where you have to keep going back after the information until you get it all downloaded. But with smaller ones, we could have it maybe downloaded in a day and even sometimes parsed the same day.
All right, so if there are Apple iCloud accounts out there that were related to this case, at most it would have taken you weeks to get those Apple iCloud returns downloaded.
From the moment that Apple's created the response and that gets forwarded to us, it would at most, on average, a couple weeks to get the download. It doesn't typically take weeks if it's not that large of a file.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, briefly, Your Honor. For a typical criminal investigation, in order to have Apple start preparing an iCloud return, do you need a search warrant to be authored, granted, issued to Apple for them to respond to that?
Yes.
And in this particular case, any search warrants would have been completed and shared to Apple by detectives.
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, this would be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Here we go.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
The state would call Detective Juan Ramos.
Ramos? Is that the guy we've been waiting on? Is Ramos the detective we've been waiting on this whole time? The detective, the star of the show? Mike's alive.
Okay, you may proceed.
Giggling
Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Juan Ramos
How are you employed?
with the Tampa Police Department
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
since October 13, 2015.
Prior to 2015, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a patrol deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 3 years and a military police officer with the United States Marine Corps for 6 years before that.
And before, what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit
How long have you been in homicide?
since February 6 of 2024.
Is that as a detective?
Yes.
Had you been a detective in another unit at the Tampa Police Department before coming to homicide?
Yes, prior to homicide, I was a District 1 adverse violent crimes detective,
And how long were you in that position?
approximately 5 months.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, did you respond to homicide that occurred at the Home to Suites and Holiday Inn located across from the University of South Florida?
I did.
What's the address of that area, specifically the Home to Suites?
11606 North McKinley Drive,
And what county is that located in?
Hillsborough County,
And what city?
Tampa, Florida.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was called to respond to that location by my supervisor as I was going to be the lead detective in the homicide that occurred there
What time did you arrive at the location?
at approximately 6:23 a.m.
What was your role in this investigation?
I was a lead detective.
What are the responsibilities and duties of the lead detective in a homicide investigation?
The lead detective has the primary responsibility of gathering all the facts and conducting the investigation. So it's kind of like a team effort, but the lead detective would be the team captain, so to speak.
Are there other detectives in homicide that play a particular role in an investigation?
Yes.
And what role would that be?
So at the scene, we have the lead detective, and then we have the second lead. So there would be a detective that would assist the lead. And then at the specific scene, we also had 2 homicide scene detectives that would be there to process the scene and deal with the scene.
Who was the second that assisted you in this investigation?
Detective Aaron Campbell. He's a sergeant now, but yes.
You said that there were 2 detectives in charge of the crime scene detectives. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who were they?
They were Detective David Alberson and Detective Matthew Kirkpatrick.
When you arrived, had the crime scene perimeter already been established?
Yes,
Did you receive an initial briefing when you arrived?
I did.
Was your sergeant already on scene?
I believe so.
And who was that?
Sergeant Rachel Chonik.
When you first arrived, did you make your own observations and do a walkthrough of the crime scene?
I did.
And what were your observations?
I noted that the entire scene spanned from the south end of the Homes to Suites up through the north from there through adjoining parking lot to the Holiday Inn, which was right next to it. And the scene started at the south end of Homes to Suites where there were some shell casings and some impact strikes found and spanned north to where a black Dodge Charger and the victim's body was found.
Was the victim's body, was it still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Had the victim been tentatively identified at that point?
Yes, he was.
What information did you receive in regards to the victim?
I was notified that his name was Charles Jones and that he was a rapper by the stage name of Julio Foolio.
Were there officers with the Tampa Police Department that had already done some initial research into the background of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Had you previously been aware or knew who Charles Jones was before this investigation?
No.
What information was relayed to you regarding Charles Jones' background at the scene on June 23rd of 2024?
I learned that he was a prominent rapper out of Jacksonville who was in Tampa over the weekend to celebrate his birthday and that he had been at a couple clubs before getting to the Homes to Suites.
Based on that information, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you make contact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, in particular their gang unit?
Yes, I was ultimately put in contact with the Jacksonville gang unit.
Was there someone with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that was assigned to assist you and put as the lead for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And would that be in a role of assisting another law enforcement agency?
Yes.
What law enforcement agency primarily has jurisdiction over any homicide that occurs within the borders of Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa?
It would be the City of Tampa Police Department.
When you were at the scene, were you made aware of any sort of witnesses or eyewitnesses to the homicide?
No eyewitnesses.
Was there any persons that were identified to you that were present with the victim, either in another vehicle or in the vehicle when this occurred?
Yes.
And did you attempt to take initial interviews at the scene?
I did.
Who did you interview at the scene?
I interviewed other people who were with the victim. The victim was found to have traveled to Homestead Suites as a part of a 3-car entourage, 2 cars following his car, and still remaining at the scene was the vehicle of the victim's girlfriend, Armani Turner, and the 2 occupants that were in her vehicle.
I think you said initially that the black Dodge Charger still contained the victim. Is that correct?
Correct.
What were the make and models of the 2 other vehicles in the victim's entourage?
Armani Turner's vehicle was a Hyundai Sonata, gray or silver, I believe, and then there was a black Nissan Altima that belonged to Tafa McRae.
Was the black Nissan Altima, was that at that location, or was that later discovered at a different location?
That one was discovered at a different location. It was not at the scene at my arrival.
Now, you said that you interviewed Armani Turner. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is the nature of her relationship to the victim, in this case, Charles Jones?
At the time, she was the active girlfriend of Mr. Jones.
When did her interview occur?
It occurred approximately 7:30 a.m. at the scene. It was one of the first ones I did.
And when you say 7:30 a.m., are you saying June 23rd of 2024, going into the later morning hours?
Correct.
What was her demeanor at the time when you interviewed her?
She was visibly upset and about the situation, obviously.
Without going into what she said, was her interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was she put under oath?
Yes.
And did you take a statement from her?
Yes.
Were there any other individuals that were pointed out to you that had been in one of those 3 vehicles still at the scene over there at the Home to Suites?
Yes, there was Miss Randolph, who was a friend of Armani Turner's, a passenger of the front seat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata, and then Mr. Robert Howard, who was a backseat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata.
Again, did you take an interview with Miss Randolph?
I did.
Did she provide that to you?
Yes.
Was it recorded, and was it a sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Howard, same questions. Did you interview him as well?
Yes, I did.
Was it a recorded and sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
And did you, after those interviews, did you have an understanding as to what vehicle that they were in?
I did.
And what vehicle were those 3 individuals, Miss Turner, Miss Randolph, and Mr. Howard, in?
Armani Turner's Hyundai Sonata.
At some point in the course of your investigation, did you learn that there was another vehicle with the victim's entourage or the victim's party that was not on scene at the Home to Suites?
I did.
Where was that vehicle located?
That vehicle was located on Gates Drive, just north of Advent Hospital nearby.
Had there been other members of the Tampa Police Department that had responded to that location?
Yes.
Were you also alerted that there were other victims that had been shot in this investigation?
I was.
Who had been shot, and when were you notified of that?
At the scene, I was notified by Sergeant Portman that there was 2 other occupants in Mr. Jones's Charger that were struck by gunfire, Gino Norris Jr. and Xavier Edwards, and I was told that they were transported to the Tampa General Hospital. And then I learned of Camilla Bentley being shot as well as an occupant of the Tafa McRae's Nissan Altima, and she self-transported to Advent Health.
When you arrived on scene, had any of those other victims, Miss Bentley, Mr. Edwards, or Mr. Norris, were they still on scene, or had they already been removed or left?
Removed or left. They were not there.
Going back to your briefing, at some point, did you make contact with Officer Bernard DeJesus?
I did.
And did you get any information with him concerning Jacksonville and the victims, where the victims were primarily from?
Yes.
Did you also get additional information specifically about his background and any sort of connection with the gang?
I did.
Can you tell us what you learned at that point?
Yes, I learned that the victim was a prominent rapper from Jacksonville, and that he was associated with or a member of a gang called 6 Block, and that they had some rivals, ATK, NHG, and 1200, and that it was possible that some rivals had traveled down to Tampa and participated in this.
Did you get any information regarding what his known stage name was or what was his rapper name?
Yes, it was Julio Foolio.
Did you get any information as to what it was that he was doing in town?
He was celebrating his birthday, and also he had a paid performance at a club, Teasers, on Nebraska.
During your investigation, did you yourself look at Charles Jones' Instagram account?
I did.
Did you find any sort of advertisements where he was advertising that he would be in Tampa appearing at Teasers or Truth 18?
I did.
When were those advertisements posted in relation to June 23rd of 2024? Is that something you can discern by looking at his Instagram?
Yes, the earliest posting that I found on his Instagram was from approximately June 14th, 8 days before he had to be in Tampa, and it was a flyer advertising that he would be at Teasers Club in Tampa, Florida.
Did it also alert individuals who would see that advertisement on Instagram the date that he would be in Tampa at Teasers?
Yes.
And what was that date?
That was going to be June 22nd.
And you said, I think you mentioned a couple of gangs, I just want to make sure that I understand. You said that some of the initial information was that he was in 6 Block, I'm referring to Charles Jones, that you were also provided information from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office as to who the potential rival gang members were. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you listed more than one. What were those gangs again?
ATK and potentially a subset group of ATK, NHG, and then also 1200.
And is that NHG, does that stand for No Hospital Gang?
Correct.
And then you also said 1200, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you again about the victims that survived, starting with Gino Norris. At some point, were you made aware of where they were transported to?
Yes, I was notified that Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards were transported to the Tampa General Hospital.
Did you yourself go to the Tampa General Hospital?
I did.
Did you attempt to take interviews with Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
I did.
Did you interview Gino Norris?
I did.
What sort of injuries did he have?
He had a gunshot wound to his upper right arm.
Were you able to do an interview with Xavier Edwards?
No.
Why not?
He was in surgery at the time that we were there.
At some point after he was out of surgery, were you apprised about what sort of injuries that Mr. Edwards had?
I was.
What injuries did Mr. Edwards have?
He also sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm and some graze wounds to the right side of his head.
Did you also go to Advent Hospital to interview Camilla Bentley?
I did.
Approximately what time did you go to Advent Hospital?
It was approximately 9 a.m., between 8:30 and 9 a.m. in that time frame.
Still on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct,
Yes,
sir?
ma'am, yes.
Were you able to interview Miss Bentley?
No.
Why not?
She had checked out against medical advice and left the hospital prior to my arrival there.
At some point later in time, did you attempt to take a sworn recorded interview of Miss Bentley?
I tried to make contact with her. I wasn't
Were you ever able to?
No.
Tafa McRae, are you aware who that individual is?
Yes.
How did you become aware of Mr. McRae?
Mr. McRae was still around Advent Health, and I spoke to him near his vehicle, which was parked just north of Advent Health.
And is that an apartment complex that was located on Gates Drive?
Correct.
Was Mr. McRae, was he still present there at that location when you made contact with him?
He was.
Was he cooperative with your investigation?
He was.
Did you learn at some point from other law enforcement officers with the Tampa Police Department that Mr. McRae had willingly turned over a firearm to you?
I did.
Was that firearm in normal course taken and impounded by the Tampa Police Department so further testing could be done if necessary?
It was.
And the vehicle that Mr. McRae had driven, you said that that was also located at that Gates Drive, is that correct?
Correct.
Did crime scene investigators and detectives from the Tampa Police Department go over there to photograph, document, and process that vehicle as well?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Did that vehicle also have gunshot damage to the vehicle?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to ask you about the video footage in this case. At some point, were you made aware that there was video footage that was collected from the Home to Suites?
I guess I was.
When did you learn of the video footage that was collected at the Home to Suites?
Very early on at the scene.
Did you yourself watch the video footage from the Home to Suites?
I did.
Were there other sources and other cameras other than from the hotel itself of the homicide that occurred at Home to Suites?
Yes, there was important footage recovered from a Tesla that was parked next to the Homes to Suites.
How many times did you watch that video footage initially?
At the scene, a couple times.
During your observations or viewing the video footage, were there suspect vehicles that you became aware of that were relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
And what suspect vehicles were there and how many?
From the footage, we were able to determine 2 suspects' vehicles, a black Chevy Impala and a silver Chevy Cruze.
Did you ask for assistance with other Tampa police officers in helping to narrow down the year of the black Chevy Impala that was depicted in the video footage from Home to Suites?
Yes.
And at some point, were you able to narrow down and actually have the registered owner of the black Chevy Impala that was involved in this homicide?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that was done?
Yeah, so we had a very good high-definition footage and a good description of the vehicle. So what we did was we conducted an extensive license plate reader search, having the make and models and the idea that they traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa. We were able to find the actual identities of the vehicles through license plate reader technology.
Can you tell us a little bit about license plate reader technology and how that works?
Sure. So we have a system, a couple systems, Flock, Recore, are just a couple of the ones we use. And what they are is it's a database that you can go on and research, and it has access to cameras spread out all over different jurisdictions within Florida, cities, counties, on the highway. So basically, if you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa, you would probably pass many license plate readers throughout the drive.
And these license plate readers that are throughout Florida, do they have the ability to take a photograph of the license plate readers when it is identified?
Yes, a camera would scan the plate, and then there would be a photograph of the actual vehicle and the plate at the date and time that it was scanned and taken.
And do these license plate readers, do they also record the location of where the scan and the license plate was recognized?
Yes, they do.
Does it also record the date and time when it comes into contact with a certain license plate?
Yes, it does.
Now, you said that they're all over Florida. There are some on the highways and the roadways. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could it be a still-mounted camera that is on the highway above a traffic light?
Correct.
Can it also be mobile? Can there be license plate readers that are attached, for instance, to tow trucks?
Yes.
So they can be, there's various different locations all throughout the state of Florida that has this technology. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you narrowed down the black Chevy Impala, did you have assistance from other fellow officers from the Tampa Police Department, including Detective Skull, as well as one of your civilian investigators who were able to track down and narrow it down to 3 tag numbers for that make and model of a black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
At some point, did your civilian investigator find and locate a black Chevy Impala that was in Hillsborough County during that time period, the weekend of the homicide?
Yes.
What was that tag number, do you remember?
68DLWD.
Who was it registered to?
It was registered to Damali Lyle out of Jacksonville, Florida.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn who Damali Lyle is related to in relation to one of the co-defendants in this homicide?
Yes, Damali Lyle is the mother of co-defendant Sean Gaithright.
And where does Damali Lyle live?
13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
Located in Duval County?
Correct.
Did you locate the address of Sean Gathright, one of the co-defendants in this case?
Yes.
Where does Mr. Gathright live as well?
51 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
Did you also able to determine the license plate for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
How did you determine what the license plate was for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Once we had the Black Impala identified, there's a variation that you can run in the system called the convoy feature. And what we would want to see is if any other plate hit at the same tag readers that the Impala hit at the same time in multiple locations, indicating that they're traveling together. And we did find a silver Chevy Cruze 2018 with a tag number of 30B NRI that hit at multiple LPRs with the Impala.
Did you learn who the silver Chevy Cruze with the tag number 30B NRI belonged to?
Yes, Jasmine Glennon.
Does Jasmine Glennon have a relationship with any of the co-defendants in this case?
Yes, she shares a child in common with Shaheem Murphy, the brother of co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Also cousins to Davion Murphy?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 80, 81, 82, and 46A, B, and C.
Any objection?
Please, one second. Do you want me to show you again?
No, sir.
Okay, admitted.
So, Detective, I think that you mentioned a couple of different companies. One was Vigilant, is that correct?
Flock Record and Vigilant is one of them as well, yes.
And did you utilize cameras from Florida from all three of those companies?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit number 80. So up here it says Brittany Jackson. Who is that?
She is one of our civilian crime analysts for homicide at the city of Tampa.
And I want you to kind of go through and explain what is depicted on this investigative summary. So what do we have here, over here in the upper left-hand corner?
That would be a picture of the entire vehicle of the plate that the camera's focused on.
And then the center picture?
That is a picture of the plate that the camera's focused on.
And these two photographs, that's actually the photograph being taken by the license plate reader, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then what is this third picture over here to the right of the license plate?
That is a Google Maps sort of satellite image of where that camera is located.
And then can you explain exactly what is also captured, some of the details that the license plate detection captures and records when these photographs are taken?
Yes, so here you would have the date and time of the capture, and then the organization whose that camera is up for, the case number that was input when we searched, and then the device name, which also has its location 301 CR225 logging.
And that would be its physical address, is that correct?
Correct.
Does it also give additional information with regards to the device location?
Yes, the Latin longitude there, where your finger's at.
Okay. And then the nearest address, that would be a physical mailing address, is that correct?
Correct.
And all of this corresponds to the mapping that is done, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you got license plate readers hits within Hillsborough County that occurred on June 22nd of 2024 for this black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, can you again say what the time was on June 22nd?
The capture time is 9:05, 17 seconds p.m. UTC, so -4.
Okay. And they also give you the Eastern Standard Time right underneath, is that correct?
Correct, 5:05.
And then again, was there, I'm going to show you the second page of this exhibit, was there another hit within Hillsborough County for this license plate reader that occurred at approximately 5:21:23 p.m.?
I'm sorry, just one minor correction.
Yes, sir.
Hillsborough County is the organization that Brittany's running it under. The actual county where the hits are occurring are all the way at the bottom.
Oh, I apologize.
So
Yeah,
that first one was, this one's Bradford, and I'm not sure what the first one was, but these hits are indicating the travel down from Jacksonville before they get into Hillsborough.
But just for the record and clarification, since we said that it belonged to the organization of Hillsborough County, I'm going to go back to the first
Sorry about that
page
confusion.
to give the exact
Yeah, they
location.
put two counties on there. Yeah, so that hit is in Bradford, and that's where the actual camera is located at in Lawton, Bradford County.
And then again, the black Chevy Impala, where is it located at this time?
So if you scroll, yeah, so this one is maintained by Florida Highway Patrol, and this one's actually in Tampa, Florida. So the north end of Tampa.
And for the record, can you give the time and date of when it actually is in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, the Eastern Standard Time was 7:39 p.m. on June 22nd, 2024.
And were there many hits that you got on this vehicle between the dates of June 22nd going into June 28th? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, June 26th.
Correct.
I'm going to show you one more, just jumping ahead to June 23rd. What is the date and time of this?
This one is 4:25 p.m. on June 23rd, 2024, out of Polk County.
And is this time frame, is this after the homicide occurred?
Correct. This is approximately 12 hours after the homicide.
And where does Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathwright's grandmother live?
In Auburndale in Polk County.
And is this hit in Auburndale?
Yes.
Did you also look for hits belonging to the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, I did.
And And at some point in your investigation, did you look for points where both of those vehicles were in tandem, when they were hitting near the license plate readers close in time?
Yes, I did. I found 4 separate license plate reader hits where they were traveled within 1 minute apart from each other.
To show you States Exhibit 81. I'm going to go to 82, start that. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 82. Can you tell us what is being depicted in this photograph? I'm sorry, license plate report.
Yes, this one's from the recourse system, and it's depicting the silver cruise hitting within cameras specifically that we have in the city of Tampa.
Okay, can you give us the time and the location of where it's hitting?
Yes, starting at the bottom was the first one within the city of Tampa at 7:46 Eastern Standard Time p.m. on June 22nd at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms. The next one in chronological order would be in the middle there. It was at 2:38 a.m. on June 23rd, 2024, hitting at Hillsborough Avenue and 15th Street North. And then the third one up top is at 3:41 a.m. at June 23rd, also hitting at Hillsborough and 15th.
And the second page of this exhibit?
Yeah, this is another license plate reader hit for the 2018 Silver Chevy Cruise at within Tampa, Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms.
And then does it also give you the longitude and latitude?
Yes, it does.
Going back when it is on Bruce B. Downs, what is the exact time that it is hitting off of the Bruce B. Downs camera?
7:46 p.m., June 22nd, 2021.
Now I want to show you the black Chevy Impala. Is that also on the Bruce B. Downs license plate reader camera?
Correct.
And again, what is the time frame?
7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, June 22nd, 2021.
So within a minute of the silver Chevy Cruise hitting that same camera, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you prepare maps that coordinated and showed the kind of progression of these two vehicles utilizing the license plate readers?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. This is also a part of States Exhibit 82. Was this the next one?
Yes, this is another one in Tampa for the Silver Cruise.
And the next page shows the longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And then what's this a photograph of? Oh, sorry.
Again, the Silver Cruise hitting at Hillsborough 15th at 3:41 a.m. on the 23rd.
And the location?
Hillsborough and 15th.
And then what is this a photograph of?
This is actually the black Chevy Impala hitting at Hillsborough and 15th around the same time, 3:41 a.m.
Utilizing the same camera?
Correct.
And did you also utilize license plate readers from Vigilant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 81. This report looks a little bit different, but very similar information, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is the photograph on top?
Yeah, so this is actually a photograph of a vehicle registered to co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and that plate number 53EDYN is confirmed in Florida DHMV database to be registered to Mr. Chance.
And is this the map showing where it's located?
Correct.
And where is this particular license plate reader located?
So this was in the vicinity of 13757 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
And is this license plate reader one of the mobile ones that is on a moving vehicle that happened to capture the license plate?
Correct. This would likely have been a tow truck driving through that neighborhood.
And what address was the co-defendant Isaiah Chance's vehicle located at?
It was in front of 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, but it's showing 57 there, so in the vicinity of.
And who do we know that lives near that address in that vicinity?
That's on John Gaithwright's house.
And what was the date and time that the co-defendant's car was placed at Sean Gaithwright's house?
May 28, 2024 at 10:17 p.m.
And was this?
10:17 p.m., ma'am? Yes, of course.
And how was this relevant to your initial investigation?
This was the first time that we had some linkage between Isaiah Chance, the co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and Sean Gaithright. So I knew of Sean Gaithwright's name because of the registration on the Black Impala, and now this provided linkage between co-defendant Isaiah Chance and Sean Gaithright.
Had you, without going into your conversations with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, had Isaiah Chance, his name, been provided to you during the course of your initial investigation when you first made contact and investigated the gang relevance to this particular case?
Yes.
So that was a name that you were familiar with when you had this hit on your license plate reader?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 46A. I'm going to load up a little bit for you. Did you put together this diagram?
Yes, I asked for it to be put together.
Can you take us through exactly, and let's start off, what is in the center?
In the center there is a satellite map view of most of the state of Florida.
Now, over here on the left-hand side of this diagram, you have several addresses lettered A through G. Is that correct?
Correct.
What are those address reference points on this diagram?
So what we did was we put in the date and time and the location of the LPR hits that we just went through, and then this kind of mapped it out visually for us so we can see the path of travel from Jacksonville to Tampa.
And these are the license plate reader hits for the silver Chevy Cruze. Is that correct?
Correct.
That has the tag number 308 NRI.
30B, yes, correct.
Sorry, did I say, is that a B, not an 8?
It should be a B. I think it was on this specific photo. So some of the LPR hits have confused the B for the 8. I think in this specific photo it says 8, but it's a B.
And then 46B.
A similar map created for the Black Impala.
And on the left-hand side, you have 4 points of location of license plate readers where the black Chevy Impala was seen. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was one of the ones done a little bit earlier. I think in total we had 8 points, but at the time that this one was created, we had 4 points, yes.
So in addition, there are 4 additional points that you have been able to locate for this black Chevy Impala when it was traversing from Jacksonville to Tampa. Is that correct?
A total of 8 points from Jacksonville to Tampa, and then from Tampa to Polk.
States Exhibit 46C.
Yeah, this is a comparison of those two lists and a little bit more complete. This one included all of the hits for the Chevy Cruze and all of the hits for the Black Impala.
So how many letters are for the license plate reader for the for the silver Chevy Cruze?
So everything there from A to J on the top.
And are they designated with a little red tag?
Correct.
And then how many points of contact with the license plate readers for the black Chevy Impala?
Everything from A to J on the bottom in blue.
And now I want to ask you, why have you highlighted, these different points of interest for the silver Chevy Cruze as well as for the black Chevy Impala?
At the time that I highlighted these were the 3 out of the 4 that I had found where they had hit around the same times at the same readers, indicating a traveling in tandem or convoy feature.
And for the record, can you list each one of the times when both the Chevy Impala as well as the silver Chevy Cruze hit at the same license plate reader very close in time?
If I could refer to my report, I actually have all 4 of them listed out.
Yes, there was additional ones.
Yeah, there was one more. Hold on, I'm sorry, I can read them right. Yeah, so the 4 that they traveled close in time was westbound on Highway 326 at Northwest Gameville Road within the same minute at 18:09 hours, so 6:09 p.m. on 6/22/24.
Is that letter B for the black Chevy Impala and letter E for the silver Chevy?
Correct. And then the second one that I have was southbound on I-275 within the same minute at 7:39 p.m. on 6/22/2024. Okay. That would have been F for the Cruze and C for the Impala.
So more specifically off of Tampa Palms Boulevard, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the third one?
Southbound on Bruce B. Downs and Tampa Palms Boulevard. I'm sorry. So the I-75 and 275 is a separate one from the Tampa Palms.
That was a separate one.
Yes. And then I have Bruce B. Downs, Tampa Palms, 1945 to 1947 on 6/22. That's F and C. And then I've got Hillsborough and 15th at 3:42 a.m. on 6/23/24.
Can you point out on the map the one when it's coming on the interstate that is not designated on this particular diagram, 42C?
Yeah, so that one was at
46C.
I-75 and 275, so that would have been just the north end of Tampa. So coming into Tampa where I-75 and 275 meet.
And you also caught them on license plate readers when they were leaving Tampa, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you had previously heard of Isaiah Chance. Were you aware of or made aware of any sort of gang nicknames or stage names or rapper names that he had?
Yes, specifically Gutta Zay.
And what about Gutta Man?
Gutta Man as well, yes.
Where was he from?
Jacksonville.
I want to jump forward a little bit at this point in your direct examination. Have there been other suspects that are charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit the murder of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Who are they?
In addition to the defendant, Alicia Andrews, there's defendants Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Rashad.
Going back to the point in your investigation, after you identified the owner of the silver Chevy Cruze, did you make an attempt to interview the owner of the car, Jasmine Glennon?
I did.
When did that take place?
That took place, I can't recall the exact date, but it was a good time after the initial scene.
What about the registered owner to the black Chevy Impala, Damalie Lyle?
Detective Albertson spoke to her.
And is that normal course when you are in a homicide investigation? Are there certain points of the investigation where you require the assistance of other detectives within the homicide unit to conduct an interview to assist you in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, very much so. It's a team effort.
And who did you say did the interview of Damalie Lyle?
Detective Alberson.
Was Detective Alberson, was he also one of the detectives who actually drove to that location in Auburndale with Sean Gaithright's grandmother when the black Chevy Impala was located?
Correct.
After you determined the tag numbers of both vehicles, what did you do with that information?
Those vehicles were entered into FCIC, NCIC, South Florida, and the national database as felony wanted vehicles.
So does that go out throughout the state of Florida?
And the nation, yes.
And beyond, is
Yes,
that correct? So
correct.
Georgia would have been aware and alerted that you were looking for both a silver Chevy Cruze as well as a black Chevy Impala with the license tag registration information, is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Would they also have been aware of make, model, and potentially have photographs of the vehicles?
Yes, they would have all the relevant identifying information to the vehicle.
At some point in your investigation, were you alerted that the silver Chevy Cruze had been located?
Yes, I was.
Where was it located?
That vehicle was located in Gwinnett County, Georgia.
And when did that happen?
That happened on June 26, approximately between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m.
June 26th of 2024?
24, yes, ma'am.
So 3 days after the homicide had occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you find out that the silver Chevy Cruze was located?
I received a phone call from Lieutenant Christopher Cheek of the Gwinnett County Police Department, who informed me that he had located the vehicle.
Did you respond to Gwinnett County?
Yes, after the vehicle was taken into custody, I traveled up to Gwinnett County.
Did anybody respond with you?
Yes, the second lead detective, Aaron Campbell.
When an item of evidence is located outside of your jurisdiction in another state, do you have to seek the assistance of the local law enforcement agency where the item of evidence is located?
Yes.
Did you do this in this particular investigation?
Yes, I was put in contact with specifically a homicide detective in Gwinnett County that assisted me.
Did he assist you in obtaining a search warrant to seize and impound the black Chevy Impala?
There was one in Polk County, and then specifically this Cruise in Gwinnett.
I apologize. I said that we're still talking about the silver Chevy Cruze, and I said black Impala. Forgive me.
No,
so going back to the silver Chevy Cruze, when you're in Gwinnett County, did you obtain assistance from Gwinnett County with their police officers to obtain a search warrant to seize and impound the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Angela Carter with the homicide unit in Gwinnett assisted me with the search warrants in Gwinnett.
Part of that process, do you provide Detective Carter with the probable cause, the basis for the search warrant in order to be able to search and seize that vehicle?
Correct. I would provide the probable cause, and then she would draft something called a co-affiant search warrant to present to a judge or magistrate in her jurisdiction.
And did you obtain authorization from a judge to be able to impound and search that vehicle?
Yes.
Were photographs provided and taken by, with the assistance of the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Department, of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
Did you make contact with a person by the name of Rashad Murphy?
I did.
Why did you make contact with Rashad Murphy?
I learned from Gwinnett that he was taken into custody for a resisting charge, and he was still in custody when I got there, so I attempted to interview him in relation to this offense here in Tampa.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 37A and 37B. Do you recognize both of these items of evidence?
Yes, I do.
And do those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict Rashad Murphy?
Yes, they do.
During at this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 37A and 37B.
Any objection? Admitted.
Detective Ramos, who is depicted in 37A?
This is co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Now I'm going to go to the black Chevy Impala that I mistakenly referred to earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Did at some point in your investigation, were you alerted that a black Chevy Impala was located?
Yes, during our drive to Gwinnett County, I was alerted that the black Impala was found in Auburndale, Polk County.
So still on June 26th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Who contacted you?
Ultimately, I was informed by Detective Albertson, who I had sent over there to coordinate with Polk County.
And did he, as well as Detectives Kirkpatrick, go to Polk County in order to facilitate that part of the investigation with the black Chevy Impala that was found at Sean Gathwright's grandmother's house?
Yes.
Were you later apprised and briefed by both of those detectives as to what occurred in Auburndale, Florida, with the black Chevy Impala?
I was.
Was the black Chevy Impala impounded, and was a search warrant obtained to search and seize that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also made aware of video footage that was obtained from Lorna Allen, Sean Gathwright's grandmother, of security cameras that were at her home in Auburndale, Florida?
I was.
Did you request that an interview be conducted of Lorna Allen?
Yes.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Albertson and Kirkpatrick.
And how is Miss Allen connected to this case?
She's the grandmother of co-defendant Sean Gathright.
And is it your understanding that she actually was stopped driving the black Chevy Impala in
Correct.
Auburndale, Florida?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
On June 26, 2024.
During the course of the investigation, and Detective Alberson's and Detective Kirkpatrick's part of the investigation, was there alert put out for a gold Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, from Lorna Allen's interview, I learned that the co-defendant Sean Gathright was now traveling in a gold Toyota 4Runner and believed to be back in Jacksonville. So I contacted the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and basically put out a bolo for that vehicle to see if it could be found.
Same type of alert that you mentioned previously?
No. So in this case, there wasn't a probable cause for the 4Runner at that time. So it was just a generic bolo, whereas for the first two cars, it was actually put into the Florida National Database. So in the case of the 4Runner, I just asked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to go look for it visually.
And at some point, did the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office make contact with that gold Toyota 4Runner?
Correct.
Did you get notified when that occurred?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred that same day, earlier in the evening, June 26, somewhere in the afternoon.
Were you apprised of who was located in the vehicle?
Yes, co-defendant Sean Gathright.
And was that vehicle searched and items of evidence relevant to this investigation obtained?
Yes, ultimately the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office was able to develop probable cause and a lawful search of the vehicle was conducted and items relevant to this case were found in it.
Did you obtain those photographs and made aware of the items of evidence that was seized?
Yes, I was.
What items were seized and impounded and relevant to this particular case in the Toyota Gold 4Runner?
The most important thing relevant to the case were there was a small cardboard box that contained approximately 8 or 9 rifle shell casings. They were spent casings. Those were submitted for ballistic analysis, and they were not even matched to a prior attempt on the victim Charles Jones' life from October 7th, 2023 in Jacksonville, And then in addition to those, there was an abundance of firearms materials, items that could be used as accessory on rifles. I believe there was also a Glock pistol and a bunch of ammunition as well.
Let me stop you there and
Sure.
ask a couple of follow-up questions. When you say that there were some shell casings from a rifle that were collected from the Toyota 4Runner that nibined back to the attempted homicide that occurred of Charles Jones or aggravated battery where he was shot in October of 2023, did you have those shell casings, those rifle shell casings, submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for examination in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the analyst, was she able to determine that those shell casings that were found in Mr. Gathwright's Toyota 4Runner were indeed fired from the same rifle, assault rifle, that shot the shell casings connected with the attempted murder or aggravated battery of Charles Jones that occurred earlier in October of 2023?
Yes, correct.
And as the case detective, you would be made aware of the testing that was done pursuant to this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you also make the decisions of what sort of items need to be submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement office for analysis. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how do you make those type of decisions?
It just depends on what the evidence is at the scene and the reasonableness, whether we think that we're going to get something of value, evidentiary value from it.
And so when you were alerted by NIBIN, and what is NIBIN and how does that play a role when it comes to shell casings that are recovered at different crime scenes?
Yeah, so NIBIN is kind of a national database of shell casings that get ejected out of firearms, and basically every shell casing sort of has a unique fingerprint, so to speak. So whenever a casing gets found at a crime scene, it gets put into NIBIN, and then if we find a casing in the future, run it through the system, it could give us a correlation between a different scene that shell casing firearm was used at.
And when you say correlation, that means it's just a presumptive match. Is that correct?
Correct. So when I get the NIBIN hit, it's a presumptive match correlation, and then that's going to indicate to me that I need to get this off to the lab to get verified.
Were there other items of evidentiary value to this homicide that occurred here in Tampa, Florida, that were located in the Toyota 4Runner that Sean Gathwright was located in 3 days after this homicide occurred?
Yes.
What was that?
Like I mentioned, just the amount of ammunition and firearms accessories that were similar in nature to some of the ones seen on the rifles located on the video camera from the scene.
And going back to that Home to Suites video footage that you watched, did you also watch the video footage from the Tesla?
Correct.
Based on you viewing that video footage, was there anything unique about the firearms in this case that caught your attention?
Yeah, the most distinct thing that really caught our attention early on was the fact that both of the rifles used at the scene were equipped with brass catchers, and therefore they left no shell casings at our scene.
And as an experience as working homicide cases, is that typically something that you would expect to see at a homicide scene involving assault rifles, assault platform rifles?
Overall, go ahead.
It's common.
And you mean that a crime has a brass catcher?
Correct.
Okay. But my question to you was, as a homicide investigator, when an assault rifle is used, would you normally expect to see at a crime scene the shell casings from the rifle, from the assault rifle?
Correct. We would expect that the AR-5 would eject casings, and we find those casings on the ground.
When you watched the Home to Suites video, did you see and were you able to discern, based on the camera placements and angles, where the location of where the potential shooters were?
Yes, correct, ma'am.
And were those areas where the shooters with the AR rifles, and how many shooters in this particular case had assault rifles?
2 out of the 3 shooters.
Was that area searched for any sort of shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
And were shell casings belonging to an assault rifle, were any shell casings for an assault rifle located in that area?
No, ma'am.
And when you viewed the Home to Suites video, were you able to see what you have described as, or what you called a brass catcher on the assault rifles?
Yes, ma'am.
So when the Toyota 4Runner is stopped, driven by Sean Gathwright 3 days later, were there parts, gun parts, suitable for use with an AR rifle, the types that were used, the 2 that were used in this particular case?
There were.
Was there ammunition that is suitable for being fired in assault rifles that were located in that gold Toyota 4Runner driven by Sean Gathwright?
Yes, there were.
And since there were no shell casings left by the assault rifles at the crime scene, is there ever going to be any sort of shell casings that we can compare that would be of use in our case?
No.
But still of relevance or of note to you would be any sort of ammunition that can be fired in those type of weapons that are depicted in that video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that why you seized that ammunition suitable for an assault rifle from that vehicle?
Correct.
Now, there were some shell casings that were located. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what sort of shell casings were there?
Those are rifle shell casings.
At our crime scene.
Oh, I'm sorry. At our crime scene.
In Tampa.
Yes, our crime scene, we recovered 31 spent 9mm pistol casings.
And all of those only cannot be fired in an AR rifle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the video, is there another shooter that is identified as having a firearm as opposed to an assault rifle?
Yes, one of the shooters was equipped with a pistol.
Okay. Did you notice anything unique about the pistol when you are viewing the video from Home to Suites and the Tesla?
Yes, from the video you can see the high rate of fire coming from the muzzle flash on the pistol and the impacts on the windshield indicating that a pistol was being fired at a fully automatic rate.
And can you tell the jury what is the significance of that and what does that mean for a semi-automatic pistol?
Yes, so pistols typically aren't configured in a fully automatic mode as there's a lot of legality behind it. So this specifically was a Glock pistol that was believed to have been equipped with what they call a Glock switch that would be put on the back plate to convert the Glock pistol to make it a fully automatic pistol.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 22B1 through 5. Do you recognize this DVD? And did I ask you to previously look at that and then initial it so you could locate it or recognize it at another time?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this video fairly and accurately represent the video footage from the Home to Suites that occurred on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And we previously introduced into evidence already States Exhibit 22A and 22B6. I'm going to show you on video
Are you admitting the remainder of 22B,
Yes,
1
Judge.
through 5?
Judge, we would admit at this time State's Exhibit 22B, 1 through 5.
Any objection?
Go ahead.
Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show B 1 through 5, but I am going to show 22A as well. Detective Ramos, when I'm talking about 22B 1 through 5, you were aware that there is a timestamp on the Home to Suites video, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Alverson also collected and viewed the videos, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a time discrepancy from the Home to Suites video?
Yes, there was.
And what was the time discrepancy?
I have a preferred report. I can
That would help
recall.
refresh your recollection, absolutely.
1 minute and 45 seconds left.
I'm going to show you B1 first. Can you tell us what is being shown in B1?
Yes, this is a camera from the Homes to Suites on the east side of the building, pointing southeast towards McKinley. What we see here is now the suspect, black Chevy Impala, has arrived into the parking lot, made an immediate right, and drove north past this camera.
And then where is this camera angle?
This camera's on the same side of the building, except it's pointing northeast towards McKinley and Fowler. As the suspect, black Impala, travels north, it now crosses in front of this camera.
Now we're on B3. Where's this angle at?
This camera's on the north side of the building, pointing east. And we see the black Impala continuing north through the parking lot.
I'll show you B4. What does this camera show?
This camera's located on the west side of Homes to Suites, and it's pointing to the west, and we can see the Impala arrive on the opposite side of the building and make a U-turn there.
Can you tell us where on the screen the portico is or the awning where the victims are stationed?
Yeah, to the left. Had the Impala continued on, it would have crossed the line where the portico was at.
So what's happening now at 4:35?
The suspect Silver Cruise has arrived in the view of this camera and driven north from the west side of the building.
And I say 4:35, the timestamp, but what is the actual time with the conversion?
So right now it would be 4:37:45, since this is slow.
And where the silver Chevy Cruze came from, would it have gone by where the victims were stationed at the entry to Home to Suites?
Correct. The Silver Cruise passed the victim's location twice, once on the way in and once on the way out.
What can you see now?
Yes, in the center there, between the top of the van and the extension there, we saw three figures come from the Impala area, the Impala, and go towards the front of the hotel. And this is the aftermath as they're running out.
And note what is the time on the timestamp?
Yeah, 4:37:30, so it would have been around 4:38, almost 4:39.
What are we seeing now?
This is the aftermath of after the shooting, after Xavier just drove north through the parking lot. We see the Impala pulling out of the spot and leaving at this moment.
So the blinking lights that were occurring at the end of the video, what was that?
That was a car alarm that went off in the general area where the Tesla was parked that captured the footage.
I'm going to show you States 22B5. What camera angle are we looking at now?
This camera's on the southwest corner of the Homes to Suites, and it's pointing in the southwest direction. So this would have been the continuation of when I said left off the screen in that last slide, is where we're at here. We saw the Cruise come in, and now we're seeing the Cruise come out. Now we see the shooters arriving into view of this camera.
And what is the time?
On the timestamp 37:14, correct time would have been 4:38, almost 4:39.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 45. Do you recognize this diagram?
Yes, I do.
Did you create this diagram after you noted and watched all of the videos, including the Tesla video as well as the Home to Suites video?
I did.
Was there also a video that was located outside USF on a pole, what's considered a pole camera?
Yes, there was.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 45.
Any objection?
No, the diagram.
Okay. I tell you what, it's 3:15 or a little after. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute or so afternoon break. Let me take a look at the exhibit. Okay.
All right.
Time the state would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 24.
Okay. Any objection? Okay. Admitted.
Detective Ramos, I had previously asked you about a pole cam on USF, the University of South Florida property. Did you obtain video footage in relation to this investigation from that pole cam?
I did.
Where is that pole cam located?
It's located at the intersection of McKinley and Fowler on the south end of the college campus, pointing south towards southbound McKinley in that area.
Does it show the entrance to the Home to Suites, the entrance on McKinley Drive that vehicles would have to take to enter into that parking lot?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 24.
Thank you.
Sure.
Detective Ramos, can you see a timestamp on this particular video?
No.
Is there a time that was associated that you were able to determine based on coordinating it with the video footage from the Home to Suites?
Yes.
And when in time is this video capturing?
This video is going to start approximately 04:22:23 time frame on 6/23/2024, and the first thing we'll see is the victim's convoy arriving.
And can you tell us what this intersection is?
So the camera's pointing south. The street going from east to west is Fowler, and then south of the light is North McKinley. The Homes to Suites is on the right-hand side at the top center of the screen.
And can you kind of, if you could stand up, just kind of point the general direction of where the entrance would be if you are entering Home to Suites on McKinley?
Sure. So at this top center of the screen, to the right of those headlights, south of the crosswalk to the right-hand side.
And you said the victim and his entourage are going to be shown momentarily, is that correct?
Correct.
And what direction are they coming from?
They're coming northbound on McKinley from the Bush area.
And in order to make that entrance into Home to Suites on McKinley, do they have to do a U-turn?
Correct. They have to make a U-turn at the light and then go back south on McKinley and make a right. Right there. So at this point, we're seeing the victim's 3-car convoy arrive at the top of the center of the screen there, and they're in the left lane, getting ready to make a U-turn to go back south on McKinley. There's the victim's Charger leading the 3 cars, and then the other 2 cars, which are the Imani Turns Hyundai Santa Fe and David McRae's Nissan Altima. And then now they're making a right into the Homes to Suites parking lot. This vehicle off to the left, at the top center there is the Silver Cruise that was following them. It makes a right on to eastbound Fowler, and then ultimately comes back and goes north onto the USF property, the stage across the street. The Silver Cruise just came northbound onto the USF property.
Let me back up just a little bit.
Sure. This is the Silver Cruise.
There's no question pending.
Sorry.
Okay, ask a question.
Detective, what is going on at this point?
This is the Silver Cruise, westbound follower making a right onto the northbound Spectrum McKinley there onto USF property.
So, Detective, what was happening there?
That was the suspect Black Impala arriving at that same left turn that the victims made a U-turn and then made a right into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
And then do you see the silver Chevy Cruze again?
Correct. From this footage, you'll see the Silver Cruise drive southbound on Spectrum, cutting across Fowler onto southbound McKinley, and then make that same right into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
Detective, I'm going to fast forward. You tell me when to stop.
Sure. Right there. Yep, there it is. Going through the red light.
Detective, did you make a diagram to show the different movements of the vehicle as well as create a timeline of the events of where those vehicles went, the victim's entourage as well as the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 45. Is this the diagram that you created?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us what are the two vehicles that we're looking at? I'm sorry, what are the two streets that we're looking at starting over here to the right of the photograph?
That's on the right there. It's North McKinley Drive, also known as 40th Street.
Okay, and what is the intersecting roadway?
East Fowler Avenue.
And can you tell us if you were on that USF poll camera, where would it be in relation to this diagram?
It would be to the top right off the diagram.
And so the camera would be looking down into where that entrance is on McKinley, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you can see that intersection right there on Fowler and McKinley. That's where those U-turns are happening with the victim's entourage as well as the black Chevy Impala.
Correct.
Can you take us through exactly what's signified by the red arrows and the blue arrows and kind of go through the location of where the victim goes and parks?
Yeah, so...
and you can stand up if you need to kind of point different areas out.
Sure. So we have here three color codes, green, blue, and red. At the bottom of the Homestead Suites, there's three green blocks. Those represents the three vehicles, the victim and his entourage, the Charger where it was parked, the Sonata behind it, and then the black Nissan Altima. The red arrows signify the path of travel for the suspect, black Altima. It comes in off of McKinley, makes an immediate right, drives north the long way around, and ultimately ends up on the west side of the Homestead Suites. The blue signifies the path of travel of the suspect Silver Cruise. It also comes in off of McKinley Drive. However, it does not take the same path of travel as the Impala. It drives along the south end of Homestead Suites, makes a right, makes a U-turn, and it comes back out the same way it came in, passing the victim's three green blocks there twice.
Now break it down a little bit more.
Sure.
What time did Charles Jones arrive in the black Dodge Charger along with the two other vehicles, the Hyundai and the black Nissan Altima?
Approximately 4:26 a.m.
And they're the first to arrive, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said they are designated by the green boxes, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have seen the video footage, is that correct?
Correct.
What way in this diagram is the driver's side of the vehicle facing?
The driver's, so the vehicle's facing to the west, to the left, so the driver door would be south, and then the front passenger door would be north towards the hotel lobby.
So the cars would be faced away from McKinley Drive, is that correct?
As far as the victim's Dodge Charger, yes.
So the people that are sitting in the victim's Dodge Charger, as well as the other vehicles, they would be facing not the where the entrance is on McKinley Drive, but in the opposite direction, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said now that the red arrows, they represent the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the second vehicle to arrive?
After the victim's vehicle, yes.
And what time approximately does the black Chevy Impala enter into the parking lot of McKinley Drive and go around the building and park on the opposite end?
It was approximately 6 minutes after, so approximately 4:32 a.m.
And you said that it never goes in front of the victim's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And based on the different camera views that surround this property, where does it end up do that U-turn and ultimately park?
It ends up on this diagram to the bottom left there, where there's a red block. That's the general area of the parking spots where the black Impala backs into a parking spot.
And again, this area where the black Chevy Impala, is it ever in eyesight of any of the people who are seated in the three vehicles in the victim's party?
No.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze enter into this parking lot?
Approximately 4:36 to 4:37.
And you said it goes a complete different direction than the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have it going right by where the victim and the other two vehicles are parked, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you said it does what?
It makes a U-turn where the top left blue arrow is there and then comes back the same way it came in.
With that car, based on this diagram and based on all of the video footage that was collected, does it go in front of where that black Chevy Impala is parked?
Twice, yes.
And then as it exits out, is it again going in front of where the victim and the two other vehicles are parked?
Yes.
And when it is driving out with the driver's front window of that silver Chevy Cruze, would that have a direct eyesight to the driver's front windshield of where the victim, Charles Jones, was located?
Yes.
Overall, go ahead.
Yes.
They would be facing one another?
Yes, correct.
Do any of the shooters, the three shooters that are in that parked Chevy Impala, do any of them get out of the vehicle until that silver Chevy Cruze goes by the victim's vehicle twice?
No.
And that is seen on all of that video footage?
Correct.
When do they get out of the black Chevy Impala and start walking towards where the victim and the two other vehicles are located?
Approximately 4:38, so it would have been 30 to 45 seconds after the Cruze left.
And is the first shots that are fired, is that caught on that main camera that shows where the victims and the two other vehicles in the victim's party are parked?
Correct.
And where are the first shots fired, in what direction at whom?
The very first shots are fired from west to east towards the front windshield of Mr. Charles Jones' Dodge Charger,
Where he happens to be seated in what seat?
the front passenger seat.
Going to publish states 22B6. Detective, do you recognize all three of the vehicles that are now being shown in states 22B6?
I do.
And can you point out who is in that black Nissan Altima that is at the top of the screen?
The black Nissan Altima has a Tafa McRae, Aaliyah Albritton, and Camille Bentley in it.
You yourself interviewed Mr. Tafa McRae, is that correct?
I did.
Did you also eventually get an interview with Aaliyah Albritton, the lady who is depicted in the pink?
Correct.
And then the black, they just passed a black Dodge Charger, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you see who is seated in the passenger side of that vehicle?
Yes, signified by the white socks with the red tips. That is the victim, Mr. Charles Jones.
Had you, as part of your investigation, obtained other video footage that occurred earlier in the night?
Yes.
And were you aware of how and what he was wearing?
Yes, white and red.
And other members of the party that was with him?
Correct.
Who ultimately was in the black Dodge Charger with the victim, Charles Jones, when this occurred?
Xavier Edwards is the driver and Gino Norris Jr. in the backseat.
And what car just passed by?
The suspect Silver Cruze.
And then there is a vehicle that is parked directly behind the Dodge Charger where Charles Jones is a passenger. Who is located in that vehicle?
Armani Turner, Miss Randolph, her friend, and Robert Howard.
And again, you interviewed all of those three individuals later that morning?
Correct.
What's going on at this point in the video?
The Cruze has now turned around and is headed back out the way it came in.
And in any video footage, including this one, the Tesla and the surrounding cameras, had any, prior to that happening, anybody gotten out of that black Chevy Impala?
No.
This first shooter, what sort of firearm did he have?
He had a pistol that was firing at a fully automatic rate.
And what area was he specifically targeting?
The windshield of the black Dodge Charger.
All of the other vehicles with the victim, did they immediately leave?
Yes.
Did you put together a composite video that compiled all of the camera angles of the surrounding hotel and the Tesla and put them chronologically in time together?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 22A. And sir, this is all put together in chronological time. Is that correct? Stitching together the various videos.
Okay, correct. Easier to follow.
And what is being shown right there, what that car just passed?
That's the Impala arriving into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
And are you showing the path of travel of that black Chevy Impala?
Correct. Driving northbound through the parking lot.
And again, it has not passed in front of those victims' vehicles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is happening here?
It arrived on the west side of the Homestead Suites and it's turning around.
And is it now parking in that space that you had designated in States Exhibit 45 by that red rectangle?
It stages until the cruise arrives, and then once the cruise arrives, it starts to park, yes.
And that is the cruise passing again right in front of the victim's vehicle?
Correct.
And where is the black Chevy Impala at this point?
The Impala is passing in front of the Tesla with the cruise right behind it.
What's the cruise doing at this point?
It turned around and is now headed back out the way it came in.
And then where's the black Chevy Impala?
The black Impala, while the silver cruise is turning around, is pulling into the parking space. There's the tail lights, and it's backing in. You can see it from in between the top of the van and the white pillar there in the center of the screen.
And now is it parked?
Right now, it's fully in the spot.
And that is the spot that you designated on your diagram, is that correct?
With a red block, yes.
And what is happening with the silver Chevy Cruise?
The cruise is driving out the way it came in, passing the victim's location.
What are you capturing now in this video footage?
The three shooters came out of the Impala and are walking towards the victim's position. This is them passing the Tesla, various angles.
Did you see the person with the handgun?
Yes, bottom right of the screen.
During the course of the shooting, did anyone from the victim's vehicles, those two other vehicles, ever get out of the vehicle and approach the victim in his vehicle?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did any of the victims in those two vehicles that fled, the Nissan Altima and the Hyundai, did any of them get out of those vehicles before fleeing?
No.
Did the two persons that got out of the black Nissan Altima, Miss Aaliyah Albritton and Tafa McRae, did any of them ever come out of the hotel while the shooting was occurring?
No.
Now what is being shown here?
This is the victim's vehicle driving north. The shooters are running by the Tesla with the third shooter in the back there still shooting.
And what vehicle, based on all this video footage, are the shooters pursuing?
The black Dodge Charger containing the victim.
And this is a composite of various cameras, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you watch the entirety of all of the cameras of the surrounding home to suites of the Tesla and the USF pole cam? Did you watch the entirety of all of that video footage?
I did.
And during that time period, did you ever see Aaliyah Albritton or Tafa McRae ever exit out of the hotel during the course of when all that shooting was occurring and when the victim's vehicle was being pursued by those shooters?
No.
At some point, did you have other detectives in the homicide department locate video footage from where the victims were earlier in the night?
Yes.
You said that you had conducted interviews of Miss Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
Robert Howard?
Correct.
As well as Miss Randolph. During your investigation, were you trying to establish a timeline of where the victim had been prior to coming to Home to Suites and trying to investigate the perpetrators of this crime?
Yes.
Were there two other locations that you were aware of that the victim had been?
Yes.
And what were those two locations?
Those two locations were prior to Homestead Suites. It was a after-hours nightclub called Truth 18, and then before Truth 18, the first club that the victim went to was a strip club, Teaser's Gentlemen's Club.
And did you also look at the victim Charles Jones' Instagram feed to see if he had posted anything on that day, September 22nd, leading up to September 23rd, 2024, in the early morning hours?
I did.
You specifically looked at his Instagram feed?
Yes, his stories feed.
And when you were looking at his stories feed on Instagram, is there, at that time, do you actually record that?
Yeah, I screen recorded it and then documented everything I observed.
Why did you screen record it?
Because the stories feeds on Instagram, they basically delete after 24 hours, so I was afraid that if I didn't memorialize them, within 24 hours they would be lost.
I'm going to show you what's been already introduced into evidence, states 95A. I think. So this is the screen recording you did of his story?
Appreciate everybody popping out for my birthday, you know what I'm saying? Everybody take that shit on three, man. 1, 2, 3. Got my brother with me on popped out for my birthday, you know what I'm saying? Oh, God, yeah.
Did you confirm that he had been at an Airbnb earlier on September 22nd of 2004?
Yes, in August.
And what's that being shown now?
A flyer about the after party at Truth 18.
I'm going to show you it's already in evidence 95C1. You know what this is?
Yes, that was the first flyer on the victim posted on his Instagram for advertising the performance at Teasers in Tampa.
Does it give a date and time when he's going to be there?
Yes, on the top left, June 22nd, and the top right time, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 95-2C. What is this?
This is the second flyer that the victim posted off of his Instagram advertising the same event. Also has Teasers listed there.
Okay, and is the date again listed on that when he's going to be there?
Correct, June 22nd.
Does it also list that it's going to be his birthday on that day?
Yes.
And you said that part of this investigation, you had other detectives assist you with gathering video footage from both Teasers and was at another club, Truth 18?
Correct.
Approximately what time did the victim and his entourage go to Teasers?
Teasers approximately 2:26 a.m. on the 23rd.
And approximately what time did the victim go to Truth 18 with all of his friends and the other people in his party?
Arriving into the parking lot approximately 3, going up the steps around 3:15.
Karen, maybe approach.
Yes.
Karen, at this time we introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 39 and 40.
Okay. Any renew previous objections? Okay, same ruling will be admitted.
And Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 41A and B. Do you recognize this DVD? Did I ask you to take a look at it and then make your initials on it prior to coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize your initials and the day that you signed it?
I do, ma'am.
And does this CD State's Exhibits number 41A through B, does that contain a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred at Teasers nightclub on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check the date and timestamp of this video?
I did.
Did it have an accurate timestamp?
No, I did not.
How much was the video off from the real time?
7 minutes and 23 seconds.
And how did you determine that it was off 7 minutes and how many seconds, sir?
23.
23 seconds. How did you determine that?
I personally pulled this video myself, so it would be, I would go on time.gov on one of my devices and compare it to the live view timestamp to see the difference.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd also introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 41A through B.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
I'm going to first show you State's Exhibit 39. What is that a photograph of? Or a map of?
That is a satellite overhead view of Teasers Gentlemen's Club.
And what is the address of Teasers Gentlemen Club?
9700 North Nebraska.
That located here in Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
And what county?
Hillsborough County.
It's going to publish 41A through B. Let's start with 41A. Did you do a composite that merged two different cameras?
Correct.
And where are the cameras located at Teasers nightclub?
They have 2 on the front, one on the west side of the building and one on the north side of the building that basically capture 3/4 of the building.
And what is this camera angle that we're looking at first?
This is at the south east corner of the building, pointing west, and it covers the front door. To the right there, that gray door, that's the front entry into the building.
And what is the timestamp? And can you give us what the correct actual time would be?
Yeah, timestamp's 2:16:50 right now, and it's 7 minutes and 23 seconds slow, so the correct time frame would be closer to 2:24, 2:25.
What are we looking at now?
This is the first time the Silver Cruise is seen on camera arriving in the area. I'm sorry, the second time the Silver Cruise is arriving into the area. The correct time would be 2:24, 2:25 as well.
At some point, did you speed up the footage to make it go faster?
Yes.
Other than increasing the speed, is there any other alterations that have been made to this video?
No.
Detective Ramos, what's happening at this point in the video?
Top right there from the Silver Cruise, we see Defendant Isaiah Chance exit the driver's side and co-defendant Alicia Andrews exit the front passenger seat, and they are now walking through the parking lot together.
And what is at the direction and in which they are walking?
They are walking now southbound through the west side of the parking lot towards Castle Street, towards where the front would be.
The front entrance to Teasers?
Correct.
What's going on at this point?
The co-defendant Isaiah Chance is manipulating a cellular device.
Later on in your investigation, did you determine whose cellular device he was manipulating?
Yes, that of co-defendant Alicia Andrews.
Is that a device that he was just shown holding up to his ear or his face?
Yeah, he appears to be holding it up to his mouth area.
Again, are these snippets of video, are they chronologically in time?
Yes.
And in looking at this again at the front door to Teasers, where in relation to this video would be that back parking lot area?
To the top center. So if you're looking past the gentleman in the blue hat, all these gentlemen where the speed limit sign is at, it says 25, that's the back parking lot area where the defendants are at.
And do you see that there is security or bouncers that are manning the door?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, can you see the victim in this particular video?
Yes.
What's he wearing?
A red beanie hat, a white t-shirt, and red shorts being patted down right now.
And being patted down by whom?
The bouncer working the door.
And again, this is snippets of video. Did you watch the entirety of video footage during this time period for all of these cameras?
I did, yes, ma'am.
What are we seeing now, and what time is it?
This after the victim enters. This is the defendants, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance, walking back to the cruise.
Going back to that camera showing the front door, did you ever see Alicia Andrews or Isaiah Chance ever come up to that front door in all of the video footage of the front door?
No, they did not.
Did you ever see the defendant Alicia Andrews and the defendant Isaiah Chance ever go up to any of those bouncers or doormen at that front door?
No, they did not.
Did they ever enter Teasers nightclub that night, June 23rd of 2024, during this time period?
No, they did not.
It was doing intel and
What's going on at this
reconnaissance.
point?
The Silver Cruise is leaving the parking lot.
And what are we seeing in this clip at the front door again?
This is fast forward now approximately 20-30 minutes when the victim's exiting.
At this point, had we ever seen the black Chevy Impala that we had seen connected with the 3 shooters at Home to Suites?
Not up to this point.
And again, this is earlier in the night than when the Home to Suites video was shown. Is that correct?
Correct.
What are we seeing now?
Now we're seeing in the top right corner, we're seeing the black Impala for the first time in the Teasers cameras. It's arriving in the parking lot around the same time that the victim is exiting out of the front door.
And at this point, had the silver Chevy Cruze already came and parked, went up to the area around the door, and then gone back into the vehicle and left?
Correct.
What's being seen in this angle?
This is another angle of that black Impala there in the top right, circling the parking lot and making its way back out onto Castle to the front of the club.
What can you see now?
The black Impala is now traveling on Castle, and at this point it's stopped directly in front of the Charger.
So the victim's vehicle, the Charger, is now closely connected to where that black Chevy Impala is. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think they probably decided not to do it right here because it seemed like they had a chance.
Did anybody from the black Chevy Impala ever get out at that point?
No.
And you watched all of the video footage from all of those angles, various angles around Teasers, the parking lot, the front entrance?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 40. This is a diagram, again, of the the victim's vehicles, as well as the arrival of the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze.
Correct.
Can you explain the diagram and what the arrows and the rectangles mean in this diagram?
Sure. Similar to the last one, we saw the 3 green boxes at the bottom of the building there represent the victim's vehicle and his 2 entourage vehicles. And then the blue arrows represent the silver Chevy Cruze, the suspect silver Chevy Cruze. It comes in off of Castle, drives northbound along the west side there, and then backs into a spot where it's designated by a blue box. As we saw in the video, 2 people, co-defendants, Isaiah Chance and the defendant, Alicia Andrews, get out of the vehicle. Those are the blue dots representing their walk path. At some point, they align with the south of the building there and then walk back towards the vehicle. And then they drive out onto Castle, onto Nebraska. As the victim is exiting, we see the red arrows represent the path of travel for the suspect black Impala. It arrives southbound on Nebraska, makes it right into the north side of the parking lot there, drives around the parking lot, comes out onto Castle, at one point positioning itself directly in front of the victim's Dodge Charger on Castle.
Approximately what time is the victim's party arriving, the victim in the Dodge Charger and the 2 other vehicles in his party? Approximately what time does it get to Teasers?
The victim's Dodge Charger arrives in between 2:22 to 2:26 time frame. I believe one of the other vehicles arrived a little bit earlier, around 1:41.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze with Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance arrive at Teasers?
In the general area, approximately 2:15. We first see it on camera at 2:17, and then when it does the motion where it parks, it's 2:24.
And that's 2:15, 2:17 a.m. of June 23rd of 2024?
Correct.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze leave?
Approximately 2:31.
And approximately what time does the black Chevy Impala arrive at this location, this area?
Approximately 2:55.
What time does the victim's vehicle leave?
Around that same time, 2:55.
Now, you said that this had been the second time that the silver Chevy Cruze had been in the area. How do you know that?
I watched all of the footage.
And at some point, did you also review the cell site location information of Sean Gathright for his phone?
Correct.
Did you do cell phone mapping of Sean Gathright's phone?
I did.
And based on the cell site mapping of Sean Gathright's phone, had he, whether or not in a black Impala or silver Chevy Cruze, had he been to this location, Teasers off of Nebraska Avenue, earlier in the evening on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
When did his cell phone show to be in the vicinity of this Teasers nightclub on June 22nd of 2024?
Approximately 10:30 p.m.
And how long was it in this area, this vicinity?
Approximately 30 minutes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94C7. This is a cell-rate extraction from Sean Gathright's phone. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what time is being shown at the timestamp over here?
In number 1 is 6:22:24 at 2:55 p.m. And number 2 is 6:22:24 at 10:03 p.m.
Oh, actually, I meant to go
Yeah.
to 2. I apologize.
No problem.
Is this what you were referring?
Yes, this is so the time frame between 10 and 10:30 that his device was in the vicinity of Teaser's club was 6:22:24. Yes.
And then did you also obtain or have other detectives obtain video footage from Truth 18?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification States Exhibit 42. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that a map that is containing Truth 18 and the location?
Correct.
I'm going to show you this diagram, States Exhibit 43. Is this a diagram that, again, where you diagram out the parties, including the arrival of the victim and the silver Chevy Cruze, as well as the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
May we approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 44. Have you previously looked at this video of Truth 18?
Yes.
And was there detectives with your unit that were tasked with obtaining this video footage?
Yes.
And was Truth 18, was that located in a plaza that contained a hair salon and some other businesses?
Correct.
And did you view this video?
I did.
Did it fairly and accurately show the location outside of Truth 18, including the plaza, the parking lot, as well as the entrance to Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Did you ask the detectives, in particular Detective Klein, to confirm the timestamp of that video footage?
Yes, I did.
Was that timestamp accurate?
No, it was not.
How off was the timestamp for the Truth 18 video?
22 hours, 45 minutes, and 9 seconds past.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce also into evidence States Exhibit 44.
Any objection? Okay, admitted. It's 44 is what she admitted. I'm assuming she's going to.
Detective, what is located in States Exhibit 42?
This is a satellite overhead image of the Truth 18 Plaza on the south side of the road there, bottom left.
What is the physical address of Truth 18?
4819 East Bush Boulevard.
Is that located here in Tampa, Florida?
It is.
What county is it located in?
Hillsborough.
And can you tell us where is the entrance, or where is Truth 18 located in this photo? I want to point it out for us.
Yeah, it's a two-story building there at the bottom left of the screen, signified by the red dot, and Truth 18 is on the second floor of that building.
Okay. And do the cameras that are located in the strip plaza, does it show the parking lot to Truth 18 as well as the stairwell that leads up to where Truth 18, the entrance is on the second floor?
Correct.
Okay, it's really loud. I'm sure the court reporter can't hear because I can barely hear. I'll just pause it momentarily, get the volume down.
Detective, can you tell us what's happening at this point?
Yes, the victim's entourage had arrived to the parking lot and they parked, and at this point, some of the entourage is loitering in the parking lot on the bottom of the screen there. Lee Albrecht and Camille Bentley, and gentlemen off to the right.
And can you tell where those vehicles are related to the victim's party?
Yes, there is one on the north side of the screen on my Turner's Hyundai, and then the black Nissan Altima, and then the victim's Charger's off screen to the right.
Slightly off screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what are we seeing here?
We are seeing the victim and his entourage walking up the stairs up to the front of Truth 18 that's off to the right there.
And approximately what time is it, converting the time to real time?
This was approximately 3:27 a.m.
And this is occurring after the victims had already been to Teasers nightclub, is that correct?
Correct.
And what's going on now?
The victim is starting a live stream on his Instagram.
And is that the Instagram video that we saw earlier?
Yes.
What's being viewed now on the video?
This is a recording of that Instagram live stream that he posted on his stories.
What are we seeing in this video?
Silver Cruise, top left, arriving.
And what can we see here?
The Silver Cruise, the bottom wheelbase of it, just made a right onto the street to the east of the Truth 18 Plaza.
And again, in this video, did you increase the speed?
Yes.
And other than increasing the speed, is there any alterations that are being made?
No.
And can you still barely see the silver Chevy Cruise in the top of the video?
Yes, right in the top. It's trying to park in, just now went off view.
Okay, what can we see now?
This is Defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendant Isaiah Chance walking from the top right through the parking lot.
And where is the victim's party at this point?
They are inside or at the top of the landing.
And again, did you watch all of the video footage and angles that were in the strip plaza as well as the door leading up to Truth 18?
Correct.
Did the defendant, Alicia Andrews or Isaiah Chance, ever go up those stairs and enter into Truth 18 that night?
No, they did not.
And this is the video footage that shows the door and entrance to Truth 18, is that correct?
Correct.
Did they ever come up those stairs?
No.
What's going on at this point?
At this point, the victim and his entourage are leaving Truth 18.
At this point in time, had you seen the black Chevy Impala yet?
No.
What are we seeing here?
The black Chevy Impala arriving. It's pulling into the Enterprise parking lot there in the top left.
And is this the first time that we have seen the black Chevy Impala at this location?
Correct.
Detective, can you still see where the black Chevy Impala is at this point?
Yeah, just back out of a spot, and it's now driving out onto a bush. Shooting across northbound on that street.
And where is Truth 18 in relation to this camera angle?
Top right off the screen.
And what can we see now?
The black Impala has returned and is now at the stop sign facing southbound.
And is that in the upper right-hand corner of the screen?
Correct.
What are we seeing in this video screen?
This is from the first floor, pointing northeast. At the very top center of the screen is actually that intersection where the Impala ultimately stops at the stop sign. But this is the victim's entourage going to the vehicles.
Okay. Can you get up and kind of point where that intersection is just so the jury knows where to look?
Sure. At some point in the top center, there's a stop bar there, and that's where the black Impala will be visible for a little bit more station there. There's the Impala, top center.
Again, right at that intersection, almost in the center of the screen at the top.
Correct.
Okay, what are we seeing here?
The victim and his entourage originally went east in the parking lot. They made a U-turn and came back west. So what we're seeing them is now coming back. This is safe from the Crazy Ultima. They're going to come out of the parking lot, go onto Bush, where they can only make a right to go east. And in the top left of the screen, you'll see a left turn lane. They'll get into that left turn lane, so they can make a U-turn to go back west on Bush towards McKinley. There's the victim's Charger in the turn lane, followed by Armani Turner's Nissan Altima making the U-turn. And then
What vehicles?
Nissan Altima.
Okay. Do you know at this point where, what is this? Are we now going to where the USF whole cam is?
Yeah, yes, correct.
How far is the Truth 18 nightclub from Home to Suites on McKinley?
Approximately around a mile. It's, so you have Fowler here, and then the very next major cross is Bush. So Truth 18 is near Bush and McKinley.
And what are we seeing here?
This is the victim and his entourage making a U-turn at McKinley and 40th, getting ready to go into the Home to Suites.
And this is the same video from the USF whole cam that we saw earlier, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State Authority into Evidence 75C6 from the iCloud, Apple iCloud of the defendant, Alicia Andrews. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And this was a what is this? What What is this a screenshot of?
So this is a screenshot of the camera pointing at the front of Truth 18, the two-story building, with the lit up top portion there being the club.
In viewing the video footage from Truth 18 in the parking lot, did you see this gentleman in that coverage?
Yeah, I was able to align the video footage and saw where that gentleman was walking through the parking lot, approximate to get the time of when this photo was captured.
Okay, and what was the approximate time of that?
It was in the time frame that Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance were there for a little bit after 4 a.m.
Wow.
And this would have been taken from her device, is that correct?
Correct.
And it is pointing in the direction, is this up here? What is this area?
So that's the top of the stairs where the victim came up. That's that area there.
Listen, I didn't know that's what I was looking at this whole time. Every time they showed that screenshot. What? Oh, girl, you going to jail. You know you're going to jail, right? All right.
And can you see that there are actually people up in that area at that time?
Yes.
And when you compared it to the video footage of the parking lot where you saw this gentleman, where was the victim's party at this time?
Most of them were inside.
And how close in time was it to when the victim and his party went up those stairs and entered into Truth 18?
Approximately 10, 15 minutes.
So whoever was holding her device actually took a photo of the door, is that correct?
Correct.
Stay. So rephrase your question.
Yes, Your Honor. The person holding Alicia Andrews' phone did what at that time to get the photo?
Took a photo, captured it. Yeah.
And what area in particular?
The front of Truth 18.
And that would have been after the victim had entered in through Truth 18?
Correct.
At some point during your investigation, did you make contact with Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
When did you make contact with her?
In July. I can't recall exactly, the 7th or the 9th.
And how long were you with her?
Approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Is Alicia Andrews, is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Yes, she's the young lady at this table here to my right wearing the brown sweater in the center there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
Did you also make contact with Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And what day did you make contact with Isaiah Chance during the course of your investigation?
The first time, early hours of June 28th.
I'm going to show you it's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 35A and B. Do you recognize States 35A and 35B?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do both of those photographs fairly and accurately depict Isaiah Chance?
Yes, they do, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 35A and 35B.
Any objection? Admitted.
Detective, who is depicted in 35A?
This is co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
I'm going to show you 35B, who's depicted in 35B.
Again, co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
And where does 35B come from?
This is from a Ring camera located at the Airbnb that the defendant stayed at during their time in Tampa.
You said that they stayed at a Tampa Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the address of that Airbnb?
Can I reflect? It's Gazebo Pond Lane. I don't know the exact numerical, though.
Yes, if it'll help refresh your recollection.
Please. 3703 Gazebo Pond Drive, Unit 1202.
That located here in Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
What county?
Hillsborough.
How far is this Airbnb from Teaser's nightclub?
Approximately a couple miles.
How far is this Tampa Airbnb at 3703 Gazebo Lane, Tampa, Florida from Truth 18?
Approximately 1 mile.
How did you determine that the defendants were staying at this Tampa Airbnb?
From evidence extracted from co-defendant Rashad Murphy's phone.
I may ask you about Mr. Murphy's phone, but at some point you had said that he was stopped in Gwinnett County, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were alerted by the Georgia authorities that both he as well as the Silver Chevy Cruise were taken into custody in Gwinnett County, Georgia, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you refresh and refresh the jury's recollection, when did that occur?
That happened the early morning hours of June 26, 3 days after the homicide.
And you had the assistance of the Gwinnett County Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, was there a phone that was confiscated by a Detective Carter with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Correct.
And at some point, was there an extraction and a search warrant that was done on that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it a phone that was actually in the possession of Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
And what is your understanding as to the ownership of that particular phone that was taken into custody by Detective Carter?
It's a phone that him and his girlfriend Charmaine Steiger mutually share.
And you said that there was an extraction that was done, is that correct?
Correct.
And part of that extraction, was that information that was collected by Detective Carter, was that relayed to you?
Yes, it was.
And in it, was there a message between that phone and a person named Anthony who owned an Airbnb in Tampa?
Correct.
A through. At this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 110A through 110G.
Any objection?
Okay.
Admitted.
Detective, did you receive all of the copies of the photographs and emails that Detective Carter sent you involved in this investigation?
I did.
I'm going to first show you what's already into evidence, 65A through G. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And this particular photograph has the metadata from the extraction, is that correct?
Correct.
You also obtained copies, is that correct, that were a little bit more clear, is that correct?
Correct.
And is 110A a photograph, another photograph of what is depicted in 65A?
Correct.
And is that, what is that in 110A?
That is a photograph of the Florida driver's license of co-defendant Davion Murphy.
And that was a photograph that was on that shared phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 110B. Is that another screenshot of a story that was captured on that shared phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger?
Correct.
Okay. And what exactly is being shown?
A crime scene with a song tagged to it.
And Young and Ace, did that come to have meaning in the course of your investigation?
It did.
And how was that relevant to your investigation?
Young and Ace is one of the prominent rappers of the rival gangs that rival the victim's gang.
I'm going to show you 110C. Is this a photograph that was captured on that phone that was in Rashad Murphy's possession?
Correct.
And how is this relevant to your investigation?
It shows a photograph of 2 rifles on the floor there.
And were there 2 AR rifles that were used in this particular case?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you 110D. Is this another enlarged copy of the photo exhibits that Detective Carter sent you from the extraction of Rashad Murphy's phone?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And how is this relevant to your particular investigation?
The person depicted in this photo is wearing similar clothing to that scene of one of the shooters at our scene.
And did you request of Detective Drabeck to actually do and recover a video from Walmart where Rashad Murphy was buying certain items?
Correct.
And did you get a copy of that Walmart video?
Yes.
And when was Rashad Murphy in that Walmart video up in Jacksonville?
On the evening of Friday the 21st.
So he's wearing this clothing that Friday before the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see the video footage of how he was dressed at that Walmart?
Yes.
And was that similar clothing as to how one of the gunmen was dressed in the Home to Suites video?
Yes.
And 110E, what is that a photo of?
A screenshot of a contact in the phone, got a man with the number 904-309-4707.
And then was another exhibit that you got from Detective Carter, State's Exhibit 110G. Is that, again, a reproduction, an exact copy of the email that you saw that she provided you from the extraction of Rashad Murphy's phone?
Correct.
Can you tell me when this is dated?
Yes, so this is approximately 3:55 a.m. on the 22nd, so the early morning hours of Saturday, June 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and our homicide occurred when again?
Approximately 4:39 a.m. on June 23rd, 2024.
Okay. And does this have the name of this is sent through an Airbnb app, is that correct?
Correct.
And does this owner, is this shown at the top who the owner is?
Correct.
Did you yourself determine who the owner of the Airbnb that is in Tampa, who that is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Anthony Alava.
At some point during your investigation, did you interview Anthony Alava?
I did.
Where does Mr. Alava reside?
Out of state.
How did you conduct an interview of Mr. Alava?
Over the phone.
And was he cooperative in this investigation?
He was.
Did he provide you information about that Airbnb?
Yes.
And is that this, when he's referring to this Lagoon Oasis check-in, is that the Airbnb that you just testified to that is at 3703 Gazebo Lane here in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
And part of this email exchange, Mr. Alava is requiring what as a part of the requirement in order for Rashad Murphy to get that Airbnb here in Tampa?
A picture of his driver's license.
And was a picture of his driver's license also obtained as part of that exchange that came from the extraction of the phone that was in Rashad Murphy's possession?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a driver's license, a Florida driver's license of Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
At some point, did you actually receive from Mr. Alava video footage from the Ring camera for the time frame of when those people or when whoever it was that rented that Airbnb here in Tampa?
Yes.
What time period was covered for the rental of that Airbnb here in Tampa?
The afternoon to evening of the Saturday the 22nd to the afternoon of Sunday the 23rd.
Not only did you get video footage from Mr. Alava of the Ring camera, did you yourself go to that Airbnb and take video footage of the Airbnb and the surrounding backyard and the parking lot of the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where is the Ring camera located at that Airbnb on 3703 Gazebo Lane in Tampa, Florida?
It's at the front door if you're looking at the door off to the left.
Is there any other Ring camera on that property?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit number 5. At this time, we introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 60 and State's Exhibit 61A, B, 1 through 5.
Okay. Okay, admitted.
And Judge, it's actually 61A through B, 1 through 5.
Okay.
Detective, can you show us what is being shown in this video of 60?
Yeah, we just saw the front door with the camera off to the left, and now I'm walking around to the south side of the building to get to the only other door to that unit. These are some parking spaces on the south side.
And is this behind where that Airbnb is?
Correct. It's the second unit in, so this is the back gate door to that unit.
And do you have to walk down this grassy dirt path to get there?
Correct.
Is there a timestamp on this video?
Yes, bottom right, 1955.
And is that an accurate timestamp?
It is.
And what's being shown here?
Defendant Alicia Andrews came up to the door, appeared to knock on it, and then turn around and walk away.
And what's the approximate time?
1956 now. This is Defendant Alicia Andrews walking into the Airbnb.
Detective, does this have audio?
Yes.
I'm going to replay the audio. Hold on 1 second. Pause it right there. So did you obtain all of the Ring video activations for this front door from Anthony Alava?
I did.
Okay. And is this on June 22nd of 2024, going into the early mornings of June 23rd of 2024, is there any other video footage of anyone captured on this front door Ring camera?
No.
Okay. Based on your investigation, did you determine more than just Alicia Andrews, who's...
Rephrase.
Based on your investigation, did you determine how many people were at that Airbnb during the course of June 22nd of 2024 and June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
How many people were there?
5 people.
Who were those 5 people?
The defendants in this case, Alicia Andrews and her co-defendants, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy.
You see that at the time when Ms. Andrews is first shown, what was the approximate time on this video where she's seen knocking and then shortly thereafter entering into the Airbnb?
Knocking approximately 7:55 p.m. on the 22nd and entering 7:56 p.m. on the 22nd.
Did you also obtain a search warrant for the defendant's phone records, her cell site information, and time in advance for her cell phone?
I did.
And in one of these videos, can you actually see her holding a pink phone?
Yes.
And based on your looking at the time in advance records of Ms. Andrews' phone, did you determine when she arrived in the area of this Airbnb, and does it correspond with her entering into this particular Airbnb?
Yeah, her phone arrived into the vicinity of the Airbnb at approximately 7:52 p.m., 3 minutes before the activation on the Ring.
Okay. Did you also obtain cell phone records for the co-defendant in this case and boyfriend to the defendant, Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And what about Sean Gaithright?
Yes.
And were you able to get cell site information, location data for both Isaiah Chance and Sean Gaithright phone?
Yes.
And what time did both of their phones approximately arrive at this location?
Both of their phones arrived around the same time, 7:52 p.m.
And is there no other activation of this front door other than the defendant, Alicia Andrews, entering into this Airbnb?
On the 22nd, no.
Okay. And do you see if there, can you tell me what is shown in this front door angle where she immediately knocks and then eventually comes back?
Yeah, so this camera is pointing east from the building to the parking spaces in front of the unit.
Okay. Are there any parking spaces that are open and empty for somebody to park in?
3 that I can see.
Do you ever see a black Chevy Impala pull up to this townhome?
No.
Do you ever see a silver Chevy Cruze pull up to this townhome?
No.
Did you have a phone record for the co-defendant, Davion Murphy?
Yes.
And were you able to get cell site location and data information from Davion Murphy's phone?
Yes.
Does it show his phone arriving at this Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane in Tampa, Florida on June 22nd of 2024?
It does.
What time does he arrive?
Approximately 7:57, 5 minutes after the first 3 defendants arrived.
And do you ever see Davion Murphy enter into this front door?
No.
What about Rashad Murphy?
No.
On June 22nd of 2024?
No.
What about Sean Gaithright?
No.
And that video that we just saw where we show a back door, that you have, how far do you have to walk around to get to that back door and through that gate?
It's approximately a 50 feet walk from the front door.
And is there video footage that is collected from this Ring camera from June 23rd, 2024 after the homicide had occurred?
Yes.
Is this from the following day after the homicides occurred?
Yes, 2:09 p.m. on June 23rd.
And who's being depicted now on this Ring camera?
Isaiah Chance briefly stepped up.
And what time is it now on June 23rd of 2024?
2:58 p.m.
And what else is of note in this particular shot?
Isaiah Chance walks up to, at this point in the investigation, an unrecognized vehicle.
What do we see now?
Defendant Alicia Andrews walking out.
What's she carrying?
Bags?
Day before, did you see anyone load bags into this Airbnb?
No.
That's interesting. So nobody seen the bags go in, but all of a sudden they all walking out with the bags. Ain't that interesting?
Who do we see there?
Davion Murphy?
Ever see him enter the Airbnb on June 22nd of 2024?
No.
Is that another photo of him entering?
Correct.
Do you know where he got the stuff that he was carrying to that vehicle that's placed in the front of the camera?
No.
Is the direction of where he's coming from lead to eventually the back door of this Airbnb? Is there another individual that we just saw on this Airbnb camera?
Yeah, Sean Gateway.
And again, on June 23rd of 2024?
Correct.
Do we have any video footage of showing how he got into this Airbnb?
No, we do not.
What are we seeing here?
This is co-defendant Sean Gateway coming back to the door and apparently talking to someone, giving him the code to the door.
Okay, and is that vehicle no longer there?
Yeah, yes, the vehicle SUV is gone now.
Do you see any black Chevy Impala in this video?
No.
And again, what direction is he walking in?
Towards the rear door.
Who's the only defendant that is not shown in this Airbnb video?
Defendant Rashad Murphy.
What's his nickname again?
Ghost 187.
Now I want to ask you about that vehicle that is pulled up where you can see that they are loading bags into that vehicle. During the course of your investigation, did you determine what that vehicle was?
Yes, it was an Uber.
Okay. And did you do research to locate what Uber came to that address at 3703 Gazebo Lane?
Yeah, I come from the exact Uber.
And, Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Yes. And break for the we are making good progress, okay? I just want you guys to know. And I know you guys have been very patient with us and working hard, and it's greatly appreciated. So,
we making good progress, y'all. So they about to let the jury go. They're gonna wrap this up in a second.
with the potential penalty the defendant is facing, law enforcement, okay?
Yes.
Who cannot talk to including the prosecutors. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Sure.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let's talk about the defendant's interview with law enforcement, okay?
Yes, Judge.
So, if I'm hearing defense correct,
Oh man, they're gonna be going over her interrogation video. That means that's what we're gonna be getting into next, because that's basically part of today's trial, which I think they're probably going over that right now, or they finished going over it. But we catching up. We gonna get to all that today, though. I got time.
you want the information left in, the statements from Detective Ramos dealing with the potential penalty the defendant is facing, to show what? So what is the context you're attempting to show?
So the issue is what I want to show is what this detective is saying to Ms. Andrews and why she's responding the way she's responding. It's the conversation itself, the interrogation itself. If you cut out parts of it, you're going to misinterpret what she's saying, why she's saying it, and how she's saying it. There's points in time where the detectives are yelling, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're threatening her, sometimes they're telling her things about those cases and whatnot to get her to do and say something. So if you start cutting out pieces of what they're saying, and then you say, this is what Alicia Andrews said in the interrogation room, this is why she said it, or she's lying about this, tell the truth about that.
Well, hold on, because just the only thing at this point the state wants to take out are the statements or the representations the detective makes as to any potential sentence she's facing, correct?
Judge, there are additional things, correct, but mostly it is the references to a life sentence, what will happen to her if she's in prison.
Well, what else are you trying to cut out?
Judge, there is a series of statements by the law enforcement officer that specifically references the evidence in the case and a jury. There are points that I want to take out where they're basically saying you're going to be convicted, you're going to be found guilty. Judge, I don't know why they would want that in there.
Me either, but they do, so.
Judge, and there are certain statements along those same lines where they're specifically talking about a jury and what the jury will find and what the jury will think, which I think is completely inappropriate statements to make to the jury. The jury's going to make what they want of the evidence on their own. They shouldn't be told by a detective what to think or what to make of the evidence.
And if they do not want the detective statements that he made, and again, this is not just about that she was going to serve a life sentence. There are several more statements that identified. But if they don't want the statements to come in from what the detective said, then none of it should come in.
Okay, so state, why can this not be cured like with a limited instruction, similar to what is requested? Oftentimes when this comes up, it's because law enforcement will be confronting a defendant with other evidence, and there's an instruction that can be given that the jury's not to consider the opinions of law enforcement. So why can't that cure the problem?
Judge, normally it's the defendant asking for that.
I know, but we're not normal.
You don't want the jury hear that stuff that the judge said, that the detective said to her about her going to jail and she gonna get life and the jury gonna convict you with, yeah, she like, yeah. I see the defense basically like, if the jury hear that, they're gonna see what type of time y'all on. Y'all over here trying to put this girl in jail. She might be, hey, we're gonna see.
Listen, I know, listen, it's not your job, okay, to do their job. And it's not their job to do. The jury's not to consider the opinions of law enforcement. So why can't that cure the problem?
Judge, normally it's the defendant asking for that.
I know, but we're not normal. Listen, I know. Listen, it's not your job, okay, to do their job. And it's not their job to do your job. Then.
Shout out to the judge. This is a good judge, man. There was a time earlier in the case, I believe yesterday, right? When I was reacting to yesterday, where somebody made an objection. I believe the defense made an objection. And she sustained the objection, but the lawyer pointed out that it was done before. She's like, you didn't object. It's not her job to object for you when you're supposed to. You feel me? Is it? The judge is supposed to be there to sustain or deny, you know what I mean? But if you don't know that you should have objected at that point, the judge not going to do it for you. That's your job. You're supposed to be a good lawyer and know every time you're supposed to object.
Say they want the whole thing in. So now my question to you is, since they've made the decision, meaning the defense, that they want the whole thing in, why can a limiting instruction not cure the problem?
Judge, because it's not relevant. What the detectives are saying is it's not appropriate for the jury to even consider what the potential sentence will be.
I know, but can't I tell the jury that?
Judge, it is several statements of the detective saying you're throwing your life away, you're going to be in prison for the rest of the life. If we're talking murder one, you are going to be in for life. And then there are several more references to prison. He says things 30 to life that she's facing. There's even context where the detectives are saying that she could do life and all the other people in this case that really killed a person could get away with it. Like all of that, I think, is misleading to the jury and inappropriate for the jury to hear.
Well, the detective shouldn't have said it.
I don't understand how you take all of that out when there's more. I think the limiting instruction is just fine. If the court says that the jury doesn't, in the jury instruction that I read before they go through that the jury is not to consider a sentence or anything like that.
Well, I would give a limiting instruction at the time Detective Ramos testifies about the interview.
That's fine with me as well.
So that's what I'm inclined to do.
Judge, if I can speak just briefly on
Sure.
this. Authorities handling this, but I'm pretty familiar with the case law on this. There's nothing wrong with the state redacting a statement in their case in chief. Under rule of completeness, if we do a recording, if we redact a recording, depending on relevance and the court's ruling upon relevance, the defense can then put the remainder on in their case in chief. Normally, I think what Ms. Doherty's trying to point out is it's normally the defendant trying to exclude portions of a statement, and that's not the case here. I realize that. But there's nothing to prevent us from chopping up this recording and putting in what we deem fit to put in, as long as it's relevant and deemed to be relevant by the court. The defense then has an opportunity in their case in chief to put the remainder in if they wish, if it's also deemed to be relevant by the court.
Well, does it, they have to wait for the defendant's case in chief? Can they ask pursuant to the rule of completeness that it be played in its entirety at the time it's admitted?
Right, and the way that works under at least the law that I've reviewed, and I just looked at this last year on a case that I was preparing for trial on, they can present that in their case in chief.
Well, you guys need to get some case law. So I've looked at case law, okay? What I can find, both of you do. So I
Let's
guess
get the case law. Hey, it sounds interesting. Shout out to the case laws, man, because, hey, she's like, wait. He could just request that you play it when you play it. He's like, well, I got some case law. All right, well, go get the case law. This going, yeah, we're going to see how this goes. But
tomorrow you need to bring two versions. One that's redacted, the way you want it redacted. The second one that's not redacted. That's the whole thing. And so when it comes to sentencing, the penalty is irrelevant to the jury's sole responsibility of determining a defendant's guilt or innocence, that the jury cannot be privy to the myriad factors which must be considered in sentencing, and that the court's advising the jury of the possible penalty is wholly inconsistent with the jury's responsibility to disregard the consequences of its verdict and tends to encourage a deplorable phenomenon which has come to be referred to as, quote, jury pardon, close quote.
So I'll actually put case law on the record.
Okay.
For this rule of completeness issue with Field versus State.
Tell me the site.
It's 943 Southern 2nd, 1245 is the first TCA case from 2006, which states that when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require him or her at that time to introduce any other part or any other writing or recorded statement that in fairness ought to be considered contemporaneously, and an adverse party is not bound by evidence introduced under this section.
Right, which is what I just said. The rule of completeness doesn't require the
hey, your boy know his law too?
defendant have to put it on in their case in chief. It just requires that the interview or the statement has to be produced in its entirety when it's originally produced. Okay,
so that's hey, they saying you got to play the whole thing, bruh. Hey, they say you got to play the whole thing, bruh.
Right. You're just affirming what I just ruled, which is great. Okay. So any other cases? Okay. So anyway, State, honestly, you're going to need to come up with something.
Yeah, you have to play the whole thing, Brad.
Okay. Very good. So then, assuming it stays in, I'm inclined to give a limiting instruction where we tell the jury that to disregard any opinions by law enforcement regarding any potential sentence. As we discussed during jury selection, the province of the jury is solely to determine the guilt or innocence, and the province of the court is strictly its mind to determine the appropriate sentence. Okay? Something to that effect. Okay? Very good. See you guys tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
All right, man. See us today. See us today, y'all, because we going to the next one. On to the next one. We catching up with what's happening today, and yeah, we ain't wasting no time. We ain't wasting no time.
If you think,
Hey, where my stuff at, man?
if you think,
Yo, why my stuff ain't in here? Let's try it again.
if you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
God damn it, I'm not. I ain't here to play. Shout out to the chat, man. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Let's see what's going on right now today, man.
As to whether or not that magazine was fully loaded.
Let's see what's going on right now today.
Rounds in it.
Now, they are live right now. Live right now. Hold on. But we behind. They about 8 hours in already. Or they're about what? They're almost 8 hours in already. We starting from the beginning. We gonna start from the beginning. All right, so it seemed like they might got their case law and all that together because they starting off arguing. Hey, they starting this one off arguing, yo. So let's see how that go.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hit the like button if you haven't already.
All right. So, Mr. Harmon, I did receive your case law.
We are on day 6 right now. We are on day 6. We are right now. We up to date. We current. We just behind. We in the same day. We just a lot of hours behind. All right. So we current, and we about to be all the way recent.
Some of it. Defense, have you reviewed it?
Okay. So they brought case law. Yo, the state brought case law, y'all. The state said, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, check this out. All right, let's see what they talking about.
Some of it as well. It's the very first circuit case, and I mean most of them cite the same principle. It was completely the same. There were some cases where they did not allow any defendant's statements. And so there was a control call, and the defendant asked for a portion of his interrogation to come in, and the court said no, the interrogation can't come in because it's not the purpose of the rule. The defendant's statements can't come in. Right, so those cases were not the same, and he. Black and law in those cases says the same thing I cited yesterday to the court, which the court agreed with.
Okay, so Mr. Harmon, and I reviewed half of the cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
So are any one of these cases more directly on point to what we have here, which is where the detective makes a statement to the defendant during a post-Miranda interview that they're facing life or a significant term of years, and therefore that should be excluded and not included as part of the rule of completeness? What would be the closest case to that?
Let me look at my outline here real quick. I believe there is one that's close, but pretty much all of these cases cite in different ways the standard for the court.
I don't know,
Right, and
bruh.
so the thing is,
I don't know, bruh.
this should have been handled before trial. Because the only way for me to really know is if I watch the whole video. And I'm not going to, in the middle of trial, take time out and watch over an hour long video of the defendant's interrogation.
For an
so
hour
I'm
long?
fine line here, relatively speaking. So there's no way for me to know if, in fact,
I might do a video on that. It's an hour long? Okay.
the statements that the detective made are, in fact, relevant to any potential impeachment or issue. And I just want to clarify, make sure for the record, Mr. McClymonds, you're not claiming that these statements made by Detective Ramos have to go to the voluntariness of your client's statement, or are you?
Not that the statements are involuntary, but they invoke certain responses from Ms. Andrews. It's not that
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not talking about voluntariness. We're simply discussing context, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so then that's where the rule of completeness comes in.
So, Judge, if I can, first of all, yesterday my statements on the record were incorrect about the law. This law has been in flux for 2 decades now, and my reading of it last year, my memory of it was skewed, so I apologize for that. But basically, the rule of completeness is not absolute. The correct standard is whether in the interest of fairness, the remaining portion should have been contemporaneously provided to the jury. I think the closest case in the group that I sent to the court is going to be the Dissett case, which is a 4th DCA case in 2007, in which the 4th DCA found there was no violation of the rule, where the trial court excluded irrelevant portions of his statement. The state's edited version of the tape did not create misleading impressions or take statements out of context. Additionally, it reads the state's edited version did not exclude exculpatory statements. In fact, part of what the state excluded was the defendant's admission that he had used robbery money to buy drugs, a collateral bad act. Similarly, in this case, Your Honor, the majority of what we're attempting to exclude are not the defendant's statements, but the detective's statements to her about completely irrelevant matters that are not only irrelevant to this proceeding, but would be misleading and confusing to the jury. Specifically, he is telling her, you are going to receive a life sentence if you don't tell us what happened, if you don't give us your version, if you were dragged into this gangland war by Mr. Chance or others, you need to tell us now. You're looking at life. And he doesn't just tell her you're looking at life. He fleshes it out in long narratives where he talks about the implications of life. Her life in the prison, that's going to be her nursing home, that she's going to be woke up every morning and told what to do, what to eat, where to go. He talks to her about the fact that she'll be walked out to a yard where it's surrounded by high walls. Then he proceeds to tell her all of the things that she will miss. She'll miss Thanksgiving dinner with her parents. She'll miss all the things that other people have in their lives, while the co-defendants may be out running around living the high life. His statements about the life sentence, number one, not only is that irrelevant, it's misleading to the jury and confusing to them because it's not something for their consideration. In fact, as the court's well aware in your instructions to them, you're going to tell them they cannot consider any potential sentence. And also, as the court's aware, normally jurors never know what the potential sentence is in a case like this. Excuse me, counsel, I'd like to finish my argument.
Okay, please step out, detective. Okay, you done?
So the court has suggested a curative instruction. So basically what we would be doing is putting before the jury something that they shouldn't be hearing and then trying to cure it with a curative instruction instead of just excluding it. What her potential sentence is and what the ramifications of that potential sentence are irrelevant to these proceedings. Counsel said they put into context the defendant's statements. There are no statements by the defendant. That's what this is all about. She is not telling the detectives the truth. They also keep asking her to tell them the truth and telling her, if the jury is potentially going to give you any benefit or any kind of mercy, you need to tell us the truth, or they're going to see this. They're going to see what you didn't tell us. They're going to see all these things that you didn't say to us. And there's silence from her. She continues to deny or absolute silence. So it's not really putting any of this into context.
Well, then why is if she doesn't say anything inculpatory after the detective tells her these things, why is that even coming in?
I don't believe it should come in. She does make statements, and they are obvious lies, and I think that's relevant.
Is that before the Detective Ramos makes those representations?
Yes. I think the majority of her statements are made before he starts encouraging her to tell them what happened, to tell them the truth. I'd have to defer to Ms. Doherty. I don't know the statement as well as she does, but are there statements that does she continue to lie after that?
Judge, there are denials throughout, but I had originally proposed ending it a little bit earlier when she first says that she is done, which puts it, almost chops it in half, but there were still statements prior to that, but I think defense counsel wanted it all in until the very last point where she says she wants an attorney.
But this is what I understand. So that only comes in, because these are all hearsay statements by the detective, okay? So anything that she says after that, what is the relevance and why is it admissible? Because if she's not making admissions, then it's hearsay. Anything she's saying is hearsay. I'm failing to see why, if she doesn't say anything that the state's intending to introduce after the detective makes those representations to her, then why are we showing it at all to the jury?
Well, prior to him doing that, she makes several statements that are inculpatory.
Okay, well, that's different.
And she makes denials in situations where a person, the state would suggest to the jury that's innocent, would not make, and obviously are inculpatory because it's false, and obviously false can be proven false.
So she does make statements to the detective after he tells her all these things about prison and her sentence. Is that what you're telling me?
I have to ask Ms. Doherty. I reviewed more of the redactions than I did her responses once that started.
She, like I said, she denies certain facts after that.
I know, but that in and of itself, honestly, that's hearsay, honestly. Only admissions or statements against interest come in a interview.
Well, it is against her interest if they're going to get on the stand, put almost on the stand and say, at this point she's lying, right? And they're going to present to the jury that she lied about X, Y, Z things throughout the interview. So that all of those things are against her interest.
Okay, but again, let's just remove anything that happens before Detective Ramos makes those statements to her about the potential sentence or what's going to happen to her. That's different. Okay? We're only talking about anything she may have said because that's the only context that would be part of this discussion.
She's saying that
time.
Right, but you're cutting it. You're showing half the jury, half the.
Is there anything she says?
Go back
It
a
seems
little
to me
bit.
the easiest thing to do. Just nothing that Detective Ramos says or anything she says afterwards comes in. It'd be the easiest way.
So that means cutting the interview short, Judge.
So what? It happens all the time.
Right, but you're cutting it. You're showing half the jury, half the.
I know, but the rule of completeness is only necessary to bring in any other statements if it needs to give context to something. If the original statement from Ramos regarding the sentence and how life in prison is going to be, if the jury never hears that, then they don't need to hear the context of her responses. They don't need to hear it. So, because that's the only reason that the rule of completeness would be applicable here.
No, Judge. So what you're saying is that the statements up front, the ones before, they start to threaten him, they start to tell these different things, that those statements, and they're all interwoven. It's not like it's just a break, as though at one point in time they made some statements and she's already said everything she needs to say, the state wants to introduce. It's interwoven. There's some time that goes by, they start to threaten, they start to talk about different questions, more interviews. More statements from the detectives, more interviews. So it's hard to just cut it off at one particular point. Like you said, if this was an issue that the state saw, this is a motion that the state should file prior to the trial. We filed our motion to suppress last year, December, on this issue. And I was under the understanding that at 1:22, that's when the interrogation cuts off, because that is when she invokes. So outside of that, like right now, without actually going through line by line, minute by minute, and being able to tell you this is when they say this is when she said that, it is just piecemeal. And if the state wants it out, they should have done it beforehand. Not like right in the middle of the trial, right before the detective gets on the stand, in the middle of his testimony.
I have been, since the first trial, discussing potential redactions with them and have gotten no response. I have brought this up, I can show emails where I have brought it up multiple times before the first trial, and then I readdressed it before this trial where I proposed and went line by line and sent them a highlighted version of what I believe should come out, including stopping it early. So I definitely have been waiting for their response and their communication. It has included coming into this trial where I, again, asked a couple of times that we needed to address this or we have to bring it in front of the judge.
Well, then you should have brought it before the judge. If you weren't getting anywhere, you should have filed a motion in limine to address this. Because again, there's no way for me to know until I sit down and watch that video. There's no way for me to know the context. I have no way of knowing. And I'm not going to do it in the middle of trial. I'm not. So I really don't know what else I can tell you all.
Is it in or out?
It doesn't seem to me, and I repeat this,
Shout out
if
to the
there's
judge.
no admissible evidence, meaning inculpatory statements that she makes after, or anything you're going to use against her, after Detective Ramos makes his statements to her, I don't think any of that should come in at all. At all. It's not relevant.
Well, just in a review of it, apparently there is some things that she does say after he starts.
That you wish to use?
Yes,
Against her?
yes, that we would suggest are very incriminating.
Okay. So then at this point, I'm inclined just to give a limited instruction. Just remind the jury that anything Detective Ramos says, his opinions are just that. They're not necessary. They're not true.
I mean, we
They're not
right back
statements
at
true.
square one, man.
So at this point, I don't know what else to do other than that. Okay?
Okay.
I don't want anybody, just while we're talking about
What I miss?
and just while we're talking about it, assuming that it comes in, I get the limiting instruction. I don't want anybody getting up in front of this jury and in cross-examination or closing argument or direct or whatever it may be, and ask a witness or have the defendant testify and are you in fact facing life in prison? No one's going to ask that question or testify to that. The only reason this is coming in is to purportedly show the context of Ms. Andrews' responses, and that's the only way it's going to be argued in front of the jury.
And just to be clear, I do not intend to ask Detective Ramos a question that would give the jury the impression that what he's saying or what Detective Campbell is saying is true, that she's actually going to face life in prison. Right? But the statements that he makes, not just the life in prison, some of the other statements, I should have the ability to cross-examine him on the effect that that would have had on Ms. Andrews at the time.
Well, he can't testify to what's in her state of mind. You can question about what he said to her, but he can't guess what effect that had on her.
So and it's not just the effect it had on her, it also goes to our ability to cross, the wide latitude that we do have to cross on motive, bias, and credibility of any witness, especially of the detective in this case.
I think he's a good lawyer, man.
Question by question.
Listen, I think that young man is a good lawyer. You know what I mean? I think he's young still, but he got some. I think he got a good career ahead of him. He seems like a good lawyer. This is a losing battle though, but he fighting.
Okay.
Your Honor, unfortunately, there is one other matter. Late last night, I became aware of the fact that several of the defense witnesses have been communicating with each other and watching the trial after the rule was invoked by the defense. So I am requesting of this court, or at least notifying this court that that's occurring, and requesting the witnesses be ordered again to stop communicating with each other and stop watching this televised broadcast.
Yeah. I know they be watching it. I know they watching the live stream of the trial while they in the courtroom. Because they be doing too much, and I'm like, yo, you know they see Yeah. I know they be watching the trial.
So I am requesting of this court, or at least notifying this court that that's occurring, and requesting the witnesses be ordered again to stop communicating with each other and stop watching this televised broadcast.
Ain't nobody gonna listen to that. Ain't none of them witnesses gonna listen to that. I mean, they're gonna be like, yeah, I know I didn't do it. They all watch it.
Miss Enright, Miss Lyle, and Miss Gathright or Nevea.
We're not calling it a big effort.
Okay, well, Miss Enright and Miss Lyle have been communicating with each other, have been communicating with the co-defendant, getting daily updates up to yesterday as to what's happening in this trial, and speaking about their meeting together via Zoom, whether that's the truth or not, with the defense attorney.
Oh, she talking about not even. She talking about the witnesses from. She know this.
This weekend at the same time. So
How she knows this? What they know? They on social media and stuff? They know they're not supposed to, right?
I'm not sure if that's accurate, but of course, if they are going to be testifying, I would like now for them to be instructed again to not be watching the trial if it's being broadcast. I'd like to address it.
I just want to parse that out. I want to make sure that we're saying what's accurate. You're saying that somebody spoke to a co-defendant. Which co-defendant are you referring to?
Sean Gathright.
All right, so I have no control over this Sean Gathright. I can tell them not to do that, but I have no control over that. I did not know that was happening. You also said that there was a Zoom. You're talking about this coming weekend or the one before?
This past weekend, they indicated that they were meeting with you, your office, the defense, about their testimony for witness press together on Zoom.
What I'm asking is, who is the date? Who is meeting with us?
I presume the callers, or at least the person on the other end of the phone. So Mrs. Enright and Miss Lyle, the co-defendant's mother, who were listed.
All right, so I don't recall meeting with them, but if I did, there is no problem with us preparing our witnesses for trial the same way that the state.
So he the lawyer for the other ones too? I'm just wondering if he's the lawyer for other guys too. I highly doubt that, but.
There's their witnesses for trial. The same way that the state talks to their witnesses outside, whether they're grouped together, whether they're separate. They spoke to witnesses, we speak to witnesses before trial. The court will give an instruction, a jury instruction at the end of the trial, which says that it is not improper for the attorneys to talk to the witnesses.
Well, that is true.
It's improper for them to be prepped together on what their testimony is going to be, and it's improper that the defense invoked the rule of sequestration and that those witnesses have been watching the trial ever since. So as we stepped out to instruct our witnesses, I'm just asking that the same be done and that the state be permitted to cross on that issue, which is not outside of the scope of relevant material cross-examination.
Did you prep the witnesses together?
No. And the only thing I would agree with is, of course, once the rule is invoked, they should not be, I guess, paying attention to the trial, watching the trial. But I have no control of that.
I know. You know, I'm assuming you told them, right? The rules of
I
registration.
know particularly, I told Sean Gathwight's mother, Ms. Locke. We told her.
So I tell you what, before these witnesses testify, I will allow, out of the presence of the jury, state you can question them on exactly what their knowledge is,
That'll be
who
interesting.
they had conversations with, what the discussion was, and then that way you'll know. And then if you deem it necessary, you can use it in cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
I would like to see an opportunity to detect if I don't know if he's watching the portion of the trial before he says anything.
Okay.
Damn right. Hey, listen.
Ask him. We ready to
Put
go?
on a show, man. Make this interesting. Matlock Perry
Oh,
Mason,
yes.
man.
And there's a, when Detective Ramos began.
Like, we all know she's guilty, right? But we got to watch how they're going to prove that she's guilty.
Yes, I think we're getting into the testimony regarding the Uber driver.
The first question I'll ask is we were talking about the Uber driver is what his name is, and we do not want that broadcast, and then I will just refer to him as the Uber driver.
Okay, very good. Very good.
The last thing I think is something we got to be careful about phone numbers. So I'll tell you right now, there's been phone numbers that people have had to change.
Well, listen, here's the thing. There are material facts in this case regarding phone numbers and emails and physical addresses, and this is a public court, and these are material facts, and they're part of the record. And I'm not going to put the burden on the media to scrub out every single phone number and every single email for particularly material facts. Now, someone like the Uber driver who's got no connection to this case, whatever, I'm comfortable with his identity not being disclosed. So, if they are
Public information with these cases, man.
individuals with addresses and emails and phone numbers that are of material relevance to this case, I'm not going to order that they be scrubbed.
So
To the judge.
people making threats to individuals whose phone numbers have been shown.
Don't do no
I don't
crime.
put it on the media.
Don't be involved in none of the crimes. Let me stop. Let me.
Ask if the state knows that they're going to introduce or produce, publish information on the screen that the media is watching, that at least we somehow talk about that beforehand. I mean, we can either put a sticky over the number or something. It's not like they're showing the number and they're connecting it to some piece of evidence. It's just on the screen.
Okay, well, you guys have to make specific objections and then let me know ahead of time. Okay, I'm not just going to have a general blanket rule that the media can't broadcast what's happening in here. This is a public forum. Anybody in the public can come in here and watch this trial and see the evidence. So if there are specific
See, the very same thing you said you don't want everybody to see. Anybody can walk in there and see it. So it's not really supposed to be hidden for real.
confidential information that you don't want broadcast, you need to identify it and we need to discuss it. But specifically with regards to the name of the Uber driver, I am going to allow the state to refer to him as the Uber driver. There's really no reason that person's identity needs to be disclosed during the course of the trial. Okay.
Judge, if I could ask, Detective Ramos is our last witness, and assuming we finish him in the next 2 hours, what is the defendant's lineup of witnesses, so we know for preparation, since we've accommodated him throughout this trial and this?
We don't have a problem doing that. We did that the other day. But you're saying your director's going to be 2 hours, or you're talking about?
We still have probably a couple of hours, yes.
Oh, so yeah, I mean, this afternoon, we have witnesses that will be here at 1. That is.
We have Joel Jordan, Jakayla Robinson, sure, and
Robert Howard. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we have Thomas Pulley. Thomas Pulley, our cell phone expert.
Now, can I ask about Mr. Pulley? We were provided with cell phone tracking by him involving the defendant's phone. In that decision a couple of months ago, he told us that he's been asked to do the co-defendant's phones, and we've been asking for that all the way up to the day the trial started. Counsel's one response to Ms. Doherty was she was repeating herself and that it's not important to him, and if it gets excluded, it gets excluded. So I don't know at this point, are you using anything in addition to what we've been provided? If so, I'd like to have it for his cross-examination.
It's not one response. It's several emails back and forth, and Ms. Doherty and I were on Zoom together discussing this issue, or on the phone, one of the two. So that's a misrepresentation. In addition to that, there are maps that he said he would create for the other individuals, like timing maps, that show the trajectory of where they were at a certain particular point in time during the course of this conspiracy. He didn't create the maps, and so we're not using the maps. So whatever he's testifying to comes from the evidence, comes from the cell phone extraction.
I know, but if it's an expert opinion, specifically, is he going to testify to anything regarding the cell phones of the co-defendants?
Yes, but he doesn't have to provide a map for that.
I'm not saying that. They're saying that they asked you about that and that you didn't respond.
I just said that's not true. He will tell you that. He didn't say that I did not respond. He said I responded one time. That's not true. I responded a few times back and forth. That conversation was just about whether I was going to produce these interactive maps. And I told him I didn't have them.
Did you depose him?
I did, Your Honor, and I asked him if he had developed any further opinions or other work to let us know so we could take a deposition of him. And I reserved the right to continue the deposition.
And were you ever notified after the deposition that their expert was now going to offer opinions as to the cell phone data of the co-defendants?
No.
Until today?
No.
The middle of trial?
Yes.
Well,
trying to be slick.
Listen, we're not going to, listen, we got to get going.
Trying to be slick.
That bridge at a later date. State, you need to file whatever appropriate motion you deem necessary.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, one other thing before we bring the jury in. If I understand the counsel right, because they invoked the rule of sequestration, they have only advised one of their witnesses about the rule?
I don't know.
Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct.
Okay. So I would ask that they, as they're obligated to do when they invoke the rule, advise all of your witnesses, please, not to view what's on court
The
TV.
way that counsel is speaking to defense, though, it's been happening since day one.
Okay,
It's very
I
unnecessary.
never heard this. Why this is the problem?
Yo, she like, yo, Judge, why you talking to him like that, yo? Yo, Judge, tell him watch his mouth. He just
Counsel is speaking to defense, though, it's been happening since day one.
Okay,
It's very
I
unnecessary.
never heard this. Why this is the problem? You invoked the rule of sequestration.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm making a statement. I'm not looking for responses. Okay? You invoked the rule of sequestration. That means all witnesses, it's incumbent upon the lawyers, as the professionals that they are, to tell all of their witnesses as well. You're not to be discussing the case. You're not to be watching it on court TV. And apparently that didn't happen, right? Didn't happen. Inexcusable.
Well, Your Honor,
inexcusable.
if I may respond, we are professionals just like every other attorney in this courtroom. The bigger point that I was making is that the way that Mr. Harmon has been speaking to this side of the table is unprofessional, it's disrespectful, he's done it in front of the jury as well, and there has not been any attempt by the court to intervene in that. So I want to make sure this is on the record that's inappropriate. The rising tone is unnecessary, and it's disrespectful, and it's inappropriate.
It's why everything that's happened in this.
I don't think it's been that bad. Like, what part you talking about? I've been watching the whole case. Which part she talking about for real? They ain't really been. Man, I watch other cases where, man, stop, girl. He just snapped a little bit just now, but stop. Not throughout the case like that. Stop. She lying.
Inappropriate. The rising tone is unnecessary, and it's disrespectful, and it's inappropriate.
It's why everything that's happened in this trial is on the record. Everything's been videotaped. The conduct of everybody involved. Okay? And the failure of the defense to tell their own witnesses not to talk about the case is inexcusable, and that's a matter of record.
You lucky the judge don't reprimand you and give you a point the finger at you for that, and say it in front of the jury.
Also, we don't want to discuss it any further. I don't. We're done.
Shout out to this judge. She don't play when she not playing no more. She let a lot of stuff slide, but don't push her.
Discussing the case with each other, talking about the case, the prosecutors themselves.
Well, you should have brought it to my attention.
I'm doing it now because it's been an issue. They're apparently saying it's an issue for us, and they're doing it themselves.
Okay, let's bring in Detective Ramos. Ask him if he's been watching court TV about this case, and then we'll get going.
Right now, hey, man. Come on, Detective Ramos, get in here. Get in here, Ramos. Got some questions for you.
Hello, good morning, Detective. You remain under oath, so there was an issue that was raised, or an allegation, that you've been watching this trial on TV. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Any questions?
I'm alleged that. I just want to ask you a question.
Yeah, you did allege it. Oh, so, wait. So you told me that you believed you've been watching this on court TV, and now you're backtracking and saying, why didn't make the allegation?
I didn't have to say that. I watching. I don't know what he does in his spare time.
Okay.
They brought up the issue. I said I would like the opportunity to ask them the same question. I didn't allege that he was doing anything.
Okay, so just say no. Any questions?
No, I mean, you asked the question. I thought I was asking the question, but you said no, that's it.
Okay, very good. Let's go. All right.
For the record, I don't think this is being broadcasted on court TV, bro. I don't think this trial is on court TV, bro. Go check. I don't think so.
All rise. All jurors are in.
All right, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. We are ready to proceed. You may continue. Thank you.
Detective Ramos, we were talking about the Airbnb on Gazebo Lane in Tampa, Florida. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I had asked you about the vehicle that was shown on, June 23rd of 2024 that you could clearly see in the Ring video, and you could see the defendant along with others walking to it and carrying out bags to that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there volume? First of all, did you identify who was the driver of that vehicle?
I did.
And who was the driver? Was it an Uber?
Yes.
And who was the Uber driver?
Sathan Wachamari.
Okay. And from now on, we'll refer to him as the Uber driver, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, again, State's Exhibit, let's see, 61. Was there volume on that Airbnb video?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it appear that she is talking to somebody that is already inside?
There was a male voice that appeared to be coming from inside, yes.
And could you also hear her knocking?
Yes.
And does she say something when she first gets up there?
Yes.
Was there, during the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that there was a locking mechanism with the Airbnb?
Yes.
And was there a code that was provided to the Airbnb user that they could use to access that door?
Correct.
And again, did you interview the the Airbnb owner, Anthony Alava?
I did.
Okay. And did he provide that information to you?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you have assistance with other detectives that helped to gather information early on when you were investigating this case?
Yes.
Was there a locking log that was provided to you by Mr. Alava?
The locking log was sent to another detective and then forwarded to me. Originally, I missed that log.
When did you finally receive a copy of the locking log?
Approximately a month or two ago.
And I'm sorry, when did you say that you received a copy of that?
I can't recall, but it was within the last few months. It was more recent. It wasn't at the time of the original investigation in July of 2024.
So you did not have the benefit of that when you first were analyzing this video?
No.
Okay. And at some point, you said that you had seen a vehicle pull up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you hear anything that was being said to that person in the vehicle?
Yes, I heard what I understood to be the phrase, are you Nick? And then you have bags, something along those lines. It was chatter that made me believe that that vehicle and the person at the driver's seat was an Uber driver or a hired driver.
So I know the volume isn't very loud here, but you said that you were able to hear some of that conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, when co-defendant Isaiah Chance walks up to the driver door and he has it cracked open, there is some chatter. You kind of listen closely, but that's what I made out of the chatter.
And I asked you about that log that you said that you previously did not look at. Who did it first go to when it went to the Tampa Police Department from Anthony Alava?
I believe Anthony Alava sent an email to Detective Nick McGill and my Sergeant Rachel Tolnick.
I'm going to show you it's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 6. Recognize that?
Yes.
And is that please look at all the pages, is that the copy of the lock log that was provided to you by Mr. Alava?
In that email, correct.
At this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 66. Objection? I want to go to, it has the date and time when the lock is activated and then unlocked. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so let's go to June 22nd of 2024. When is it first shown as being locked by a thumb turn?
The first time it shows locked by a thumb turn is 7:55 p.m.
Okay. And does this show whether or not it is by somebody unlocking the thumb turn, as opposed to when somebody is putting in a code?
There is a differentiation between code and locking, yes.
And so the first one is 7:59, is that correct?
7:55.
And then what is the, I'm sorry, we're going down here, is that correct?
Yes, correct. It works up.
Works from reverse, is that correct?
Yes.
So when is the first entry of when it, for June 22nd of 2024, when it is unlocked?
For pertinent to this rental, it's 7:55 p.m.
And going back to when that video that we just watched where the defendant is at that door and she is knocking, and then a few seconds later where she is actually goes in, can you tell us where in reference to time-wise did that happen?
So on this log, we don't have the benefit of knowing the second marker when that was unlocked by an access code, but it is at 7:55. That video starts at 7:55:36. So there's a 36-second buffer from when this log would have activated and when we see her on video knocking.
So we have it being unlocked 7:55 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And then it's locked 7:55.
Yeah, yes, presumably unlock and lock right away.
And are you aware whether or not that lock has an automatic lock where after you unlock it, when you close the door, it just automatically locks?
It does.
And then shortly thereafter, like a minute, it shows unlocked again,
Yes.
and then locked again. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then for June 22nd, after their arrival time, how many more times on that date is the front door locked and unlocked?
For June 22nd, there's only one other lock and locking sequence, and it happens at 7:59. After that, there's no other locking or unlocking sequences for the rest of the evening.
And do those 2 times, do those coordinate with the times where you first see her knocking at the door and then at the second time when she's actually allowed in?
Yes, so 7:55 would be when she's knocking at the door, and then 7:56 would be when she actually walks in. There was no video activation. It's the only locking sequence on the logs that doesn't have a corresponding video. For 7:59, we're unsure of what that meant.
So just like from the video footage, that Ring camera video footage, there is no other video footage that we see other than those 2 that are also reflected in the locking and unlocking of the door of Miss Andrews, the defendant, one knocking and then a few moments later coming back and actually walking through the door. Is that correct?
Right.
Does this locking log, does that coordinate with the other video evidence in the case?
Yes.
Is there any other video of anyone, not just the defendant, but of Rashad Murphy or any of the co-defendants going through that front door?
No.
Then I'm going to show you June 23rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, is it working reverse all the way up?
Yes, so you start from the bottom at 2:09 p.m. is the first activation on the 23rd.
Okay, and here, actually, let me go all the way until we hit the again.
Starting at down here, the earliest time, what time is it and what does it reflect?
11:01 a.m. and it reflects access code added by Leanne Cox.
Which is different than unlocked by thumb turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And then when is the next entry?
The first locking sequence on the actual lock is at 2:09 p.m. on June 23rd, 2024.
And what is designated, what type of, is it unlocked or access code?
Unlocked by thumb turn and then immediately locked by auto lock delay.
And then 209?
Unlocked by thumb turn and then locked by thumb turn.
And again, there isn't a distinction here in a matter of seconds, is that correct?
Yes, we have 60 seconds to work with here.
And then what is the next entry when it is the door is opened?
2:58 p.m.
And what is it, how is it being opened?
Unlocked by thumb turn.
And then what about up here?
2:58 p.m. again.
And again, did you then use this log to compare to the video footage that we have from June 23rd of 2024?
After I got the log, I did compare it to the ring activations, and all of those sequences have corresponding ring video footage with them.
So, 3rd, it continues, is that correct?
Correct.
And when is the next time?
3:04 p.m.
And then the next time?
3:05 p.m. 3:11.
And the final time?
3:12, 3:13.
Again, does that coordinate with the ring video footage that you received from Mr. Alava?
All of those sequences have corresponding ring footage, yes, ma'am.
Already introduced into evidence photographs 35A and B. I'm going to show specifically 35B. What is that?
Co-defendant Isaiah Chance at the ring, by the ring camera.
And you personally met and interviewed Mr. Chance?
Correct.
Is that a known photo of him?
It is.
35A for the record? (36B), what is that?
Co-defendant Sean Gaithright, as captured by the ring camera.
Still photo from that ring photo?
Yes.
Video footage? 36A, no photograph of him?
And a prior booking photograph for co-defendant Sean Gaithright, yes.
And he was interviewed by other members of the Tampa Police Department?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 61B5, what's
that? Co-defendant Davion Murphy is captured by the ring camera.
(61B1).
Defendant Alicia Andrews is captured by the ring camera.
I think I asked you yesterday, who was the only defendant not captured on the ring video footage in Tampa?
Co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Did you become aware of some additional evidence that led you to Rashad Murphy being at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And what was that?
The Uber driver that drove him to Jacksonville from the Airbnb.
When did you interview the Uber driver?
The first time I spoke to him was over the phone sometime in July, and then I had an in-person interview early August.
Did you get some evidence from the Uber driver? Did he actually provide you with the route that he had taken?
Yes. The first time we spoke over the phone, he sent me a screenshot of how the ride would appear on his app, which has a kind of a map view and then a total of how much was paid for the ride. And then I subpoenaed Uber for the rest of the details.
And you said the first interview that you had of the Uber driver was through the phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you send him anything on the phone?
Yes, I sent him photographs from Sean Gaithright's residential cameras that showed 3 of the defendants arriving there in Jacksonville, and asked him if these were the same 3 people that he picked up at the Airbnb in Tampa.
Did you also send him a photograph of him at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And did he confirm that that indeed was him?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence, at 92A. Is this a screenshot from the video cameras that are at Sean Gaithright's home in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes.
And is this a copy of a screenshot that you sent him?
Yes.
And you did that initially on the phone, is that correct?
Initially on the phone, yes.
And when was your initial phone interview with the Uber driver?
I can't recall the exact date, but it was sometime in July 2024.
Okay. And then did you also meet with him in person so that you could have him sign and date other still images that you received from that video footage at Sean Gaithright's home?
Yes.
And when was the time frame of the video footage that you collected from Sean Gaithright's home on June 23rd of 2024?
I'm sorry, when the video is recording that specific image?
Yes, that these still shots were created from.
Yes, so that footage is from approximately 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. on June 23rd, 2024. And
the Uber driver, when he sent you the documentation of the Uber trip, did it show the path that they had taken from the Airbnb here in Tampa to the residence of Sean Gaithright in Jacksonville?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification at 92B through C, and also 70A through K. going to have you look at 78 through K just for identification. Are those copies of the text messaging that you had sent to the Uber driver?
Yes.
And specifically 70K, that is a copy of the trip that he had sent you via text message.
Correct.
And then 92B through D, are those the other screenshots that you showed to the Uber driver?
Correct.
At this time, we introduced only 70K as well as State's Exhibit 92.
Objection? Okay. So 70K and 92.
B through D, A is already in.
Okay. Very good.
Detective, what is in 92?
This is a printout of footage from Sean Gaithwright's house from June 23rd upon arrival, and it was signed by the Uber driver and dated when we met in person, just as an acknowledgement of what he told me.
And how many people did the Uber driver give a ride to?
He said he picked up 3 people at the Airbnb in Tampa.
And are 2 of them reflected, and is that what you were having him identify in State's 92?
Yes, those 2 people in this photo were 2 out of the 3 that he picked up.
And then 92D?
Yes, this is a picture of co-defendant Rashad Murphy, same thing.
And then 92C?
Yes, this one has defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendant Rashad Murphy, and acknowledge that as well.
And 70K?
Yeah, this was the screenshot from his Uber app that he sent me, confirming the details of that ride.
I'm going to ask you about this time down here, 3 hours and 25 minutes. Does that correspond time-wise with the time it takes to leave and the video footage showing them leaving from the Airbnb here in Tampa on June 23rd of 2024 and correspond with the time it took to get to Sean Gaithwright's house where they're seen on the video footage in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
You're reporting into evidence State's Exhibit 37A. Who is that?
Co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
And 37B. What 2 photographs are contained in 37B?
So this is a side-by-side. On the left side of the screen, we have footage from co-defendant Sean Gaithwright's residential cameras being compared to a photograph taken when co-defendant Rashad Murphy was arrested by Gwinnett County several days later.
And did you obtain a search warrant to get the security video footage from Sean Gaithwright's home in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, I did.
When did you get that search warrant?
I'd have to look at the report for the exact.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, please. July 8th, 2024.
And that residence of Sean Gaithwright, that is 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that located?
In Jacksonville.
What county?
Duval.
Did you have to get the assistance of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to assist in executing that search warrant?
Specifically for the camera footage, no, because it's served directly to Vivint as a remote offsite, so I obtained the search warrant in Hillsborough County and electronically delivered it to Vivint.
And did we obtain, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 79 and 98, was there video footage that was collected from that Vivint security camera of Sean Gaithwright's?
Yes.
And after you received them via search warrant, how were the videos presented to you?
They were delivered electronically.
And could you tell the timestamp of each particular video?
Yeah, so the video, the name of the file, these are digital electronic files. The name of the file is the date and timestamp of the beginning of that video. So in reverse order, so year, month, day, and then the exact time that that specific video starts.
And I'm going to show, or I've already, let me show you State's Exhibit 79 and 98. Are these videos, one containing a composite of all the videos together, as well as a DVD containing all of the relevant videos individually?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 79 and 98.
Any objection? Admitted.
Locate on this. Detective, before I ask you some questions, were there 2 time periods that you were able to locate on this video footage of Sean Gaithwright's residence that were pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
What was the first time period that you looked at?
I looked at footage from when before the group came down from Jacksonville in the afternoon hours of Saturday the 22nd, and then the second time period was their arrival when they got back from Tampa in the late afternoon of Sunday the 23rd.
What was the date of when you first were looking at? What was the date you were looking at?
It was Saturday the 22nd.
That's the Saturday before the victim was killed, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the second date that you were looking at?
Sunday the 23rd.
And that is when they are being dropped off by the Uber driver?
Correct.
Detective, the timestamp is not reflected on this, is that correct?
No, it would be on the name of the file of this specific clip. So similar to the ring, they're short activations, motion sense.
But this is occurring on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes, this is Isaiah Chance's arrival at Sean Gaithwright's house in the early hours of the afternoon of Saturday, June 22nd.
This a different camera view?
Yes.
Still on June 22nd of 2024?
Correct.
And each of these small video clips, was the name of the file of the video clip, did it include the date and time of the video itself?
Yes.
And approximately what is the time range when we're looking at him at Sean Gathwright's house on June 22nd of 2024?
Approximately 2 p.m. On the 22nd.
And what is he doing in this picture?
He appears to be moving bags from his registered BMW into the residence at this point.
And same time period, but showing different angle camera, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is he doing now?
Appears to be pulling out 2 pairs of shoes from his back seat and bringing them into the house.
Who do we see now?
Co-defendant Sean Gathwright stepping out of his front door.
What is Mr. Gathwright doing now?
He's removing items from his trunk and bringing them inside.
And what trunk is he removing it from?
This is the suspect, black Chevy Impala, that was used in this homicide.
What does Mr. Gathwright have in his hand at that moment?
Cell phone.
Again, reviewing Mr. Gathwright's cell phone data and cell site information, did his cell site information put him at his house during this time period?
Correct.
What's he doing now?
Appears to be removing some kind of lighting equipment from his trunk and bringing it inside.
Lighting equipment for photography?
Yes.
So that is not in his vehicle.
Looks like it was taken into the house.
And who's appearing now in this video?
Co-defendant Isaiah Chance stepped out and is walking to his BMW.
Describe what's going on now.
At this point, they're starting to bring out bags. They're going to load into the Impala.
What color are the bags that he's bringing out?
A pink one in his left and a blue one in his right.
What's he doing now?
Opening up the front passenger door of the BMW, carrying him.
What's happening here?
At this point, co-defendant Isaiah Chance leaves to go pick up defendant Alicia Andrews.
What's in this video?
This is after arriving back from picking.
What's going on now?
Appear to be some door-to-door type salesman, and they apparently talking to Alicia in the front passenger seat there.
Who's that?
Co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
What's happening now?
Sean Gate by the Apollo had left for a little while. He's returning now, and defendant Alicia Andrews is coming out of the front passenger seat of Isaiah Chance's BMW, and Isaiah Chance is coming out of the passenger side of his.
Where does Miss Andrews go?
She goes into the Impala. Back seat.
Okay, we've now jumped to the next day, June 23rd of 2024.
Yes.
And approximately what time?
This is approximately between 6 and 7 p.m. 23rd.
And is this the first time you are now seeing Rashad Murphy on video footage?
Correct.
Does he come out of that Uber driver's vehicle?
Yes.
And who are the other two occupants of the Uber driver's vehicle?
Defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
And who's holding that pink duffel bag?
Co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Is that the same pink duffel bag, or appears to be the same pink duffel bag originally carried out of the house on June 22nd of 2024?
It appears to be.
What do we see now?
Defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendants Rashad Murphy and Isaiah Chance. On Isaiah Chance.
And what happens to that pink bag?
It goes back into Sean Gate's house.
Does that appear to be the same pink bag that Alicia Andrews unloads from the Airbnb into the Uber?
It does appear to be, yes.
And do you capture the time when they finally leave?
Yes.
This time, who is in Isaiah Chance's BMW?
Defendant Alicia Andrews and defendant Rashad Murphy. Defendant Isaiah Chance will drive away.
Was there video footage that was also recovered that showed Isaiah Chance later returning back to Mr. Gathrigh's house?
I believe so, yes.
And
It's 10:40. Let's just go ahead and take a quick morning recess. Okay, Your Honor, 5 minutes. We'll be back. All right, thank you.
All rise. All rise. All jurors ready.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. And everyone have seats. You may continue.
okay, procedure?
Yes.
Detective Ramos, I'm going to show you again 61B2. Got the defendant with that pink bag that had come out of Sean Gathrigh's house and had been loaded back there prior to their trip to Tampa.
Correct.
Show you State's Exhibit 98. What we just saw was a composite of you posting several of those videos together. Is that correct? In chronological time.
Correct.
I want you to look at the screen. I know it's pretty tiny, but is this the way the format all of those independent video clips came?
Correct.
And then if you look at, we'll start at the top one. Can you kind of go through and explain how that timestamp works?
Yes, so the file name includes the entire timestamp of when that video begins or that activation was received by the camera and started recording. So at the very top, the first clip that we showed in the composite is Isaiah Chance arriving at on 2024, June 22nd at 12:28:32. So that has the year, month, day, the hour, minute, and second.
And you got both the 22nd and the 23rd. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then just for example, the first one. To show you what's already in evidence, States 76B. B1 from Ms. Andrews' cell right extraction of her Apple iCloud account. Do you recognize this messaging?
Yes, I do.
And it is from Ms. Adore, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that one of Ms. Andrews, one of her usernames?
Yes.
And it's to a person named Kiera Marie, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with Ms. Marie based on your investigation in this case?
Just what I was told to by the defendant.
You had previously interviewed the defendant, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give us the date and time when this messaging is coming from Alicia Andrews, the defendant in this case?
It's June 21st, 2024 at 10:52 p.m.
Okay. And what is she messaging this person that goes by Kiera Marie?
Hey, could I book for a B&B in Tampa?
And then what is the response?
Hey, what dates do you need?
And what does the defendant message?
Tomorrow, but what date do you have available?
To page 2 of State's Exhibit 76B2. What is the next response from Kiera Marie?
How many bedrooms do you need? It's at the
I'm
top.
sorry.
Yep. How many bedrooms? Question mark.
What is the defendant's response?
Like 2.
And of course, this is not in Eastern Standard Time. Is this correct?
Correct.
Why would you need 2 bedrooms if it's just you and your boyfriend going to have a little getaway? 2 bedrooms? You sure you didn't know those other people was coming?
This is in UTC time?
Correct.
So what would you have to do in order to make it Eastern Standard Time?
Subtract 4. So the first message sent at 10:52 would actually have been sent at 6:52 in our time frame.
And then what is the response from Kiera Marie?
Hey, I only found tomorrow/Tuesday.
And again, this now says it's going into 6/23 of 2024 at 12:13:41 UTC time. What is that in Eastern Standard Time?
That would have been approximately 8 p.m. on the 22nd. They would have already been in Tampa.
I'm going to go back to the first page of this when this message is sent. You said that you did the conversion. So this says 10:52 p.m. UTC time. What was it in Eastern Standard Time?
6:52:25 p.m.
And this is coming from the defendant's Instagram. I'm not sorry, her iCloud account. Is that correct? The backlog for her phone.
Yes.
Was her actual phone that was used during this incident that is seen on video at the Airbnb in Tampa, was that ever recovered by law enforcement?
No.
Why not?
She got rid of it.
And when she did, was that a device that you were looking for in this particular investigation?
Yes.
Were you requesting the assistance of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to assist you with executing search warrants in this particular case?
Correct.
At some point, were you aware that her device had been located by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Were you apprised of the circumstances of when that happened and where it happened?
Yes.
When did that happen?
June 27th, 4 days after the murder.
And during that, when you were alerted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, did you express an interest in obtaining her cell phone?
Yes.
Did she have it at the time when they came into contact with her?
She had a cell phone in her possession.
And what was the circumstances of that cell phone when Jacksonville Sheriff's Office came in contact with her?
The cell phone she had in possession on June 27th when JSO came in contact with her was a new cell phone. It was not the same device that sent these messages days prior.
And when the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office came in contact, detectives that were assisting with you, did they say what in particular was happening with her new phone?
That it had been updated, set up brand new.
And
Okay, so I'll sustain it as to that assertion that she got rid of it. Okay.
where was she at the time when she was located?
Isaiah Chance's house.
Was a search warrant executed on Isaiah Chance's house at that time?
Yes.
Was there a search warrant that was done independently for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And was there a search warrant that was done for this investigation?
Yes.
During that search warrant, when Ms. Andrews was on premises, was there any other device that was located that belonged to her?
No.
In particular, on this time frame of June 21st of 2024, when this message was sent at 6:52:25 p.m., did I ask you to look at her cell site data and her timing advance data of her cell phone for her device to determine what her location was at that time?
Yes.
And what was her location at that time when it was sent?
At 6:52 on Friday the 21st, she was approximately in the area of Interstate Center Drive and Clark Road. Yes, Interstate Center Drive and Clark Road in Jacksonville, Florida.
And did I also ask you to, and is that located in Jacksonville, Florida?
Correct.
Duval County?
Correct.
Did I also ask you to take a look at Isaiah Chance's cell phone data, his cell site information for his device?
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did.
And where was his location when this when this message was sent from a device that had access to the defendant's Apple iCloud?
At 6:52 on the 21st, when this message is sent, Isaiah Chance's device was miles away from Alicia's device. His was in the vicinity of Sean Gateway's house.
And his device was being utilized and accessed, correct?
Correct.
So she, the defendant, if she's the one who sent this message, she's at...
Ooh, wait.
Is Ms. Andrews at a separate location than Isaiah Chance when she is trying to book an Airbnb in Tampa?
Yes.
Lord of mercy.
How far away is she?
Miles.
Damn. Your goose is cooked. You ain't know them other people was gonna be there? All right. Okay.
Show you 110.
Okay.
G. This is from the extraction of the phone found in Rashad Murphy's possession. Do you recognize that, detective?
Yes.
And again, this is a message within the Airbnb application. Is that correct? App.
Correct.
And did you know when this was sent to try to get the Airbnb, to actually book the Airbnb that was utilized in this case?
Yes.
When was it sent?
3:55 a.m. on Saturday, June 22nd, 2024.
And did you have other evidence that when this Airbnb actually was confirmed?
Yes.
And when was that?
Around that same time.
Was it within minutes of when this message was sent from Anthony Alava to Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
Did I also ask you to look at the cell site information for Rashad Murphy, the phone that was in his possession that is utilized both by him and Charmaine Steiger?
Correct.
And where was it, what vicinity was that cell phone in at the time when this message is happening to book the Airbnb here in Tampa?
Near the Murphy residence, 301 Caravan Circle in Jacksonville, Florida.
Is that located in Duval County?
Yes.
It's already been introduced into evidence 94C4. You also do a search warrant to access the Apple iCloud information of Sean Gathright.
Yes.
You are aware or familiar with the Cellbrite tool that allows you to look at what was contained on his Apple iCloud backup?
Yes.
Before I ask you directly about these questions, were you ever able to get the cell phone of Sean Gathright that he had in his possession and that he used during the perpetration of the crimes here in Tampa?
No.
Did Sean Gathright also have a new phone?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this particular message that was sent from his device that had access to that Apple iCloud. Can you tell us what this time is right here?
Yes, this is on Saturday, June 22nd, 2024 at 5:22:46 p.m.
And because it says UTC time -4, has that already been converted to Eastern Standard Time?
Correct.
So this is actually happening at 5:22, and it says from, is that correct?
Correct.
And who's it from?
That is a phone number that was verified to belong to co-defendant Isaiah Chance. It's at the top.
And that is the 904 number ending in 4707.
Correct.
And what specifically is Isaiah Chance sending to Sean Gathright in his instant messages?
He's sending the address to the Airbnb that they would stay at in Tampa.
And is that indeed the Airbnb that we earlier saw from the Ring video 3703, Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
Now, we've talked about some of the cell phone already. Did you, during the course of your investigation, do subpoenas as well as search warrants to obtain the cell phone data from Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
Did you also do the same thing, obtain a search warrant as well as subpoena for the cell phone information from the cell phone provider for Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Did you do the same thing for Sean Gathright?
Yes.
For Davian Murphy?
Yes.
What about Rashad Murphy? Did he have a phone other than that phone that was confiscated in Georgia, in Gwinnett County, that was in his physical possession?
The investigation revealed that phone was left in Jacksonville during their trip down to Tampa.
Could you find any other sort of phone that he may have utilized while he was down here?
No.
But did you look at the cell site data for that phone that was confiscated in Gwinnett County from Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And based on the cell site data, was there any sort of information showing that that phone traveled to Tampa?
No, it did not.
At this time, we are going to introduce State's Exhibit 72A through D.
Okay, any objection? You know what it is? You want to show it to them?
Oh, we can show it to them. Is this just a, I'm going to show you 72A. Down. Is this just a business record certification saying these records are kept in the normal course of business from AT&T?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 72. Are these the AT&T subscriber records that you received when you did a search warrant for the phone records belonging to Isaiah Chance?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this show what the subscriber, what his name and address is?
Yes.
And can you, for the record, state what that is?
The name is Isaiah Chance, and the credit address is 2534 West 28th Street, Jacksonville, Florida, 32209.
And does it also... Does it also give an email for his account?
Yes.
Oh, I see that.
Yes, Isaiah Chance at yahoo.com.
And part of the records that you receive, are they considered, are referred to as call detail records?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 72D. And what are call detail records?
Call detail records are anytime your phone receives or makes a phone call or a text message, something that would go over the network of the provider, AT&T or T-Mobile, it would be logged into this detailed record.
And you got it for a significant time period, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we're going to go to the dates that we're talking about, but before that, I just want to go over just so the jury has a general understanding of what type of information is contained in these records.
Yes.
So if we start over in this column, what is it?
That's the connection date that that activity happened.
Okay, and then again, when we're looking under time, I'm sorry, under connection time.
Yeah, the time on that date.
And again, is this in Eastern Standard Time or is this in UTC time?
UTC.
So you would have to do a conversion of subtracting 4 to get the time here in Florida when the call is either being made or received.
Correct.
Okay, and then what does it mean here, this column, seizure time?
Those are technical times for either the amount of time it connected or how long the call was connected.
And then ET?
It's similar.
Okay. Originating number?
That's the number that dialed or started the connection.
Since this is the phone records for Isaiah Chance, his number could be either the originating call, or a terminating call. Is that correct?
Correct. So in this instance, the 773 number called his number, and he terminated it.
Okay. And so his number is this 904-309-4707. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what is IME? What does that stand for, IMEI?
So the IMEI is like the serial number to the actual physical device that's being used when this call is made.
I'm going to go ahead and jump to... So on June, do you see where the time is right here?
Correct.
June 22nd, 8:45:59. Can you do the conversion for us?
That would be 4:45 a.m. on Saturday the 22nd.
And what number is calling him?
Appears to be a 904-898-9800.
What's the wrong one? it down here to 622 at 1949. Do you recognize this number?
Yes.
And whose number is that?
The 945-3825 number that's calling him is the number registered to Sean Gaithright.
And again, is it the one right after it? I'm going to go right below it. 622, 1949 UTC number. Is that another call from Sean Gaithright?
Correct.
And I'm going to go right below that. June 22nd, 1957. Is this a different number?
Yes.
And what number is that?
904-203-3137 is the number registered to co-defendant Davion Murphy.
Go to the next page. This time's June 23rd of 2024.
Yes.
Recognize that number?
Yes, Sean Gaithright.
And the one immediately underneath it, again, 623, 1910-53 UTC time. What time is that? Eastern Standard Time?
3:10 p.m.
Okay, and again, is he receiving a phone call from Sean Gaithright?
Yes.
I'm going to go immediately below it. June 23rd, 1951, 47 UTC time.
Davion Murphy.
Davion Murphy. And I'm going to go to June 23rd, 1951, 48. Again, is that a call from Davion Murphy?
Yes.
And then June 23rd, 1952. Is that another attempted call from Davion Murphy?
Yes.
And then June 23rd, 2024, 1952. Again, what phone number is that?
Davion Murphy's phone number.
Then 623, 1952. Again, who was making a phone call to him?
Davion Murphy.
These are call detail records, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you receive additional records that were records that contained the cell site location of the device?
Yes.
And what's contained on 72C, is that the cell site information, the data provided by the company AT&T that contains all of the corresponding cell site information for all of those listed calls?
Yes.
Does the call data record, does that only record calls that are coming to and from that device that are utilizing cell phone towers?
Correct.
On any sort of Apple device, is there communication, phone calls that could be captured on the, or made on the device that would not be captured in call detail records?
Correct. If it uses the iOS network, it would not be captured on your provider like the AT&T call detail records.
This time we can introduce into evidence states 71A through
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
and 71A. Is this the business certification for the phone records belonging to Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
And she's with T-Mobile?
Correct.
Also get her subscriber information.
Yes.
And for this phone, does it indicate the name and address of the subscriber?
Yes.
And what is it for the record?
Alicia Andrews.
And what? I'm also going to show you call detail records. Show you June 23rd. Does it say that what type of time that these records are in?
Yes, UTC.
Going to June 23rd at 6:08 UTC time. What would that be in Eastern Standard Time?
2:08 a.m. on June 23rd.
And is there an incoming call?
Yes.
And who is that from at that time?
That is Sean Gaithright's number.
And based on the video footage, where is Alicia Andrews at approximately that time?
At 2:08, she's en route to Teasers.
And then going to June 23rd, 2024, approximately, is that now 2:31 Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there now a attempt at an outgoing call?
Yes, from Alicia Andrews' phone number, attempting to call Sean Gaithright.
And actually, let's go all the way through. Was that actually completed successfully?
Yes.
And then 6/23rd of 2024, 2:32:07 seconds. What's going on at that point?
Another attempted outgoing call from Alicia Andrews' phone to Sean Gaithright's phone.
And what was that successfully completed?
No.
And were there any other incoming or outgoing calls during that time period that were captured on the call detail records?
No, not outside of this.
Was there another source in the records where you saw communication between Alicia Andrews' phone and Sean Gathright?
Yes.
Where was that?
That was derived from the iCloud backup, so specifically iOS messages that occurred around this time that would not have been captured on these records.
And were they captured on SeanGathright's iCloud account?
Correct.
And what was that messaging that was caught?
Yes.
And do you remember the approximate time of that messaging?
Around this time, 2:30 a.m. on the 23rd.
Was there also a sharing of location between Alicia Andrews' device and Sean Gathright's phone?
Yes.
Now, there were points in time on that video, in that teaser's video, where you could see Isaiah Chance holding a phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go ahead.
That particular time frame, what was that time when that occurred?
That was closer to 2:26, 2:27 a.m. on the 23rd.
Did you search in Alicia Andrews' iCloud account, the backup for her phone, and in her call detail records, and Sean Gathright's phone for any sort of communication that was occurring from her phone at that time?
I did.
Did you locate any sort of evidence of that phone call being made?
No.
Are there other applications on an Apple iPhone that you can utilize to make telephone calls?
Many.
Was there any evidence of some communication that was recorded or documented in the Axiom tool that looked at the backup of her Apple iPhone?
But not outside the iOS, no.
Are there certain applications that don't record or give detailed information of user call detail records?
Without the physical device, we wouldn't see that.
And if that information wasn't backed up, you would not be able to locate that. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you. So you did mapping for Ms. Andrews' phone?
I did.
Also did mapping for Isaiah Chance's phone?
Yes.
Sean Gathright's phone?
Yes.
David Murphy?
Yes.
Show you 71C. This containing the data for Alicia Andrews' phone. So if you take a look up there, are those the different type of files that are sent to you for doing cell phone mapping for Alicia Andrews' phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what these files are and what's contained within them?
These are basically Excel sheets that have all of the activity that's recording location, specifically latitude and longitude in different variations. So you have the CDRTs, actually like the call details records that we just looked at, but this version includes the latitude and longitude for each connection. And then there's a 5G data, and the one that has the most amount of data is the timing advance.
What do you do with this data in order to be able to map the various locations that the cell phone is in?
So this is considered raw data. It's a bunch of lines with a bunch of numbers. We would put these files into a system called CellHawk that allows us to visually map on a map where each latitude and longitude is showing, and that's how we would map it and view it.
And I just want to go into this just so you can kind of explain to the jury how this is done. I'm going to open up the timing advance file. So, Detective, when we are looking at this, you can see when the phone calls are made. Is that correct?
This is so the timing advance is specifically any activity that your phone is having. It's data that measures the distance between your device and a cell phone. So these don't all necessarily have to be calls.
So not necessarily when she's making a call. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does it give again the time, and what is that in UTC time?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said that this gives a corresponding longitude and latitude. Can you point out where that is reflective in the records?
Yes. On the left side of the screen, we see the latitude and longitude of every connection the phone is making with a tower.
And the records are starting at 6/20 of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that goes all the way, including our time period. Is that correct?
Yeah, I got from the 20th to the 25th to make sure we captured our time period well.
I'm going to show you again from her Apple iCloud backup, 75C6. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And where is that of?
This is a photograph of the front of 218 on Bush Boulevard in Tampa, Florida.
I think you testified that it corresponds with when the video was obtained from that location when the victim was present. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you reporting evidence 75C5, also from her Apple iCloud backup. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Ask you to look at the time when this was on her phone. Do you see that?
I see the last modified time.
Oh.
The original time is a little bit further down.
Move it up, sorry.
Yeah, right there, yes.
Sorry about that. Wanted you to be able to read it. And what time is that?
Towards the bottom, the 6:23:24 at 2:58 a.m.
And do you recognize this map up here?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Yeah, this is a like if you had your maps function on your iPhone active and you're getting directions to go somewhere, and it depicts the major thoroughfare of Hillsborough, east and west, and then northbound on Nebraska, with the very next point to get wherever they're going being South Castle Street, which is the street that Teasers is on.
You can't convince this jury you ain't know what was going on, girl. You're not gonna be able to do it? No.
74. At this time, we've introduced into evidence States Exhibit 74, A through D.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show you 74A. And is this a business certification showing Damian Murphy's cell phone is kept in the normal course of business?
Correct.
I'm going to show you T-Mobile. Say what the subscriber name is for Mr. Murphy's. What he put in as his subscriber name.
Shug Spaz.
Do those two names mean anything to you?
Yes.
Please tell us what they mean.
They're street names for members of his a group that were killed in this gang war previously.
Is there anything from T-Mobile where they require some sort of identification to open up an account with T-Mobile?
You can put whatever name you want there.
And then again, 74D, did you get the corresponding call data records for Damian Murphy from T-Mobile?
Correct.
And then 74C, did you get the data information to be able to do his cell phone mapping data as well?
Yes.
Prior to this time, we introduced into evidence states Exhibit 73A through D. Okay, ready? I'm going to show you 73A. Again, is this the business certification from AT&T saying that Mr. Gathwright's phone records are kept in the normal course of business?
Correct.
73D, called detail records for Mr. Gathwright's phone.
This is subscriber information.
This is the first page of subscriber information.
Yes.
And who's the financial liable party?
Damali Lyle.
How is she related to Mr. Gathwright?
She's Sean's mother.
And then down here for name of user information.
Sean Gathright.
And does this contain the call detail records for his use starting in May of 2024?
Yes.
And again, did you get them beyond and including the time offense of this particular case?
Yeah, the CDRs we get for 30 days.
Then 73C, did you also get that same sort of data that we looked at with Alicia Andrews that you could utilize to be able to map his locations for the cell site information?
Yes.
There was also a search warrant for Sean Gathwright's iCloud backup, is that correct?
Correct.
I'll show you 94C1. I'm going to ask you to look up here. This user that is saved as Bron, B-R-O-N, do you recognize this phone number up here?
Yeah, that's Alicia Andrews' phone number.
Same phone number that you obtained those cell phone records via search warrant, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what we're looking at up here in this first blue box?
Yes, so this is Alicia Andrews' phone number is sharing a live location with Sean Gaithright's phone number.
So just so the from column, that is designating, again, Ron and her number, is that correct?
Correct.
And 2, whose number is that?
Sean Gaithright's.
And you said that, what does this mean?
That Alicia Andrews' phone sent a live location to Sean Gaithright's phone.
And does it show in this box when that is occurring?
Yeah, the correct Eastern Standard Time, 2 a.m. on Sunday, June 23rd.
And is that before they went to the Teasers nightclub?
That was before, en route to Teasers.
And then the second box, what time are we at now?
Around the same time.
And again, what is going on here?
This one is sharing location with you. So the first one's sent one live location. The next one is sharing location that would be continuous.
And again, this phone number belongs to?
Alicia Andrews.
And then this box, what's going on? What time are we at?
We're at 2:31 a.m. on the 23rd, Eastern Standard.
And what is, who's this from?
This is from Alicia Andrews.
And again, is this time there's actually a message being sent?
Yes.
Okay, and what is she messaging?
Pick up the phone.
And there's a word I'm not going to ask you to say it, but it says N-I-G-G-A, pick up the phone, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what time is this?
2:31 a.m.
And where, based on the video footage, where are they at that point?
At that point, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance are inside of the Silver Cruise in the rear portion of the Teasers parking lot.
And that's based on the timestamp and the modifications made to real time, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is a time when Charles Jones and his party are already at Teasers, is that also correct?
Yeah, they had already walked inside, correct.
So that was at 2:31:19, and then I'm going to ask you about this time up here at the top. Oh, so when is this time?
2:31:24.
So just a couple of seconds later, is there another message?
Yes.
Is that the same message that you just sent 2 seconds ago?
Objection.
Go ahead.
Alicia's phone number sent another pick up the phone message, yes.
Still at that same location?
Correct.
And then let's go to the second box. What time is this occurring?
4:25 a.m.
And what is going on at this time?
This is Alicia's phone sending a live location to Sean's phone.
And then let's go down to this box. What time are we at now?
4:25 a.m.
Where is that silver Chevy Cruze at?
Around the intersection of McKinley and Fowler, near the Homestead Suites.
And what is going on at this time?
This is approximately 1 minute after the victim and his entourage arrived at the Homestead Suites parking lot.
And what is going on?
This is Alicia Andrews' phone sending a location to Sean Gaithwright's phone.
So now we have jumped where they are close to the time when the victim is killed. Is that correct?
Yes, this is approximately 15 minutes before the shots are fired.
Was there some additional messaging that you got from Sean Gaithwright's phone that occurred earlier that night?
Yes.
To show you what's in evidence 94C2. Start at the top there. This number is identified as Kyla, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you try to identify her during the course of your investigation?
I did.
Who is this phone number belonging to that's designated as Kyla in Sean Gaithwright's phone?
Kyla Enright,
Where does Kyla Enright live?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Did you conduct an interview with Ms. Enright?
I did.
I'm going to go to the first green box. Can you tell us what time period we're at?
We're at 12:32 a.m. on the 23rd.
And who is sending the text and who is receiving it?
Sean Gaithwright's phone is sending a text to Kyla.
And what is the message he's sending?
I need y'all text Fat Boy.
During the course of your investigation, was there anyone with the victim's party, Charles Jones' party, that had a nickname or was known as Fat Boy?
I wasn't able to identify a person.
Is this a response from Ms. Enright?
Yes.
And when is it sent?
On June 23rd at 12:32 a.m.
What does she message back in response?
About what?
And what does the message back from Sean Gaithwright's phone say?
Hey sis, I need y'all text Fat Boy and tell him you trying to pull up and trying to see him tonight.
And then what is the response?
He know I'm gone. I've been FT him while I'm out.
And what time did that response happen at?
12:35 a.m. on the 23rd.
What does FT mean?
I have no idea.
And let's go to this green box. What is the response?
He in Tampa right now.
And what time does he send that response?
12:36 a.m. on the 23rd.
What is the next message from Sean Gaithwright's device?
Make it seem like you know he there. You don't know he there.
What time is that sent?
12:36 a.m. on the 23rd.
What is his next message? That happens at 12:38.
He at a B&B with 6. Be like, where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk and you trying to fuck.
And during the course of your investigation, is there somebody that you know is known as 6?
The victim, Charles Jones.
And was Charles Jones at an Airbnb that night?
Yes.
And then what is his next message that occurs at 12:39:29?
Never mind.
He tried to get the girl to do the setup. Try to get her involved.
Sorry, going back to 94C2. What is the response from Ms. Enright's device?
You want to come to B&B with us?
Sorry, I need to go down one.
Yeah. We at Tierra, the club.
And what time does that occur?
12:40.
And then what is the next one at 12:40:37 from that device?
You want to come to the B&B with us?
And then what is your next response at 12:40?
Question mark.
And then what is the device from Mr. Gaithwright say at 12:41:19?
No, I'm in Tampa trying to see where his B&B at.
And then what is the response from Ms. Enright's phone?
Who B&B? Question mark.
And then what is the response from Sean Gaithwright's phone that occurs at 12:41:50 on 6/23 of 2024?
6.
And then what is his next response at 12:41:53?
Pools.
And then his next response at 12:42:02.
It's his birthday and Fat Boy with him.
Angel, they trying to catch that boy slipping for real.
We go on to that same exhibit, 94C2. What is the response from Ms. Enright's device that occurs at 12:42:08?
Not here in JX.
And then the device belonging to Mr. Gaithwright sends a message in response at 12:42.
Nah, they in Tampa.
And then the response back that occurs at 12:42:29.
What question mark?
And then 12:42.
Let me FT.
And then again from Sean Gaithwright's device, the message that occurs at 12:42:37 on June 23rd of 2024.
Bro, play like you don't know it.
And then the response.
FB going to Beezer's tonight or some shit like that.
That's the response from Ms. Enright?
Correct.
And then the response from Sean Gaithwright's device that occurs at 1:25:25 a.m.
Is he there yet? Question mark.
Then the final message on this exhibit that occurs at 1:28:16 a.m.
No.
scheming and plotting.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 77. This is the cell phone mapping that you did in this case. And did I ask you to take a look at all of the cell phone mapping that you had done, and then initial and date the CD that it was placed on?
Yes.
Do you recognize your name? I'm sorry, your initials and the date?
Yes.
And does this fairly and accurately reflect the cell phone mapping that was done?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time we introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 77.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
I asked you about this. You said that there was cell phone software that you utilized to create this mapping.
Correct.
Can you tell us exactly what you did?
Yeah, so it's a program called CellHawk, and when I get the raw data files from T-Mobile, I put them into CellHawk, and then it interprets this way in a visual representation on a map.
Can you kind of explain to us what that guide means at the right of the screen?
Yeah, so when we want to establish or look at it in a chronological timeline order, it would open up this box on the right, and what you can see on the right there is the date and time that the data is showing for, and as it scrolls chronologically, you'll see the corresponding hits on the map. So you can actually work it as a slider, fast forward it, pause it, to basically go back and forth and look at the chronological timeline.
And can you control how fast the timeline moves?
Yes.
And I want you to look at that cluster of brown that is in the center.
Yes.
Are those different dates and times that are all overlapping over one another?
Yeah, this is from the timing advance, so every little connection the phone's doing with the tower almost every 10 seconds.
And does the time and date, does it pop up in the location on the map that corresponds to where that device is?
The latitude and longitude of the actual device, yes.
And how fast are you having this time elapse to show the movement of the device belonging to Alicia?
Every second in real time represents 5 minutes in the display.
And what point in time did you start what day did you start the cell phone mapping?
This specifically starts at 2:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday the 22nd, so this was the time that she's being picked up by Isaiah on the way to Sean's house.
And this is a map of Jacksonville, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have the entire state of Florida? Does it move and show movement from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes.
And where? How long does this mapping last for?
Throughout the time frame of our incident.
And again, is the date and time reflected to the right as the same corresponding time is popping up on the map?
Correct.
What is being shown now?
This is the device traveling from Jacksonville, Florida, towards Tampa on the afternoon of Saturday the 22nd.
You also have the locations that are involved in this incident mapped out on the map.
Yes, I specifically highlighted the Airbnb where the defendant stayed at, the 2 clubs that the victim was at, and then the scene where the homicide happened.
Approximately what time period are we at now?
We're at 8 p.m. now after they arrived at the Airbnb.
And what did we just see there?
That's when the phone went to McDonald's.
Now?
We're at Teasers, 2:30 a.m. Between 2:30 and 3. We went to Hillsborough and came back to the Teasers area. Back to the Hillsborough area between 3 and 4.
Where is it now?
4 at Truth 18. 425 near the Homestead Suites. Back to the Airbnb.
Like you guys came there just to do this.
And this next slide, is this a freeze frame of the cell phone mapping?
Yes.
Can you tell us what time and what we're looking at?
Yeah, we're looking at 7:55 p.m. and some change, and on the right, that's what the device is showing near the Airbnb. And one of the ways we corroborate the accuracy of the data that we're getting from the cell phone companies is finding things like video evidence where we can see that there's a phone in conjunction where the device is showing at.
Again, is this another freeze frame of that cell phone mapping that we just saw?
Yes.
And what is the map that we're looking at? Is that a map of Tampa? And what is located on that map?
Yeah, that's showing the device on the top right there in the vicinity of the McDonald's there.
Did you place the video clip taken from the McDonald's from June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And that's that silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
What's in this next slide?
What we have here is a device showing in the area of Teasers at 2:31:56 and the corresponding call detail records around that time. And then this is a visual from the camera footage from Teasers around 2:27, just a few minutes prior, showing Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews in the parking lot of Teasers.
And that's her device in his hand, is that correct?
Correct.
And the corresponding call detail records up there that we saw on Alicia Andrews' phone, those are to that number 904-945-382.
Sean Gatewright's number, yes.
And what about here?
This is the device showing in the area of I'm not quite sure where this specific photo is at. Oh, I'm sorry, 15th and Hillsborough, yes. I had a brain fart there. 15th and Hillsborough, and then we cooperated with the license plate reader at 15th and Hillsborough.
And again, that's one of the license plate readers that is capturing which vehicle?
The Silver Cruise.
And then when we're looking at, since we have a still photo, a still shot of the cell phone mapping, can you kind of explain the diagram and what exactly it's showing?
Yeah, so the diagram is showing what you see, the triangle there, that's the quadrant of the tower that's in the direction the device is at, and then there's a line that comes from that onto a circle, and the circle has different levels of accuracy down to the smallest circle, trying to show exactly where that device is at. So there's data for the tower that it's communicating with, and data for the physical location of the actual device.
And then again, what is this?
Yeah, this is a screenshot recovered from her iCloud backup of directions to teasers from the Hillsborough area.
And again, that is a map along that pathway that she would have to take to get to teasers, is that correct?
Yes.
And then in this next slide?
Again, back to Hillsborough 15th, past that license plate reader multiple times.
And her phone is corresponding, showing in the same area and location, is that correct?
Correct.
This next slide?
So this is Alicia's phone in the vicinity of Truth 18 and corroborated by video surveillance footage from Truth 18.
And what time are we at now?
Approximately 4 a.m.
And again, this is that screenshot that was recovered from her iCloud account, is that correct?
Correct.
Again, is that there at the same approximate time as her phone?
Correct.
What is this about?
This is the data showing that Alicia's device was at the scene of the homicide at the time of the homicide.
The same time that silver Chevy Cruze is seen circling around the parking lot and passing the victim twice.
Correct.
And this slide?
Alicia's device at the Airbnb at 2:59 p.m. at the same time that she's seen on camera coming out of the Airbnb.
Slide?
This is Alicia's device passing a lottie on her way back to Jacksonville and corroborated by the Uber that she was in hitting a license plate reader in that same area at that same time.
So you also got the license tag from the Uber, is that correct?
Correct.
Detective, it's Miss Andrews.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is in this slide?
This is Miss Andrews' device in the area of Sean Gatewright's house at the time corroborated by the video surveillance footage from Mr. Gatewright's house.
Also do the same cell phone mapping for the data from Isaiah Chance's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what is now plotted on this particular video?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are we at this point?
This is Saturday around 5 p.m., the 22nd, on the travel down to Tampa.
And are those times where you see his device traveling down to Tampa, is that corresponding with the times that Alicia Andrews' device is traveling down to Tampa?
Yes.
Same route?
Yes.
And the same 4 points of interest plotted on this map?
Correct.
What time are we at now?
11 p.m. on the 22nd.
Okay. Is there some point where you are not seeing the same type of data on this phone during that time period as you are seeing on Alicia?
Correct. The data that was used to make this demonstrative did not include the timing advance that shows second-by-second kind of updates. This is mostly just called detail records with Latin long.
So there's a difference in the type of data that is provided by T-Mobile for Alicia Andrews' phone than it is for Isaiah Chance's phone. Is that correct?
Correct. There were 2 different providers.
But there was some activity both at Teasers. Is that correct?
Yes, teasers and the scene of the murder at the time of the murder for Isaiah's phone.
Did you do the same sort of verification and confirmation of the times provided by the cell phone data provided by AT&T of Isaiah Chance's phone?
Correct.
What are we looking at this slide?
This is Mr. Chance's phone in the area of Hillsborough 15th at the time that the Silver Cruise is hitting a license plate reader there.
Here in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, is this a still shot of the cell phone mapping?
Yes.
And what are the times that we're looking at that his device is utilizing cell phone towers?
We're looking here specifically in the time frame of the homicide at around 4:40 a.m.
And is it a murder scene within the area that is covered by that cell phone tower?
Yes.
And when we're looking at that kind of open triangle, the coverage includes the area that is included within that triangle. Is that correct?
Yes, it's pointing in the area that the device is at.
Tell us what's in this slide.
This is on the left of Mr. Chance's device, again hitting off of a tower pointing towards the scene around the same time that the Silver Cruise is seen on camera at the murder scene.
And why is this particular area circled on the Silver Chevy Cruze?
It was one of the ways we were able to verify it was the correct cruise. It had some unique damage, kind of like a scrape or scuff mark from a prior collision in that circled area.
And that was confirmed when eventually that vehicle seized?
Yes.
What's contained in this slide?
Mr. Chance's device in the vicinity of the Airbnb at the same time that he's seen on camera there.
And what time is that?
This is in the afternoon of the 23rd, 3:08 p.m.
You also do the same thing for the device belonging to Sean Gathright.
Correct.
And again, the cell phone mapping data that you got from AT&T as opposed to the T-Mobile provided for the defendant's device, what type of information did you receive in order to do the cell phone mapping of Sean Gathright?
Similar information. Mr. Gathwright's device was more active, so there's a lot more activity on it.
And did you do the same time period?
Yes.
And what are we seeing here?
This is the afternoon of Saturday 22nd, the travel down from Jacksonville to Tampa.
Same time as when Alicia Andrews' device and Isaiah Chance's devices are traveling down from Jacksonville to Tampa.
Yes, ma'am.
Same path of travel.
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time is his device showing up near the Airbnb?
7:52 p.m.
Where's the device now?
Between 10 and 10:30, it drove up and down Nebraska near Teasers.
Back at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Where's it traveling to now?
Around 2 a.m. back to Teasers.
Now?
It goes to Hillsborough between 3 and 4 a.m.
And where?
After 4 a.m., it goes to 218.
Where does it go?
425 to 440 at the Homestead Suites, the homicide scene.
And then?
After the homicide, back to the Airbnb.
Same sort of verification corroboration?
Yes.
Tell us what's in this slide at 2:45 p.m. on June 22nd of 2024.
Mr. Gaithwright's device is hitting off the tower in the vicinity of his home in Jacksonville at the same time that he's seen on camera at his home in Jacksonville.
That's what's being shown in that video?
Correct.
And now what is in this slide?
A message from Mr. Chance to Mr. Gaithwright with the address to the Airbnb in Tampa.
What's in this slide?
The messages between Sean Gaithwright's device and Kayla Ann Wright trying to solicit information from Fatway.
And at this time period, where is he at?
Specifically, he's at the Airbnb in Tampa.
What's in this slide?
The messages between Mr. Gaithwright
Those, the continuation of those messages?
Correct.
And what about in these slides?
The messages from Alicia Andrews' device to Sean Gaithwright's device.
And again, I think you told us the time frame, but again, if you look up, and this is an Eastern Standard Time because there's UTC -4.
Correct.
And the first time frame is 2 a.m.
Correct.
And where is he at that location at that time?
Leaving the Airbnb to start the route to Teasers.
What's in this slide?
This is Sean Gaithwright's device in the vicinity of Teasers within the same time frame of Black and Paula scene at Teasers.
And that's approximately 2:39 a.m. June 23rd of 2024.
The device is there from 2:15-ish to 3. We first see the car on video at 2:54. Yes.
And then what is being shown here?
The device of Mr. Gaithwright in the vicinity of 218 at the same time that his Black Impala is also seen in the vicinity of 218.
And what is the time period we're looking at for the cell phone mapping?
Approximately 4:15 a.m.
What's in this slide?
The messages from Ms. Andrews' device to Sean Gaithwright's device.
And is there also her sharing the location?
Correct.
And when does that occur? What is happening in the screen?
Alicia Andrews' device is sharing a location with Sean Gaithwright's device at 4:25 a.m.
What's happening in this screen?
This is a mapping of Mr. Gaithwright's device in the vicinity of the homicide scene in a similar time period that his Black Impala is caught on camera at that scene.
Can you give us all the different time periods where it's popping up at the homicide scene?
Yes, his device was tracking there from approximately 4:34 a.m. till a couple minutes after the shots were fired.
What's in this slide?
Mr. Gaithwright's device in the vicinity of the Airbnb that they stayed at is verified, corroborated by the ring footage around that same time.
What's he holding in his hand at that time?
A cellular device.
And approximately what time is that that slide? I'm sorry, that still shot taken from the ring camera.
3:13 p.m.
It's being shown in this slide.
This is Mr. Gaithwright's device in the vicinity of his grandmother's house in Auburndale, Polk County, corroborated by around the same time he's seen on video there.
And what's being shown here?
This is showing communication on the call detail records. Mr. Gaithwright's call detail record shows communication to Isaiah's phone and also the defendant Alicia Andrews' phone.
And on what days is that communication happening at times? Can we start with the 4707 number belonging to Isaiah Chance?
Up top on Saturday the 22nd, June 22nd.
And what time?
1949 UTC, so it would be 4 hours minus that.
And then Alicia Andrews' phone, 904-405-6758.
Yes, on the 23rd, 6:08 UTC, so starting at 2:08 and then 2:31, 2:32.
What are we looking at in this photo?
We're looking at a mapping of Gaithwright's device showing in the vicinity of a nightclub. I believe the name is in the top left there at the same time that a picture was taken, found on his download, his Apple iCloud download.
And where is this in Florida, do you know?
This is in Orlando.
Orlando.
Yes.
And up the picture up in the right, is that a photo taken from Don Julio, the company, showing what their bottles look like?
Correct.
And what time was this posted on June 24th of 2024?
1:39 a.m.
Is there significance to Don Julio in this investigation?
Yes, the victim's rap name is Julio Foolio, so it's a play off of that name.
And then did you do the same cell phone mapping for Davion Murphy's phone, 904-203-160?
Correct.
And again, what type of data did you get for being able to map David Murphy's home from T-Mobile?
Location data lat along, yes. We're seeing the device of Davion Murphy travel from Jacksonville towards Tampa on the afternoon of Saturday the 22nd.
And is it taking the same path of travel as the devices belonging to Alicia Andrews, Isaiah Chance, and Sean Gathright?
Yes.
What is the approximate time when his device shows up at that Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane?
7:57 p.m.
Now,
Between 10 and 10:30, his device also drives up and down Nebraska near Teasers.
is that at the same time Sean Gathright's device is going to that area that is in the vicinity of?
Correct.
Where is it now?
After the homicide back at the Airbnb.
Was there a lot of caller or usage or cell site information that was provided in between those times?
Specifically with Defendant Davion Murphy, there was a block missing from the timing advance. The provider just didn't have it. And then in conjunction with that, there was almost no activity on his phone for the other records.
Did you do the same thing to verify and confirm the accuracy of the cell phone records and the cell site location for Davion Murphy?
For the data we had, yes.
What are we seeing in this particular slide?
This is Davion Murphy's device in the vicinity of the McDonald's, corroborated by Mr. Davion Murphy being caught on camera at that McDonald's around the same time.
And what time was that?
Approximately 1:36 a.m. on June 23rd.
What's contained in this slide?
Mr. Murphy's device in the vicinity of the Airbnb around the same time that he's caught on the Ring camera at that same location.
At 2:59 p.m., is that correct, on June 23rd of 2024?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
What is being shown in this particular slide?
This is Mr. Davion Murphy's device in the area of a license plate reader where the Silver Cruise hit on the way back to Jacksonville in the afternoon of the 23rd.
And so I want to ask you, how did all of the defendants leave Tampa after the homicide was committed?
Co-defendant Sean Gathright left in his Impala to his grandmother's house in Polk County. Defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendants Rashad Murphy and Isaiah Chance left in an Uber from the Airbnb to Sean Gathright's house. And co-defendant Davion Murphy left in the Silver Cruise and drove that back to Jacksonville.
All right, it's probably is a good stopping point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 12:25, so we'll take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:30. We'll see you then. All right, thank you.
All right.
Opinions and jury that's by Detective Ramos to Alicia. You are about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Ramos to Alicia Andrews. In particular, there are statements made by Detective Ramos as to his opinion regarding the defendant's guilt and any potential sentence or punishment she may receive. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by Detective Ramos as true, but only to establish the content of Alicia Andrews' reactions and responses.
Judge, could we add Sergeant Aaron Campbell to that? He is also talking to us.
Okay. Correction.
Sure. Well, I don't know if you have an issue with this. I'm anticipating that you didn't make arguments related to Detective Ramos's credibility, motive, and bias as it relates to those statements as well. So,
okay.
But I'll make that argument as well.
Sure. And this, okay. Mr. McClimate has returned, and the state's getting ready to play the defendant's interview, so I'm going to read the following limited instruction before for the video shown. It's based upon 2.8 recorded interview, effective law enforcement statements on the defendant. You're about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell to Alicia Andrews. In particular, there are statements made by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell as to their opinion regarding the defendant's guilt and any potential sentence or punishment she may receive. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell as true, but only to establish the context of Alicia Andrews' reactions and responses. Okay? Okay, let's bring him in and get the detective on the stand. Yeah, so I don't think we should send Mr. Howard back. All right, that's fine. Go ahead and send it back, then bring it back again tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, let's bring in our jury.
When did when did you make contact with the defendant?
July 9th of 2024.
Where did that take place?
At the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office headquarters in downtown Jacksonville.
Who was present?
Myself and the second lead, Detective Aaron Campbell.
Was it video recorded?
It was.
Did you read the defendant her Miranda warnings?
I did.
Did she agree to speak with you and Sergeant Campbell?
She did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. States Exhibit 50.
Yeah, that is cool.
Before coming to court, did I ask you to review this so they could later identify it to court?
Yes.
And does this DVD, States Exhibit 559, contain a fair and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with the defendant, Alicia Andrews, in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Your Honor, at this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 59.
Any objections? Okay. And you ready to publish?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, I have an instruction for you all before that happens. You are about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell to Alicia Andrews. In particular, there are statements made by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell as to their opinion regarding the defendant's guilt and any potential sentence or punishment she may receive. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by Detective Ramos and Sergeant Aaron Campbell as true, but only to establish the context of Alicia Andrews' reactions and responses. All right, you may proceed.
You want to order anything? You fine? Whatever they always have them sit on that side. As long as we sit our head in, we're not carrying on.
Okay, sounds good. You can see it there. I'll take these off for you.
Like a little kid. Such a tiny thing.
You said you don't need anything? Are you sure? Yeah. We're good? Alright, hang tight for me for just a second, and if I have any other information get passed on, I'll be right back.
Probably want to see, and I'm willing to be as open can be to show you everything.
There was dead air, so I was trying to move it forward when they opened the door.
Okay, well, just play the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
We're good? Alright, hang tight for me for just a second, and if I have any other
Get to skip it. We get to skip until they get to the room. Probably gonna have her in the room for a few minutes just sitting there. You know how they do. You know how the police do. So there we go.
Take these here to get you here. Everybody nice? Good. All right, so we're detectives from Tampa, okay? We do want to talk to you, but before we start our spiel, okay? I know that you are in a relationship with Isaiah Chance, okay? And I know he's probably already talked to you, and probably tried to tell you what to do or what to say, okay? But I want you to understand, right? In this moment, right? God isn't in this room, and He can't do anything, to help you in this situation. You have to make that decision for yourself. You know what I mean? I think that there's a lot of stuff that we have to show you that you would probably want to see, and I'm willing to be as open can be to show you everything that we have. You know what I mean? Because I want you to make an informed decision about your life and where it goes from here. Okay? I'm also you've never been arrested before. The situation here as it stands, okay, is we want to show you the stuff we want to show you, and we want to give you the opportunity, and it's your choice, okay? But before we can go into those details, we are going to read your rights, okay? Don't you understand some of your rights? You're in the driver's seat on this, okay? Talk about what you want to talk about. You want to talk about what you don't want to talk about. Okay? This is up to you on this. I think you're a young person. I don't think you understand the gravity of probably what could happen. I want you to be able to see want to see some stuff and you want to answer some stuff, you can answer it. If you don't want to answer some stuff, you don't have to answer it. You're in control. This is, you are in charge of what happens to you in your future starting right now, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? You have the, anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand that? You have the right to consult with an attorney before you make a statement or answer any question, and the right to have an attorney present during question. Do you understand that? If you want an attorney but cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before or during questioning free of charge. Do you understand that? You may use any of these rights at any time, before or during questioning, and you may stop this interview at any time. Do you understand that? You understand all the rights that I just read you? So you understand at any time. Up to you, okay? I want to show you a video here. Do you have any questions about your rights before I show you this video? Can you see that? Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell us what's going on here?
Waiting out the door.
Where are you at in this video?
I tell.
You remember what town you were in?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you're doing down there for that? Here's to be honest.
I had just let her remember before that, so he asked me who was my
Who's he?
boyfriend.
Got him?
Yeah. What do you call me?
Well, what do you call her?
Is there any turn up the volume?
Say,
I'm having trouble hearing.
does he go back? You don't call? You never call him that?
Can't even hear her. She got a little squeaky voice. You can't even hear her. Volume all the way up.
Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell us what's going on here?
Waiting out the door.
Okay, where are you at in this video?
I tell.
Do you remember what town you were in?
Yeah, tell.
Okay. Can you tell us what you're doing down there for that? Here's to be honest.
Just going out. I had just let her remember before that, so he asked me who was my
Who's he?
boyfriend.
Got him?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you call me?
Well, what do you call him?
Zane.
Zay? So does he go back and you don't call? You never call him that? No.
That's not like a family.
All right, Zay, you can call him Zay, if that's what you know about. Who all down Tampa with you?
I don't know people.
How many were with you?
His little brother.
That was it? Just the three of you?
Yep.
Okay. You remember going to McDonald's while you were in Tampa?
I was hungry.
You were hungry? Okay. So that's you in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was driving the car at that time?
I don't know that person.
Was it the little brother that you were referring to? No? So you don't know this guy right here that's driving? What's he called his little brother? Your
He
nickname?
got, I don't know.
So tell us a little bit about what you guys do in Tampa.
Well, just found a place to go. And I was hungry a lot. Not eat right now, so.
Okay. Was that baby? Where, so other than McDonald's, where else did you guys eat?
Ranch, which I'm from Barbados. I was really finding some clubs.
Okay. You guys went to some clubs? You remember what clubs?
Yeah.
You couldn't get into the clubs? Okay. Do you remember what clubs they were?
Not really, like a colorful looking building. Okay. Walked up and asked people.
You talked to the bouncer at the front door?
Yeah, you could stand in front. But how much you get?
Okay. Is that one club you tried to get into? Is that you?
Yeah.
And that's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know the name of the club?
I live in London. I'm just a friend of them.
Okay. So, you tried to get into this club, but you couldn't get in?
Well, these ones are friends, but they passed, so.
You guys didn't want to pay for it? Or it just looked too bad?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the bouncers there?
Yeah, it was a big guy.
What's going on here? Is he using your phone?
You think? Yeah.
Can you tell me where you guys went after that?
Look into small places.
This is part of a different club. You guys also tried to get in this club?
Think we're gonna go in.
What's that?
Think we're gonna go in. You don't like packed places.
You know, like what kind of places?
You don't like packed places.
Who's he talking to on the phone?
I don't know.
It wasn't his little brother? Just to kind of refresh your memory a little bit. I think back to McDonald's, as the gentleman driving. You've never met him before? Was he at the Airbnb with you guys?
Mm-hmm.
How are you in the car with him and your boyfriend's not there?
No,
He was in the backseat?
but it's for me mainly. I just want food.
Okay. So how did this gentleman join you guys at some point in the evening?
I don't know. I just following my boyfriend.
I don't know, did he come to the Airbnb? Did you guys pick this guy up somewhere? Was that silver car that you're in the drive-thru in, is that the car that you and Zay traveled down from Jacksonville in for the weekend?
I don't know.
You don't remember what vehicle you traveled down in from Jacksonville? Okay.
I was following him.
What's that?
I really was following him.
You were following Zay? He was kind of leading the activities? Were you in a different car than Zay on the way down?
No, I just asked what we doing for the weekend.
You just came down?
Was,
Is this Zay's little brother?
I don't know.
You don't know that? Do you know this kid?
I never met him.
You've never met him before?
I'm just on top lines. I'm talking to friends.
All right, sweetie. At the end of the day, okay, if you are just on the sidelines, all right, you need to tell us that, right? You didn't necessarily, Isaiah's leading the activities, he's on the phone, he's telling you where to be, right? You're with him by his side, right? But obviously, something big happened that weekend in Tampa, right? You know.
Can I
ask you something? Are you excited about being pregnant?
I don't know. I lost the last one.
You did?
So, no.
You'd like to have a baby at some point?
No.
No? Okay. How long have you and Zay been together?
Like 4 years on and off.
4 years on and off? Okay. Do you know what happened to Tampa that weekend? Okay, here's the thing.
Everybody named our police teams at this time.
Yeah, where do you
Like, she died.
Who died?
Some supposed to be rapper.
I mean, pretty famous. I'm sure you know his name.
I don't listen to all that.
Here's the thing. What I need for you to be right now is very, very honest with me. Okay? You're 21 years old, correct?
Yes.
So your phone, it tracks you, right? You know that, right? Your telephone,
Yes.
it tracks you. Tracks you everywhere you go. That's how we knew you were at these places to get video from, is because your phone showed you there at those exact times.
Yeah.
So we just go to those places, we download the video, and then lo and behold, we see you. I mean, I think that's the same jean jacket you wear?
Yeah, my favorite one.
Your favorite one? Okay. That's how we knew the Airbnb you were at. That's how we knew all these places you'd gone to. It's because your cell phone was tracking you approximately every single minute with high accuracy.
I don't think that was B&B.
No, it's real. Yeah, your phone tracking everywhere you go.
I'm talking about, you said a B&B.
Airbnb. That was a B&B, anyways, okay. Do you look at somebody's house, is that what you're saying? Do you remember sending an Instagram message to somebody to rent an Airbnb for you guys down here? You don't? You did. When you sent a message from your phone.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, she do like half-offs whenever you do that.
She does what?
She does half-off. Like, you can bring something for half a price.
Okay. Who did you send a message to? Do you remember?
I don't know her name. She's my sneaker. Like, she do promo. She posts on Instagram.
Okay. Did she end up booking the Airbnb that you guys stayed at? Do you know who booked it? Do you know who booked the Airbnb that you guys stayed at?
I just asked, and when I was like, we're still going.
Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like, I was there first. Like, when you got the car.
Okay.
Like, I arrived.
What car did you get into? Your ride was there? Was it Uber? On the Uber app?
I think so.
Who booked that one? You were there?
You probably did.
You did? Okay. All right. And then you guys take that Uber to?
Look at him.
All the way back to Jacksonville. So you drove down in a car you don't remember, and then you took it
I'll
over?
tell you, I followed him.
Okay. All right.
If you say go, I'm ready to go. And I was already going to make a trip on me.
Is this the gentleman that was driving the cruise at McDonald's? Yeah. He's going into the Airbnb at the same time that you guys are coming in and now getting ready to leave at your Uber, right?
Yeah. But I don't know.
Do you remember any conversations with him at all? Did he introduce himself in any way? Street name? Talk about anything?
No.
You don't?
No.
No.
Probably that once or twice, but I never said no.
So, when you talk about Zay's little brother, right? And that picture that I showed you and I asked you if that was Zay's little brother, do you know his real name? Do you know Zay's little brother's real name? Have you
They call him
spent
like twin, I don't know.
Have you spent any time with him?
Probably once.
Okay.
Like his house. I don't know him.
When did you go to his house?
I don't know what month it was. It was for, what holiday was that? I don't know, they had a little cookout or something. And I just went that night.
Okay. Other than that, you've never been to his house?
Like, I probably did, but I don't know if it's his house.
And
I probably don't got a car.
And going back to that Airbnb video of when you're coming in, okay, to the Airbnb, where's everybody else at? Where's they and little brother at? Because they don't come in at the same time. How did they get in?
I don't know, I was in front.
Yeah, but this camera goes off every time somebody passes it, and in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
I'm not sure.
Can you let them in another door? Is it possible you could have opened the back door?
No.
You did it by yourself at your Airbnb? Well, it can't be you and because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front door. It records every single person that comes in that front door and uses that code. When you guys come out to McDonald's, did you go out the front door? You don't know? Or did you go out the back door? Which door did you go out?
I'm not sure. Sorry.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? That you're the only one that went in the front door? Nobody else went in that front door? So how did Zay get inside if you were the only one that went in the front door?
I just knocked.
Make it make sense.
I don't know, I just knocked.
No, I understand how you got in the front door.
Yeah,
How did anybody else get in? Because nobody else is on camera.
Anybody else?
But Zay was with you, he stayed there,
That's
right?
it.
He didn't go in the front door.
I don't know, I just knocked.
Zay didn't go in the front door.
I'm not sure where he went.
Was he inside with you?
Yes, of course. I'm getting by myself.
Okay, they didn't go in the front door.
Well, I don't know. There's no accent there, because I don't know. I'm going ahead and put myself in.
Okay. Well, so you know your cell phone tracks everywhere, right? So it knows where you were, who you left. I think it should speak for itself. Yeah. You see these little dots here? Right? That's your phone, right? That's ping. This is, we've labeled the Airbnb, okay? See that? And every single minute your phone is pinging off. You see all those little bubbles there? That's your phone pinging off of it, okay? That's your phone pinging off of it, right? Take it back to the very most important time period. So you arrived at the Airbnb around 8 p.m. and this is the Airbnb, and here we are at 8 p.m., okay? You stayed at the Airbnb up until the point where you were hungry and you needed to get some McDonald's, right? And this is how we found the McDonald's footage. You gotta watch this. You gotta watch this, okay? This is very important because you're gonna need this information for when you make the decision that you gotta make, okay? and went to look at the gun. And then you go back to the Airbnb, okay? And then after the Airbnb, you head over to the first club, Teaser's Club. You know who else was at Teaser's Club while you were there? The rapper from Jacksonville, Julio, that died in Tampa, right? He was at Teaser's as well. And we have him on footage at Teaser's. After he leaves Teaser's, no, that's fine. You gotta watch this because you gotta know, okay? After he leaves Teaser's, he goes to Truth 18, right? For his after party, which he posted on Instagram, walking up the stairs. Guess who else shows up at Truth 18 after Julio shows up at Truth 18? You show up at Truth 18.
It wasn't crowded, so...
Okay, no, but there's one place that wasn't a club, right? There's one place that wasn't a club that you have to come up with a reason why you were there. It's a hotel where Julio was shot and killed at.
I never stayed in a hotel.
We know you didn't stay at that hotel. We know you didn't stay at that hotel.
She playing her
You were
side.
at the hotel where Julio was murdered at the exact same time that he was murdered. Okay? Sweetie, the reason we're so... No, listen, this is a time where we're gonna... I understand this is... I want to make it... Because you've never been arrested before, right? And you might not understand the gravity of the situation you're in, okay? You're familiar with Zay's old friend Tilly that was shot and killed? No? You're not familiar with that? His killer had a girlfriend by the name of Diamond, okay? And Diamond helped set Tilly up, lured him to a location where he was shot and killed, okay? Now, Diamond was not at the scene where he was shot and killed. Diamond did not pull the trigger, okay? All she did was send a few messages on the phone, okay? And they put the case against her, and now she's already been convicted 20 plus years. She's in jail right now. She's not getting out for decades, and she wasn't even at the scene where Tilly got killed. You understand what I'm saying to you? I'm not making any threats to you by any means, but this is damning evidence. This is the murder scene, and this is your device present at it. Okay.
You know, the Torch City, and a lot of people put it in there.
Sweetie, you can try to explain this to me, okay? You're 21, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You think I'm older or younger than 21? You know, right? Oh, okay. I've been doing this job and doing homicide as long as you've been alive, okay? Started doing homicide about 24 years ago. It means I've worked a lot of them. This means I've been in this chair, talking to a young person sitting in your chair, hundreds of times. What you don't understand is this is the perfect case for a homicide detective. I had your phone. I had your phone everywhere. I have the beef between your boyfriend, his people, and listen, you don't have to play dumb with me at all, okay? You don't even have to answer really right a second. I'm just going to explain something to you, okay?
It's a game.
Just soak it up. Just soak it up. So your boyfriend and his people are having a beef with Julio and his people, okay? What I have on this video is you stalking Julio, conducting surveillance of him. You scatter this. Your whole life is been okay.
I don't know him.
Now, you're conducting surveillance with your boyfriend going to Teasers, which is already performed. Then we have your car, your phone, everything else in the parking lot of Truth 18. Then we have the car you're in going into the parking lot where Julio Foolio is killed. We also have the black Chevy that was traveling with you. We also have you guys on about a dozen license plate readers in tandem, driving together, following each other from Jacksonville all the way down here and back. This is the car that the three shooters came out of. And this is the car that you and Zay are on scene video at Teasers and seen on video at Truth 18. This is high definition footage, okay? You're there. You're there. You're part of the murder of Julio Foolio, whether you want to be or not. Now here's the thing. I know one thing for sure. I know you're not a trigger person, okay? We know that. Is that a fair statement? You're not a trigger person? Have you ever shot anybody? You didn't shoot anybody in Tampa when you were there, right? Did you shoot anybody in Tampa?
No.
Okay, all right. Here's the problem. A bunch of people did. And I think they got you in way too deep. The problem is your phone kills you. The charge on this is first-degree murder. The sentence is going to be life in prison. Now, I mean, life means lifetime. It means it becomes your nursing home. It means you never get out. You don't have relationships anymore. You don't have a child. If you have a child in prison, it goes to somebody else, and you don't even get to hold your child. You never get to see your family again unless you come to visit, and it's through class. It means the
You're like,
moment
yeah,
my
yeah,
partner and I
yeah.
walk out of this room, your life changes absolutely forever, and you can never, ever change it back. All right? Right now, so far, what you've done is lie to us, minimize your involvement in this, and it only makes the case that much stronger against you. The only thing that might help you out is complete truthfulness and honesty from you. And it's telling the whole story, because I'm telling you today, your life forever changes. It's never the same after today. That's happening right now. You're not going to be spending time with your family. You're not going to be doing any of those things. If you think your boyfriend loves you, your boyfriend used you in this. He knew. He's smart on these things. Okay? You know he is smart. He had you use on your phone. He had you use your phone. Open. It means we have you everywhere forensically. No. I tell you what you can't do. You can't travel to Tampa and then travel to the only two locations that Julio Foolio was that night, walking around the parking lot. I can tell you something else. You didn't go up and talk to a bouncer, so we know you flies about that. You did not go, because Julio Foolio was in the parking lot when you got there. I can tell you that's certainly not on video. You talking to a bouncer. I know that you love it. I know that you love it. See, I know that you love it. I know, and I know that this is a very difficult situation. The question you have to ask yourself in this room right now is: are you willing to throw the rest of your life away for sake? Because that's what you're facing right now. That's what you're facing right now. The only possible chance that you have to get out of this situation is to be honest. Because at the end of the day, listen, you're not being honest. You're not being honest. At the end of the day, listen, we just showed you a bunch of pictures of people. Okay. Don't focus on it. Don't focus on the details. I want one honesty from you. You ready for my one honesty? Did you open a back door to let other people in the Airbnb? That's an easy question. Then how did it get in the Airbnb? Because it did not go in the front door.
What they gotta do with me?
No, it's asking you for one honesty.
All I did was walk up and knock. Did you see me type anything in? So what they gotta do?
You opened up the front door and you got it.
I didn't open nothing.
You didn't open up the front door of that place?
No.
How did you get in?
I was seeing it was open.
Nobody else went through the front door by you. I'm just asking one thing that I know is 100% truthful, and you can't answer that.
He has to give you the code over there, Ring. It's actually just audio of that. You have to get the code to get in. He gave you the code over. It's audio recorded. It's on audio.
I don't have the code.
You gotta give me the code.
I don't have the code.
It's on audio.
Go back and listen. What code did you didn't say?
I can tell you this. How many women do you know? How many women do you know that have been in prison?
I don't know.
I mean, do you know any woman who's been in prison?
I don't know.
You should know that. I can tell you this. You're young and you're small. And where you are likely to end up without the truth, without truthful statement right now,
told her she's small.
A horrible place.
I gave you truth statement.
No, you have not.
I have. Really believe it or not.
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm probably good at my job or probably bad at my job?
I don't know.
What do you think? You talked to me a few minutes. Do you think I'm probably good or probably bad? I can tell you this. I'm good at it. Extremely good at it. Detective Ramos is extremely good at it. I can tell you he and I are partners, and we have never had an unsolved homicide that he and I have worked together ever. Not one time. Okay? What we do for a living, we do it at a highly professional level. I can tell you right now, with the statement you're giving us, you're going to be in prison, and you're never going to come out of it. You're never going to see the outside of prison. That should scare the hell out of you. There's no say in your life after today.
Here's the reality of the situation, okay? I want you to understand. We normally don't present discovery to the, I just want you to understand how this works because you've never been in this, okay? We normally never present discovery, meaning the videos and the cell phone data on cases where we're not quite at the point where we can charge them yet and where we don't think we're going to get there. The only reason we have shown you what we've shown you is because what's going to happen... No. The reason we have shown you what we have, and you still don't even have all of okay, because we've got a big case, is because after we leave this room, okay, we are going to go to the state attorney's office, okay, and we're going to get an arrest warrant, and at some point charging you with first-degree murder for the murder of Julio Foolio.
No, it's going to happen tonight.
It's going to happen. You're going to be charged with murder. That's trials. Your mom and dad are going to talk to you through a window for years. Who knows how long this trial is going to be. And then you're going to have to face the possibility that your entire life might be gone over Zay and his beef with 6 Block and Foolio. You know what I'm saying? You have a choice. Let me tell you, when this stuff goes to juries, because it's not my job to judge you. I don't judge you. I know you're a young girl and you in love with Zay, and he put you in a fucking shitty situation. All right, well, he put you in where you don't love him. I mean, this is kind of a shitty situation to be with somebody you don't even know you really don't love him. You know what I'm saying? But he put you in a very shitty situation. He put you in a situation. And if you go to in front of a jury, the jury, what they want to know the most is we made the case. We're going to be able to prove that you were there, that you participated in this murder. That's done. What the jury's going to want to know, why did she do it? And is she sorry? That's all they care about. When they decide whether you're doing 25 years or whether you're doing 30 years or whether you're doing 15 years, they want to know. They want to know, why did she do it? And is she sorry? That's what they want to know. That's what you need to answer in this room. If Zay dragged you into some shit you didn't want to be a part of, you have to tell us that. But the only way that jury and the people who do decide your fate moving forward are going to believe that is if you're 100% honest. I don't need to answer the question of whether you're lying or not. We all in this room know that you're lying. We have evidence, okay? Don't focus on one thing. The whole story.
The whole thing.
We know that you were down there with Zay.
I said no, I wasn't.
Okay, to kill Julio. We know that Zay was communicating with the gunmen in that Black Impala, and we know that the gunmen in that Black Impala were acting on this information that you and Zay were feeding him from the cruise to target Julio, down to the point where you knew exactly, the gunman knew exactly what seat he was seated in. You know who sees what seat Julio's seated in? The cruise. The silver cruise you're in when you're driving by it.
Can you start talking now, baby?
No,
you have not. Can you not answer?
Well, don't miss this opportunity to save your life.
I know y'all tell me I'm lying. Therefore, I'm not nothing personal.
Let me ask you something. How serious do you think this is right here? Re-answer that question for me. How serious do you think this is right here? I can tell you it's the most serious thing that is ever going to happen in your lifetime. Today is going to be the most serious day you have ever had in your lifetime. I can't even stress that enough to you how serious today is. You're 21 years old. We want to give you the opportunity to explain this to us. You know what else? We have more on you than anybody else in that crew that came down here. You know why? Because you're experiencing these things. You left your phone on. Your phone communicated with the cell phone towers, giving your exact location the entire time. All right? Your boyfriend, he is screwed. You just identified himself into 2 videos of him at Truth 18 and a teasers. Listen to me. You just screwed him.
I already said we went out.
Hey, no. I know what you're thinking in your head.
No, I'm saying y'all thought I was by myself.
No, I never thought you were by yourself. I always knew you were with him. We had videos. We knew that was you. We knew that was Zay in that video.
We know that Zay is communicating with his little brother Impala to kill Julio.
Here's the thing. Before we talked to you, we didn't have him. We do now. He's done. Zay is done based off of you identifying in that video. He's done at this point.
Little brother's done too.
He's done too. You've already put them in this.
Okay,
here's the thing. You don't know what you don't know. The problem is right now, 19 years old or 21 years old, you don't know a ton. You don't know a lot. The problem is you don't understand that those cell phone records seal your deal. I'm not talking about phone calls. I'm talking about it puts you every single place of the murder.
You don't have any explanation for why you were in the car at the scene of the murder.
For food.
You were looking for food in the hotel parking lot, or
we turned around, honestly.
Okay, so you turned around in the parking lot.
The maps take you around. Like, what do you mean?
You don't find that? You don't think that like, I know you're not experienced in how court goes, but again, the jury judges. You don't think when they hear the story that you and Zay are in the silver car in the parking lot, feet away from where Foolio gets gunned down? You gotta understand how it looks. Just because you are pulling a trigger doesn't mean, okay?
Like I'm saying,
you ever heard of an accomplice, a Sherman accomplice?
Here's the thing, okay. Let me try to, I'm gonna try to break this down super simple, okay? Did you see the Black Impala there with you at different places. Okay. So let me explain something else about this Black Impala. You and this Black Impala come from Jacksonville all the way to Tampa together. You guys pass where the license plate reader is. There's cameras all over the place on the interstate. Tow trucks have them. They record every single license plate that comes by. We catch you and that other car together multiple times on the way from Jacksonville here. It means you would have to hit the lottery to make that happen again. It's impossible for those two cars to hit license plate readers hundreds of miles away at the exact same seconds. But your two cars did because you followed each other all the way down. It's crazy you don't get it. So, you know where the license plate reader is? Let me draw this, okay? You know where the license plate reader is? Or a camera that takes pictures of license plates, okay? The license, here's a camera, okay? You're going down the interstate right here, and here's a car. Here's a Chevy Cruze, picture taken. You have the license plate. Right behind it is another car, picture taken. That means those two cars are together. No, it means those two cars are traveling together at the exact same time at multiple places of the state, coming from Jacksonville to Tampa. And you're going to tell me, huh? Does that make sense to you? The fact, did you see the Black Impala? You don't know anything about a Black Impala. You don't know anything about a black car. Was anybody staying in your Airbnb that had a black car? You're not sure. Was there anybody staying in your Airbnb other than you, Zay, and Zay's little brother? Was there anybody else staying in that Airbnb? You were in the room all the time. You came out of the room and you went places. Was there anybody in that Airbnb other than you, Zay, and his little brother? Did you go into the front door of the Airbnb and let anybody else in another door of the Airbnb, via the back door? Did you go to the parking lot of Teasers with your boyfriend, Zay, and decide to not go in the club? Was it packed? Because it was packed? Can you tell me why you were wearing a COVID mask in that parking lot?
I'm sick, I'm pregnant. People drinking, smoking.
Can you tell me why you don't have a mask on in other places?
You're in a car with a guy you don't even know in the McDonald's drive-thru and you don't have a mask on.
That's not a bunch of people who are smoking. If you go into a club, remember?
Your first line was, I don't want to get sick because I'm pregnant.
That's what
Could a guy you don't even know a foot away from you in the McDonald's drive-thru
Okay.
get you sick?
Who?
You were at,
Drive the way over here.
Before you left Jacksonville, you stopped at Isaiah's little brother's house, okay? And we tracked from his house, all the way from his house, all the way down the highway, past the license plate readers, the Silver Cruze, and the Black Impala, all the way to the Airbnb, all the way to Teasers, and where Julio's performing his first show, all the way to Truth 18, where Julio's going for his after party, all the way to the homicide scene. Look at this. All the way. No, but explain it to me. Explain to me how Black Impala in your car, all the way from Isaiah's little brother's house, from Jacksonville, all the way to here. You think that's a coincidence? That Isaiah's little brother's car, because that's his car, traveling with your car.
I'm supposed to know who car it is. I don't know.
That's a lie.
Not my people. Is that Canton?
You were at his house before you came down to
That's
Jacksonville.
not Canton.
You were at his house before you came down to
That's
Jacksonville.
not Canton.
Were you at his house before you came down
I
to
just said
Jacksonville?
that's not Canton.
That's not answering the question. It's a yes or no question. Were you at his house before you came down to
I
Jacksonville?
took past the house.
So you were at a house. Was it Black Impala there?
No. So the car and driveway.
Do you want to pull something else in?
I pulled the ring and can't remember where I leave it. I wish you could see how important this was. I really do.
I see it.
I don't think you do.
I do.
No, you did. No, you don't. If you knew how important this was, you'd have tears coming down your face. You'd be telling everybody everything that happened. You're not. You're
All I
not.
gotta do is tell you.
Okay, this is everybody leaving the Airbnb.
That's Isaiah, right? He's talking to the Uber driver, right?
Did you answer? Is that Zay? With you, your boyfriend? There you are. So tell me.
In your favorite jean jacket, in your favorite jean pants.
Answer this honestly. Is that you and Zay walking out of there?
That's me.
Is that Zay in front of you? You don't know? Let's get you a better picture.
Does it make it easier for you? Who's that? You're not going to recognize that to say right now? Huh?
I don't know.
Well, being annoyed is going to be the rest of the
You know?
Is that Zay's little brother?
I don't know. He asked me the same stuff.
Yeah, we're going to ask you the same things because they're simple questions.
I'm answering.
No, you're not answering. You're not answering at all. Like the part that I'm struggling with is how I'm going to explain to your mother and your father that you want to throw away your life for Zay. No, you no.
Answering all questions.
No. You are. You're looking down the barrel of a first-degree murder charge.
Tell y'all what I know.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yes.
Listen to me. You don't understand what's going to happen after we walk out of this room. You're not going home. No. I mean, you're not going home. Do you think you get a bond on first-degree murder charge? Do you think you get a post bail? You don't get post bail. So this is a process, and this is how it plays out, okay? So when you get charged with first-degree murder, you have no bond. You go to jail here, and then we transfer you to Tampa. And then you sit in jail in Tampa between 2 to 4 years. During those 2 to 4 years, you're waiting for trial. Generally, you get assigned a public defender because you probably don't have money for a real attorney, because a real attorney is about $200,000 for a case like this. Just what it costs. Then you go to trial. And then in trial, we show the video of you at the two places, the only two places in Tampa that Julio goes to. Then we show you in the car you're in, because we have the car you're in, immediately afterwards, pulling into the scene where he is brutally gunned down by 3 masked men. And then you flee, and you go back to the Airbnb. That is what's shown to the jury. The video evidence, with phone records, with your lack of a statement to us explaining what you're doing in Tampa, no.
So I gave you a statement.
And I'm telling you, no, it doesn't fly. That doesn't get you out.
I don't know what more you
No. And then what happens is the jury comes back and they say guilty. That's what they say. You get life in prison. You go to prison. You live the rest of your life with another woman in a cell the size of this room, with a steel toilet in the corner with no door around it, and a little tiny sink above it. That is your life every single day for the rest of your life. You have a guard telling you when to get up, when to take a shower, when to go outside to a caged yard with giant walls, when to go back to your cell, and when to go to bed. And the next day, they open the bars again, and the guard tells you what to do every part of your day. If you backtalk, you get lit, you get put in solitary confinement. You get food taken away from you. You have no freedom again for the rest of your life. There's none. So whatever you did today, I hope it was fun. I hope it was the most fun you have ever had in your lifetime, because you're going to need those memories to carry you through the rest of your life, because you won't make any more memories after today.
Alicia,
does that make sense to you?
Alicia, I'm gonna try to connect with you a little bit, okay? I've got two daughters, all right? Your parents do not want to see you through glass until the day they die, all right? If this was my girl in this seat, okay, I would beg her, be honest. Tell the truth, get yourself out of this situation, okay? Because at the end of the day, we have to go in front of a jury. We get to tell our story, and then your story is what you're telling me here right now. Who do you think the jury's going to believe? I went down, I don't know what car I went down in, I don't know really where we went, we didn't really want to go in here, I only did this. No, your story, listen.
I'm trying to figure
This is your one opportunity, sweetie. If you don't care, you don't care. I get it. If you're the type of person that can participate in a ruthless murder, whether the guy deserved it or not, okay? No, but that's the thing. Just because you don't pull the trigger doesn't mean that you can't participate. Okay. You obviously don't give a shit then.
Did you see Julio Foolio in that parking lot at all?
No.
The car was in line looking straight at him. Communication was made to the other people. Matter of fact,
we had your car following the 3 cars there. Let me tell you how this goes, because this is all on video too. You drive up past the hotel, and you're heading north. You might not know directions, I get it, okay? You're not from Tampa. The 3 cars do a U-turn. You and your boyfriend make a right U-turn. Then you do a U-turn, and you make a right, and you park at the Embassy Suites. Then you wait at the Embassy Suites. Then, at a hotel parking lot, just about 10 seconds away from where the murder happens, okay? Then, the black Impala comes out. The Chevy Cruze comes back out to the road, guns it to get to a light turning red, and then turns into the parking lot. That is the car you're in. I don't think you understand how much evidence we have in this case against you.
You're going to get convicted.
Your confusion is so great.
Can I ask you a question? No, can I ask you a question, okay? Let's put all this to the side for a second, all right? I'm telling you, okay, that there is enough evidence here to prove that you participated in this. We're not going to argue or debate it. We're not going to ask you, ask me how or why, nothing. I'm telling you that there's enough evidence here to prove that you participated with Zay, with his little brother Sean. I already got the other 2 Murphys identified. I know the cars. I know your every move. I've got video of the whole thing. I've got all the cell phones. I've got everything that I need, okay, to prove that you're guilty in with this group, okay? I want to know, okay? Are you prepared? Are you prepared for this? Do you understand the severity? You're going to get convicted. I'm going to prove that you were guilty with this group. That's done. What we're offering you right now is an opportunity. An opportunity. Because you know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at a young girl who's never been arrested before, who may or may not be about to be a mother, okay? And that story plays well for the jury, who may or may not have been dragged into this gangland bullshit by somebody who obviously led her astray, who she loved, and led her astray. That's what I'm looking at. You have an opportunity to be honest, okay? And put your story, the real story, on the record to the point where that jury might have mercy on you. The people who judge you might have mercy on you. I'm not here to debate whether you're in this or not. You're in this. We've already proven that. You're in this. I'm here to give you an opportunity to put your side of the story on the record, to give you a chance. You don't want to live with this, okay? You don't sure shit don't want to live with this in a box the size of this room for 30 years. Your hair getting done, your nails getting done, going out to the club, being with your friends, Thanksgiving dinner with your parents, all that shit is gone. This is it. Wall to wall for 30 years. I'm not here to argue with you on whether you're in this. You and I both know you're in this. I gotta ask, are you gonna take the opportunity to give yourself a chance to be honest?
So you're saying what I said in the line?
Yes.
Yes. I'm calling you a liar. Yes.
Then tell us the
I
truth.
want to sound nonchalant, but it's not a lie.
Okay, then tell us the truth. Because you didn't tell us the whole truth, did you?
I did.
No, you did
I
not.
want to know the places. I said the places.
I'm telling you right now, your life is going to forever change, and you're never going to be able to get it back. I mean, never. Your parents love you. They were crying when you were brought here. Do they love you?
Are you asking?
Yes, I'm asking you. Okay. Do your parents have a lot of money?
No.
Okay, I can tell you what this is going to do, is that it's going to bankrupt them. This is going to bankrupt your parents. Anything your parents have tried to save is going to be gone. Do they own a house or rent a house you live in? Do you know that? Okay, they're going to have to remortgage it for you. That's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to remortgage it for every cent they can get out of that house. They're going to spend every cent they have trying to save you. And it's all going to be in vain, because it's not going to save you. But they're going to spend every cent they have anyways. You're going to ruin your parents' lives. They will never recover from this at their age with the financial burden that you're going to cause them tonight. The only thing that has a prayer of helping you out is to tell the entire truth.
Let me show you who you're going to ruin your parents for. Look, take a look at the photos. Take a look at the photos. Let me show you who you're choosing over your parents in your life. Only one person out of this group even remotely stands a chance to get away from this at all, in any shape, with some kind of, mercy, any hope. There's only one person. These guys, they're all fucked. We know about their history. We know about what Zay's been doing. We know about what his little brother's been doing. We sure shit know what these gentlemen have been doing. These are the people who you are getting ready to ruin your parents over and throw away your life for. That's really how you ride?
Mm-hmm.
These are people that you want to ruin your parents for and throw away your life for? I know, no, that's a lie. I know you know that. Okay, I know that you know these two for sure, and I know that you saw these two at the Airbnb. I know it. I can prove it. Whether you want to lie to me about it or not, that's on you. These are the guys that you're willing to ruin your family for? That's what's happening. That's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. You're doing it. These are the guys that you're willing to ruin your family for.
Your mom was very nice to those deputies that were out there at her house earlier as officers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She's a good lady. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Breaking her heart won't even begin to describe what you're going to do to your mom tonight. It won't even describe it.
Mm-hmm.
Parents are never the same after this. They're never the same. Their life is ruined. It's generally easier if the child passes away than what they're going to go through on this because of your decisions.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to know you're there. They're going to know they can't see you. They're going to know they can't touch you. They're going to know they can't spend a holiday with you ever again. People in the family are going to pass away. And they're going to wish you could be there to mourn with them or go to a funeral. And they don't let you out for those, probably. Ever. Your parents will pass away. You won't go to their funerals either, just so you know that. Your parents will not live as long as they were normally going to live either because of grief. Grief has a terrible effect on people. What I can't understand is how you're being that selfish. No, you absolutely are. Because the truth, what really happened down there, you telling us that, that's free.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't cost you a cent. This is going to cost your parents everything. Absolutely everything on this. They don't make it back from this.
Sweetie, the only reason that we're telling you all this is because we know that you don't have experience with the legal system, okay? You have no idea. You have no idea how this works, so that's why. No, sweetie, listen, just listen, please. I'm begging you to listen to me, okay? You have no idea how this process works. That's the only reason we've been laying it out, because these are the realities of how this process works, okay? And I personally feel like you are a bad person. You have never shot somebody. You have never stood over somebody and executed somebody. You have never pulled the trigger on a gun to kill somebody. So I think that there's still a chance to save you. Some of these other guys, there's no chance. There's no chance. They're done. They're past that point. But I still think that there's something in you worth saving. The question is, do you want to save yourself?
One time. Well, I was going to say, like, everything I say, I don't see online, so.
Just because you are.
I'm not. If I'm telling you all on the sideline.
Hey. You're sitting here on the sidelines. Okay? That's fine. The sidelines hear things. The sidelines see things, okay? So let me ask you what you saw. So when you and Zay were in the parking lot, and he's using your phone, you've already agreed on that, correct? And then open it up in your face, it looked like, to me. And password, okay. And he's holding the phone talking like that. What words are coming out of his mouth? What does he say? You're right beside him, shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it.
No, you're not. No. You have every excuse to not tell the truth. You're using every excuse to not tell the truth. So tell us what he said.
I don't know what he said.
You're lying about the Airbnb.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You were the only one.
You're trying to protect Zay.
You're trying to.
I get it that you're trying to protect Zay.
What's the side of your neck? What's the side of your neck say?
Everything I say.
What's the side of your neck say?
What, this?
Yeah.
Princess.
Princess. Okay.
Listen, if you're truly on the sideline, and that's what you want the people who are going to judge you to believe, okay? They know, they're not dumb. They know that the sideline hears the conversations. The sideline sees what is in front of their eyes. We know because the video shows that you are standing shoulder to shoulder with Zay while he's talking on your phone. Okay? So, we know because you're shoulder to shoulder with him while he's talking on the phone, we know that you heard what he said. They're not going to believe that you didn't hear it, okay? We know that you're riding around in that car with him, shoulder to shoulder with only the center console in between you while he's communicating with little brother and the shooters, okay? And they're going to want to know, huh?
I don't know who communicating to.
But you heard what he was saying?
No, I didn't.
You're gonna protect Zay?
Surroundings.
You're gonna protect Zay?
I don't know why y'all think that's allowed. You have to watch what's going on.
So you talking to two grown men who've been in this game too long. Like does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? If somebody told you I'm in a car with somebody and he's talking on the phone the whole time, oh, that's not that, I hear that? I hear one word he said?
No.
That makes sense to you? How does that make sense?
About food, obviously, but I don't know.
I'm here I am. I'm right here. Come on, here's the second house. Hey, he just pulled up to the hotel. No. Turn around one more time. Hey, park real quick. Oh, he's in the passenger seat. Aim for the passenger seat. Are you hearing that? Are you hearing me say that?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't hear me say that?
No, kind of told that.
It's a game, Chief.
Don't look good, girl. She's lying.
It's sad because this isn't a game. This is real life. It's happening right now. This is real life. This ain't no TV shit. This ain't no shit you need to walk away from.
The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't part of it. You can't even say that to us.
I'm saying I heard what?
The entire stalking, following, and assassination of Julio Foolio.
Okay, following, tracking, doing surveillance. So by chance you show up at the only two places Julio Foolio goes to in Tampa. The only two?
The places everybody go.
No, there's not.
We're from Tampa. That is not the
First off, teasers is hey, let me tell you what teaser is. Probably the shittiest little strip club in Tampa. Me, okay? It's not where everybody goes. Like literally nobody goes it. Then you went to Truth 18.
I don't know what day it is.
Nobody goes. It was a private party that night. And nobody goes it. It's the only two places Julio Foolio was at. He didn't go anyplace else. And then he goes to the hotel. And you and your crew go in and you literally no. There's no place in the dirt. You and your crew go in the dirt. Your crews via Pala, and you light that vehicle up.
And you want the jury to believe that you were only in the parking lot where Julio died because you were lost and you had to turn around. That has to do with you facing a murder one charge. 30 to life in prison. That's what that has to do. What do you mean, what does that have to do? You're in the parking lot in the car with Zay.
So I can't be in the parking lot now.
That's correct. You can't be in the parking lot where Julio's about to get gunned down.
What they gotta do to us though?
Okay.
It's a game, man.
Yeah, it's a game.
It's not a game.
Oh boy. So
you're too blind. No. You're way too blind to see that this shit is real. And this shit is real. And you only have one way out of this. You have the only card to play out of anybody. Because we're not. You think, because you know what might end up happening, right? When we bring you all in, right? One of the other guys might try to take a deal, right? And he might try to be the first to go to the state and say, I'll give you everything for mercy. I'll give you everything for mercy. That's what one of them might do, okay? But right now, the way it stands, you have the only card to play by being honest with you. If you're truly on the sideline,
Like I said,
then be honest.
I was
Do not be honest.
Y'all asked me the same question like 10 times.
Because we know you're lying. You know you're lying. I know you're
I'm not lying.
No, let's stop debating that. I don't even want to debate that anymore because the evidence proves it. The evidence proves you're lying.
I'm not telling you. That's why I don't keep telling you.
Well, we're only saying it because it's the truth. We're only saying it because we would like for you to find a better way in all this and tell the truth.
I told my truth.
Well, I can tell you this.
You keep talking about
You're going to end up being charged with first-degree murder.
That's going to happen.
Your life is going to be done. There is going to be nothing else for you ever again. Now, here's the saddest thing about this. The majority of all the evidence right now is against you. It's because of your phone. You've identified yourself on video in that parking lot.
Obviously, it's not rocket science.
Obviously, it's not. We knew it's you, but now you're not.
Here's the problem. But you're in that parking lot.
Enjoying my time with everybody else.
Sweetie, you know what the irony in this is? It's kind of like crazy to me. You're going to be the first one. You're going to be the first one. The rest will fall. They're falling. Isaiah's day's coming. The SWAT team's going to hit his house shooting with his murder warrant.
I see why she keep laughing, because she don't think this is serious. She think this is a game from day one, and this video is gonna help the jury realize she need a reality check.
Julio too, that's coming, okay? But guess who gets the honor of being the very first one because of her phone, because of the video? Guess who gets the honor of being the very first one to be officially charged and arrested and booked for the murder of Julio Foolio? You. You go down first. That's some fucked up shit, man. They put you in this situation, and you going down before them. Shit, we might even get to the point where we go to trial, and some of them beat their charges. You won't. You won't. You won't. Ain't that some fucked up shit? If 2 or 3 of those guys end up getting off on this murder, you gotta do life for it. Fucking Rashad having a good old time on the fucking block, drinking, smoking, and having the time of his life. Okay, that's all right. You don't have to do that. No, you're choosing. Ghost 187. You follow him on Instagram? Mm-hmm. Runs with 1200. Friends with Zay and ATK. You know we have your list. We have all of it, dude. We got your Instagram, we got your fucking iCloud, we got all of it. I'm a week away from reading every single text message you sent on your phone the entire time. All of it. This case is only, right now we're at the point, but this case is only going to get stronger and stronger and stronger against you. I'm going to read every message you sent. I'm going to see every photo and video on your that's on your device. I'm going to know all of your Instagram posts, all of them. Like if there's no, but listen to me. I'm going to get to present all of that to the jury, and you know what the jury is going to hear from your side? It's happening right now. This is it. This is your moment. The only thing that the jury is going to get to hear from you is what the story you're putting down here right now.
Let me break it down for you one more time, just to see if it goes. So you send Rashad's girlfriend an Instagram message that you need to... You should use picture.
You make arrangements to try to book the Airbnb in
That
Tampa.
was his girlfriend. I didn't text his girlfriend.
No, you had Instagram message.
No, I did not.
An Instagram message came from your account.
How do you know you didn't message his girlfriend if you don't know Rashad? How do you know who Rashad's girlfriend is?
No girlfriend. That's what I'm saying.
We just talk about it, okay?
Girl, I
No,
don't
but
know his girlfriend. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just going to throw a couple facts out here for you, okay? You sent an Instagram message to a woman who is the girlfriend of Rashad. Whether you know Rashad or not, doesn't matter. You sent...
Actually, it doesn't even matter who his girlfriend or not. It doesn't matter who. You sent a message. You sent a message asking for an Airbnb to book in Tampa. And Airbnb, listen to me. I don't care. It doesn't. It's regardless. You're missing the point. You sent a message, okay, asking for an Airbnb to book for us. Those are the specific. We need you to book us. Us, right? So you and multiple people, right? And then when the Airbnb gets booked, we find no, that's fine. I'm tired of showing this girl because no, that's fine. You made arrangement for an Airbnb to be booked for us, right? And then at that Airbnb, we have the gentleman who was driving the Impala, Isaiah. We have Isaiah's little brother. You know, you let the gang in through the back door. You don't see how helping arrange an Airbnb, opening the back door for them, allowing Isaiah to use your phone. You know what I'm saying? Putting on a COVID mask while you're at all the locations that Julio's at. You know what I'm saying? You were within line of sight. The video proves it. Julio's car is parked in front of teachers, and you're within line of sight. You and Isaiah.
You can take her handcuffs off her because you want to order anything? You're fine? Okay. When everything else was happening still on that side, I just want to stick her head in, but keep her head on.
Yep. Yes, they can. All right, afternoon recess.
All right.
Rise. They having a recess. Man.
We're me in that situation. I want to.
All right, so pretty much that's the end of that, right? That's the end of that interaction there. So now we go on to recess and then we'll be back. So let's see what happens after recess, man.
Sure.
That was the interview. That little girl thinks it's a game. The detectives, they spent a lot of time trying to make her understand the reality of how bad this is for her. Like, it's almost like they can tell that she think this is like a game or a TV show or something. And her life is pretty much done. They want her to know the gravity of the situation. And, it's like talking to a kid. It's like talking to a kid, trying to explain to them that, listen, this is very serious. You're in big trouble. Like, she doesn't understand. But she will. She will.
Very good. Thank you. Video recording that you just saw, I instruct you that the recording had been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you consider this evidence. All right, very good. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective Ramos, are there different strategies and tactics that you are trained on when conducting an interview, an interrogation of a homicide suspect?
Yes, many.
During the course of that interview, we saw that you showed several videos and pieces of actual evidence from the case. Is that correct?
Correct.
What sort of strategy or tactic were you taking when you were interviewing the defendant, in this case, Miss Alicia Andrews?
What I was trying to do was provide as much information for the defendant to be able to make an informed decision in her thought process. I didn't want to exclude anything and not have her have all the pieces of the puzzle before she made her decision in what to say.
And what was the date of this interview again?
July 9th, 2024.
So still very soon in this particular investigation, is this correct?
Yes, we were still getting stuff in on a daily basis.
And as of the date of your interview with the defendant, had any of the shooters, the ones carrying the firearms, been arrested at that point?
No.
At any point, had her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, prior to that interview, had he been arrested, had probable cause been developed to make an arrest for the homicide of Charles Jones?
No.
And why were you emphasizing the consequences of that particular result of the evidence that you had in the case at that point to Miss Andrews?
I had the information that she had never been arrested before, and obviously hasn't been through this process before. So again, it's it would be in that situation. I want to provide as much information to somebody who doesn't have experience with this, so they can make an informed decision.
I want to ask you about some of the items that you were showing her. That first video that you showed her, what video was that?
The Ring camera footage from the Airbnb that the defendant stayed at.
Is that the same video that we've shown here today in court?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
And did she identify herself in that Airbnb video?
Yes, she did.
At some point, did you show her a video of the McDonald's?
Yes.
Did you ask her who was the driver?
Yes.
Did she ever, in the entirety of your interview, provide you with the driver's name?
No.
Did you ask her about why she was wearing the COVID mask?
Yes.
And what did she say in reference to the mask?
Two separate things. At first, she said that she was worried about getting sick because of her pregnancy status, and then the second thing was that she uses it to block the smoke at clubs.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 78, the McDonald's video. At some point, did you confront her with being in the drive-thru with a car at the McDonald's?
Yes.
Who's that at the window in that silver Chevy Cruze?
Co-defendant Davion Murphy.
Okay, can you take a look and watch what he's doing? Can you tell us what he's doing?
He appears to be smoking a black and mild.
You in the car with the man while he's smoking and all that? Where your mask at, girl? Where your mask at?
Did you also ask her about the teasers video?
Yes.
And specifically, was there statements made during that interview about what she did when she was there?
Yes.
What did she say specifically she was doing there?
She said she went to the Teasers Club potentially to patronize it, to go inside, and claimed that she went up to the bouncer at the front door, asked how much it was to get in, and after hearing the price, they decided not to go into the club.
Did you confront her with the video footage at the Teasers video?
Yes.
And after you had told her that she never did that, did her reason change as to why she didn't go in?
No.
Did you also talk to her about the Truth 18 video?
Yes.
And what was the reason why she gave for not going into the Truth 18 video?
That Isaiah Sanchez doesn't like packed places. But she also claimed to have gone up to the bouncer and inquired about going in there as well.
And did she ever go into the Truth 18, up those stairs that lead up to Truth 18?
No, she did not.
Have any contact with any of the bouncers or employees that were inside of the Truth 18?
No, ma'am.
At some point, did you show her the cell phone mapping on your computer in that interview room with her?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of doing that?
Again, just trying to get her all the information so she can make an informed decision.
Did you show her photographs of Sean Gathright?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull them up on your computer, on your laptop, and ask her whether or not you knew who this person was?
Yes, I did.
I show you States Exhibit 36A, States Exhibit 36B. Is 36A the photograph that you showed her and pulled up on your laptop?
Yes.
And did she say or give you any information as to his identity?
She said she had no idea who this was.
At some point, who did she say she was staying at the Airbnb with?
She said the only people staying at the Airbnb were her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, and who she referred to as his little brother.
Did she ever identify who the little brother was?
No.
When you showed her that photograph, States Exhibit 36B, did she ever say she knew anything about him?
No.
And did she say could she identify who was in 36B?
She said she didn't know.
How long is the trip from Sean Gathwright's house to that Airbnb?
Approximately 3 to 4 hours.
How long was she in Tampa at that? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
From the time when she arrives at the Airbnb until the time that she leaves the next day?
Approximately 17 hours.
When you brought up the name of the victim, his rapper name in this case, Julio Charles Jones, did she indicate any sort of knowledge of him?
No.
I want to ask you about her boyfriend Isaiah Chance and his nickname. At the beginning of that interview, did you specifically ask her, when you're talking to her, refer to him as his nickname Gutta?
I did.
What was her response to you when you were referring to him with that name?
She asked why we were calling him that and then told us that that's not what she knows him by.
At that point of your interview, did you did Detective Drabeck with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, did he interview the defendant before or after you?
After.
In your interview with the defendant and Sergeant Campbell, was Drabeck in that interview at all?
No.
Was he tasked with questioning the defendant in regards to the first-degree homicide that occurred in Tampa?
No.
Was that solely your responsibility?
Correct.
And was it clear to the defendant that you were questioning her in reference to the homicide?
Correct.
And when you brought up any details about gang activity, did the defendant indicate or provide you any knowledge or background into that?
No.
Were you aware at the time when she said that she didn't know or understand why you were calling her boyfriend Gutta that she had 2 tattoos of Gutta on her body?
I was not.
Did she ever show you or acknowledge to you that she had a tattoo of Gutta down the chest, down the center of her chest?
No, she did not.
Did she ever tell you or acknowledge or show to you in that interview or before or after the interview that she also had Gutta tattooed on the side of her ear?
No, she did not.
The defense
When you
lied,
were, did you question her in depth about?
The defense said that that's what happened. That she showed him the tattoo and all that. Ain't not him, not this guy. Oh man, the defense think they slick.
The type of car that she rode in, the black Impala.
Yes.
Did you and Sergeant Campbell also question her about whether or not she had seen a black Impala either at Teasers or Truth 18?
Correct.
Based on the video evidence in this case, is it clear that she that she rode in a black Impala, the black Impala in this case, from Sean Gathwright's house in Jacksonville all the way down to the Airbnb in Tampa?
She did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. States Exhibit 112 A, B, and C. Take a look at these still shots that were taken from the video. And did you receive a video clip for this time period from the Vivint security camera from Sean Gathwright's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, will be introduced into evidence States Exhibit 112A.
No, Judge. Admit.
A, B, and C.
No, Judge. Admitted.
Again, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 112. Again, this is the time period occurring before they leave for Tampa on June 22nd of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is being shown in this still shot from the Vivint video cameras from Sean Gathwright's house?
Yes, this shot is one of the many times that co-defendant Isaiah Chance went to and from his vehicle. Specifically in this shot, he has an item in his right arm that's consistent in appearance to a pistol with an extended magazine inserted in it.
Okay. And what does the extended magazine do?
The extended magazine increases the capacity of the amount of bullets you can carry, so typically doubling the amount of bullets.
Now, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence states Exhibit 85A and B.
Any objection?
We showed it to you. Judge, we'd introduce into evidence states Exhibit 85A and B.
Any objection? Admitted.
Detective, as part of your investigation, did you obtain the Instagram information of the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
Yes.
To show you what's been entered into evidence states Exhibit 85A. And again, is this just a business certificate from Instagram showing that these records are kept in the normal course of business?
Correct.
I'm going to show 85B. The records from Instagram. Does it show an account identifier? Who is that? Let me enlarge it for you.
Yeah, that's the victim's rapper name, Julio Foolio.
Okay. And then down here, the definition that he provided for name.
ESPN 98.
And then what is his vanity name that displays on his Instagram account?
Julio Foolio.
Okay, is it Julio_Foolio?
Correct.
At this time, we're going to introduce into evidence states Exhibit 86A through C, 87, and 88.
Any objection?
Judge, we introduce into evidence 86A through C, 87, and 88.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Detective, as part of your investigation, did you also get the records of the defendant, Alicia Andrews, her Instagram record?
Yes.
Show you 86A. Again, is this the business certificate saying that these records are kept in the normal course of business?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 86B. I'm going to go up here to the top. Can you let me enlarge it just a little bit? What is the account identifier for the defendant's Instagram?
Ooh, that's red.
Then I'm going to go down here, and can you see the name?
Miss Adora with a heart symbol.
And then the vanity name that shows up on her Instagram account.
Ooh, that's red.
And were there messaging that were found on her Instagram that was relevant to this investigation?
Yes.
Show I'm going to go to July 6th of 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that is UTC time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you have to minus 4 hours to get the real time in Standard Eastern Time?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is being said at that point?
LMAO, I'll have them bring me tomorrow or Sunday, though his mom asked me, did I want to get dropped off earlier after we left the place trying to get our phones?
And at some point, I had already asked you earlier in the testimony today whether or not you were able to ever recover the actual device or actual phone that she is seen holding in that ring video, as well as Isaiah Chance seen holding in the parking lots of Teasers and Truth 18. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were never able to get that, correct?
We didn't get any of the devices.
Overruled.
And then can you see what the next message is?
You keep telling me to wait a week. That's why I've been sitting.
And then the next one?
Just have them bring you tomorrow.
And that is coming from someone with the Instagram username Tarnisha, is that correct?
Correct.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram?
Okay.
And then what is the response from the person identified as Tarnisha?
I can't see
Oh,
the
I'm
rest
sorry, I
of that.
apologize. That now.
Why wait a week? Question mark.
Then I'm going to show you on the bottom of this page who the author is. And again, is that the defendant's account?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go to the next page. And then can you please tell us what her response is on July 6th of 2024 at 102 UTC?
To make sure no police sitting around
And then what is her next response?
before I go there.
And then what is the response from Tarnisha?
Oh, well, come tomorrow. We'll come tomorrow, have them bring you.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
Okay.
And then what is her next one from Tarnisha?
You should have had her bring you earlier.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
Yeah, but I didn't have my clothes. Would have had to come way back, so I just waited.
And then what is her next response?
It appears an attachment was sent.
I'm going to go down here to July 6th of 2024 at 1:06 UTC time. What does Tarnisha say at this point?
Did you get your phone?
Then what is it shown that she's doing at this point at 1:06 UTC time?
Sending an attachment.
And what is the response from the defendant's Instagram?
LMAO, he jumping so hard.
And then what is her next response?
And no, the lady said, the detective said we have to wait, but IG until his charge dropped. But that's weird. It was only a resisting arrest.
Then again, at the very bottom of the page, that it showed that the next message is again coming from the defendant's Instagram account.
Correct.
And what is that response at 1:09 UTC time?
And no, the lady said the detective says we have to wait, but IG until his charge dropped. But that's weird. It was only a resisting arrest.
And does it show parens edited?
Yes.
Does that reflect that it was changed and resent an edited version?
Correct.
And then at July 6, 2024 at 1:10 UTC's time, what is Tarnisha's response?
Well, let them keep that phone.
And then I'm going to jump down here to July 6th of 2024 at 1:11 UTC time. And what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
Yes, that's what I said. LMAO. It was a whole different one. Oh, well.
And I'm going to jump ahead to July 9th of 2024 at 16:37 UTC time. And again, what was the time, what was the date when you interviewed the defendant?
July 9th.
And can you tell us what, at 16:37 UTC time, what Tarnisha is sending to the defendant's Instagram account?
My mom said, get someone to drop you off to McDonald's. She will come.
What is the response from the defendant's Instagram account?
She at work.
And then what is her next response at 17:10 UTC time?
And no, the mom got the car. She went to work.
And then what is Tarnisha's response at 17:10 UTC time?
Well, this is why you should have come Saturday or Sunday when no one is working. Like you said, you didn't come.
Then down here to 17:11:34 UTC time, what does Tarnisha say at this point?
Just try to come later, or she said she will meet you at McDonald's.
Okay, and then what does she say, Tarnisha, from Tarnisha's Instagram at 22:35?
Police here looking for you.
What is the response from the defendant's Instagram response at 23:13 UTC?
Where they at now?
And then what is the response from Tarnisha's Instagram?
Waiting.
And then her next response at 23:16 UTC, still on July 9th.
Outside.
And then what is the defendant's response from her Instagram account?
Oh, okay.
And then what does Tarnisha respond at 17:10 UTC time?
A thumbs up.
And then what is her next response at 18:26 UTC time?
Oh, never mind.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram account at 23:18?
WIM, or what you mean?
And then what is the next response?
I don't see them no more.
And again, that was from Tarnisha's Instagram.
Correct.
And then what is the response from the defendant's Instagram?
Up a little bit.
Oh, I apologize.
They somewhere waiting, probably.
And did you look at
She knew
the
she was
time
going to jail, man.
period
She knew they was
from
coming.
her Instagram account on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And can you tell us on here, is this what was posted to her account, and can you give us the time?
Yes, so it's June 23rd at 2:01 UTC, so that would have been Saturday, June 22nd at 10:01 p.m., a few hours after they arrived at the Airbnb.
And is that a screenshot from her Instagram? Let me hold on.
Yes.
And is it somebody, can you tell us what is being posted?
It appears to be a product of a Pandora bracelet. Them Pandora necklaces be looking so cute.
So whoever has the custody of the phone at this point is posting jewelry, is that correct?
Correct.
And then I'm going to show. Did you also, in the course of your investigation, get the Instagram records of the co-defendant, Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Show you States Exhibit 87. What's that?
Business certifications from Meta.
Showing you 87. Can you tell us what is the account identifier for Isaiah Chance's Instagram?
Gadaze.
And then is there also an email address associated with Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yeah, Gadaze24@gmail.com.
And what is his vanity name on his Instagram account?
Gadaze.
You look at the records of Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
Detective, can you tell us what is being shown on this from the from Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
This is a photograph from a crime scene in Jacksonville where one of the members of the gangs was murdered.
And who was the person that was murdered?
I can't recall the specific one at this time.
And when was that posted on Isaiah Chance's Instagram?
June 5th, 2024 at 23:24 UTC.
And what does it say when it's posted?
There was a comment with it, you and be playing the game no more, question mark.
Then can I ask you what is being shown in this from the Isaiah Chance's Instagram account? Familiar with this posting from Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, this was made from his account on the day of the homicide at approximately 6:13 a.m., so less than 2 hours after the homicide. It's a picture he posted of Bill Belichick, the famous Patriot coach, with the hands up emoji.
Then are you also familiar with this posting from Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, it's another post that Isaiah Chance's Instagram account made on the day of the homicide.
And do you know who the individuals are that are in this photograph?
Yes, behind the ghost emoji to the right is a co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and then the gentleman on the left is Tilly, his friend that was killed on October 7th in 2023 in Jacksonville.
And what is the caption that is on this particular photograph that was posted to Isaiah Chance's Instagram?
I miss my joking and laughing buddy.
And when was this posted?
This was posted June 23rd, 2024, 14:31 UTC, so it would have been around 10:31 a.m., 4 hours after the homicide.
And are you also familiar with this posting from the Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes.
And what does it say?
If it ain't Don Julio, don't pass me no bottle.
And when was this posted?
On the day of the homicide, June 23rd, 2024, 14:29 hours, so 10:29 a.m.
And are you familiar with this person, Will Go Crazy?
Someone from Jacksonville involved with the gangs as well.
Do you remember what his real name is?
I can't recall at this time.
also got Rashad Murphy's Instagram account, is that correct?
Correct.
What is State's Exhibit 88 show?
Business certifications from Meta.
Part of the Instagram, did you get when searches were done for certain people on Instagram from Rashad Murphy's account?
Yes.
And can you see whose account that he had selected?
Yes, Duda Strap, Julio Foolio, and him Smoke.
Let's start with Julio Foolio. When was it that he was searching for Julio Foolio on his account for his profile?
June 23rd, 2024 at 12:39 UTC, 8:39 a.m., approximately 4 hours after the murder.
So, and then are you familiar with who has the username Him Smokey?
No.
And then is Charles Jones Julio Foolio, is his account, again, there a timestamp on Rashad Murphy's Instagram account?
Yes.
And when was that done?
June 23rd, 2024, 11:52 UTC. So the correct time would have been 7:52 a.m.
Then did he again look for Charles Jones Julio Foolio's Instagram account?
Yes.
On June 24th of 2024?
Yes.
What time?
6:42 UTC, so this would have been before the homicide at approximately 2:42.
Then did you see down here that he also looks for another Instagram account?
Yes.
And who is that?
Spinna Benz is the prominent rapper in the 1200 gang, gang that rivals the victim's gang.
And when was he looking at Spinna Ben's account on Instagram?
On 6/24/2024, 14:14 UTC, so the day after at approximately 10 a.m.
The day after Charles Jones was killed?
Correct.
And then what about this, Young and Ace?
On 6/24/2024, around the same time, 10 a.m., the day after Mr. Jones was killed.
And you're aware of who Young and Ace is that correct?
Yes, a prominent rapper for one of the rival gangs of the victim, ATK.
And one that is allied to Rashad Murphy's, the gang that he is in?
Correct.
You also look at and see when Rashad Murphy was looking at postings on Julio Foolio's Instagram account?
Yes.
Direct your attention to here. When did this occur?
This one's from June 15th, 2024 at 11:50 UTC. So this was approximately 7 days before Mr. Jones had to be in Tampa.
And you see that there is a link here, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there, I'm going to ask you about the posting of Julio Foolio and his advertisements that he was going to be here in Tampa. Familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And is this a link to that specific posting when Julio Foolio Charles Jones was advertising on Instagram his appearances and when he was going to be in Tampa?
I believe it is, yes.
And then I'm going to go down here to, again, see another posting at July 15, 2024, 11:50 UTC time. Is there another time where he is checking on Charles Jones, Julio Foolio's Instagram postings?
Yes.
And there was more than one posting by Charles Jones showing his appearances to Tampa, is that correct?
Correct.
And is this link another link to the Instagram posting, his second posting from Charles Jones that he was going to be here in Tampa?
Yes.
I show you one more exhibit of the accounts that he's looking for, fellow accounts of Instagram. And this one is dated June 14th, 2024 at 15:16 UTC. Do you see that he is selected to view an account called Gutaze? See that down there?
Yeah, correct. The timestamp for the Gutaze, I believe, was 6:15.
Okay, I apologize, 6:15. And we had just previously seen the Instagram records and accounts for Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is a account that he was viewing at that time?
Correct.
And what is the selected up here for the search results?
Art of War quote.
Are you familiar of Rashad Murphy's Instagram postings after the murder of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, this one was posted by Rashad Murphy's Instagram account on June 23rd, 2024 at 09 UTC. So subtract 4 hours. It was at 5 a.m., 20 minutes after Mr. Jones was shot and killed.
And what is it?
A black screen with 4 laughing, crying emojis.
Is this another posting from Rashad Murphy's Instagram account?
Yes, it was.
And what time does this happen?
This one happened on the day of the murder at 12:10 UTC, so approximately 8:10 a.m., several hours after Mr. Jones was killed.
And again, what is it for the record?
A screenshot of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick celebrating something.
When was this posted to Rashad Murphy's Instagram account?
This was posted around the same time, June 23rd, 2024, at 12:18 UTC, so 8:18 a.m., several hours after the murder.
And do you recognize who's in this photograph that he's posted to his Instagram story?
I can't recall the name, but DSO told me this was another person who was killed in the war between the two gangs.
Is this another posting from June 23rd, 2024 after the homicide?
Yes.
What time?
16:14 UTC, so approximately 2:14 p.m., the day of the murder.
And what does it say?
The black screen with Prosper and Junior G-Day today with 187 babies.
Are you familiar with Prosper and Junior?
Yes, again, 2 members that were killed in the gang war some time ago.
Do you remember who they are?
Prosper was a long time ago. I can't recall the names at this time. I'm sorry.
And then this was posted on June 24th of 2024 on Rashad Murphy's Instagram.
Yes,
And is there a song that is playing with this particular posting?
I believe so, yes.
And what is the title of that?
I'm going to pay you back for that one.
Then turn this way. Can you see what he is taking or what he is posting to his Instagram?
Yes.
And what is the title of it?
This is the Rifleman's Creed from the United States Marine Corps.
When was this posted to Rashad Murphy's Instagram?
June 25th, 2024, 022 UTC, so it would have been approximately 8:22 p.m. on the 24th, the day after the murder.
And again, is this another song he's posting to his account?
Yeah, this is J. Breezy's Psyching Out that was released post the murder of Mr. Jones.
Okay. And are you familiar with who J. Breezy is?
Yes, I am.
Who is that?
Jacory Rivers, a prominent 1200 rapper, a rival gang member of the victim.
And then when was this posted to Rashad Murphy's Instagram account?
June 25th, 2024, around the same time.
Okay, and another song that he's posting to his account?
Yes, this one's from Wapo with the Choppa, another prominent 1200 gang member.
And at this time, we're going to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 93.
Any objection? Admitted.
Detective Ramos, did you obtain the Cash App records of Isaiah Chance?
Yes, I did.
Show you 93. Again, is this a business certificate saying that, certifying that these records are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And did they send you the driver's license of the individual that set up the account?
Yes.
Is that part of what you received in return when you requested the Cash App records?
Correct.
And who does that belong to?
Co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
Did they provide you the front and back copy that they took to set up the account?
Correct.
This is the first page of the document. Let me put that up for you. Can you read that?
Yes.
Can you tell us the identity of the verification name?
Yes, Isaiah Jermaine Chance.
And then does it also list the addresses associated with the account?
Correct.
And does the Cash App allow for a user to have a display name?
Yes.
Is the display name history for Isaiah Chance?
Correct.
Does it show the different times in UTC time when he has changed his display name?
Yes.
And what was his original display name?
Original display name was Isaiah.
And does he eventually change it to reflecting his nickname?
Correct.
And then is there another point in time on October 17th of 2020 where, again, he changes the name, but his nickname is incorporated in it?
Correct.
And I'm going to go all the way down to August 11th of 2023. What did he change his display name to during this time period?
Mr. Rich Off War.
When you looked through these records, were there any Cash App that were made that was of note to you that is involved and relevant to this case?
Yeah, so what I found out from these records were that the Cash App account linked to co-defendant Isaiah Chance made a purchase with Airbnb for $361.16 on Saturday, June 22nd. You can go to the left, you can actually see the exact date and time, which corresponds.
Try to blow it up so everybody could be able to see it. Can you give us the time right now?
Yeah, so that purchase was made on the Cash App card at on June 22nd, 2024 at 7:54 UTC, approximately 3:54 a.m.
And for the amount?
$361.16.
And to who?
Airbnb.
Corresponding with the Airbnb in Tampa?
Correct.
Then these records also show attempted payments when users of the app are receiving and sending payments to another user?
Correct.
Again, the print is small, but let me... Can you, and I'll go back to the date. I don't want to go any smaller because I think it's going to be hard to see and read it.
Sure.
Let's start on this side. Again, we're looking, starting at June 26th of 2024. Does it show that he is a sender? Again, under this column is showing when he is sending money out of his account. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then does it show when there is somebody else sending money?
Correct.
Who is the next person right after that?
Alicia.
Is it Alicia A? I blow it up a little bit more.
Correct. Alicia A.
And what is the date on that?
June 26, 2024.
And then is there another where he is paying out?
Yes.
And then right underneath that, who is then paying out?
This is a transaction where J. Breezy is sending Isaiah Chance $390 on, I believe it was June 22nd at 5:45 UTC.
Before the murder?
But this is before the murder, yes.
Before he is paying out to the Airbnb?
Within the same time period, yes.
And then right after that, underneath that, is there another person that is sending money on this Cash App?
Yes.
And who is that?
Alicia A.
And was there a cell right extraction from Alicia Andrews' iCloud account?
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's already in evidence 76B. And this was found under her extraction report under a category called transfers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give the date and time here of when this is occurring and convert it to Eastern Standard Time for us?
Yes, so this one is 6/22, so Saturday 22nd at 8:52 a.m. UTC, so approximately 4:52 a.m. Saturday the 22nd.
Again, that's before the homicide?
Correct.
How much is the amount that is being transferred from Mr. Richoff Ward to her?
$29.46.
And then I want to ask you about the second column. When is the date and time of this transfer?
6/22/24, 3:15 p.m. UTC.
And who is that to?
Charmaine.
Okay. And is that the same way Charmaine Steiger spells her name?
Correct.
And how much is the money for?
$15.
And who is Charmaine Steiger again?
The girlfriend of co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Who is already in evidence. I'm going to show you what's marked for identification, States Exhibit 101. Detective Ramos, did you make some still photographs from the video footage from the Home to Suites videos that depicted the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Show you States Exhibit 101. Do you recognize
Yes.
these? And are those exact still photos that came directly from that video footage from Home to Suites?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 101.
Admitted.
Detective, what are these?
These are still photographs from the a murder scene. The cameras off of the Tesla and the Home to Suites, capturing the image of the shooter who shot the Glock pistol with the extended magazine.
And in this one photograph, the still photo to the right, you have circled in kind of a yellow marker. What are you noting there?
The difference in hue around the kneecap area indicating a possible tear in skin being exposed.
And you are aware of the Walmart video footage from Jacksonville that was recovered from Detective Drabeck with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's already been put into evidence, States Exhibit 100. You're familiar with these, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know the date when Rashad Murphy, the co-defendant in this case, actually went to that Walmart in Jacksonville?
Yeah, Friday night on the 21st.
The Friday before this homicide occurred?
Correct.
And did you note anything about the types of pants that he's wearing?
Yeah, these are still shots from a video. I got to watch the whole video. There does appear to be a tear at the left knee there, and then the boots and the belt appear to be consistent with the clothing worn by the pistol shooter.
Which is reflected in State's Exhibit 101.
Correct.
Show you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit 90B. Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the defendant that was taken after the incident?
Correct.
Here at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 90B.
Any objection?
Okay.
Admitted.
This photograph was taken in Jacksonville, is that correct? I'm showing you 90B.
It's a booking photograph. I'm not sure if it's from Jacksonville or the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. One of them.
Mugshot.
Detective, did you take, we talked a lot about the cell phone records of Isaiah Chance, of the defendant, and of some of the co-defendants. Did you also, as part of your investigation into this case, obtain the cell phone records of some of the people that were with the victims group, Charles Jones?
Yes, I pulled call detail records for some of them.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. And did you do a subpoena in order to get those records?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 113. Is this a photograph? I'm not a photograph. Is this the records belonging to Aaliyah Albritton's call detail records?
Yes.
Here at this time, we've introduced into evidence State's Exhibit 113.
Any objection?
Okay.
Admitted.
And the first page of the records is that the business certification saying that they are kept in the regular course of business.
Correct.
And this phone number, is that the phone number that belongs to Aaliyah Albritton?
Correct.
Why did you obtain the call detail records of Aaliyah Albritton?
To investigate her.
And as part of your investigation, did you go through what time period did you get for her records, if you want to take a look at it?
Call detail records are always pulled for 30 days, just to get a kind of an idea of who the top callers are, but I've focused in on any calls or text messages she made during the time period she was in Tampa with the victim.
And looking through her call detail record, was there any communication with any of the individuals charged in this case? Any communication between her and Sean Gathright?
For the entire 30-day period that I reviewed, there's zero communication between Aaliyah Albritton and any of the defendants.
Did you also get the call detail records via subpoena for other individuals who were with the victim?
Yes, some, yes.
Who were they? Do you remember?
I can't recall at this point.
Okay. Did you go through those records?
Yes.
And again, did you find any indication, and specifically, were you looking for phone numbers of the defendant and the other co-defendants that were charged in this case?
Yes, I examined the call detail records of people who were with the victim and looking for any evidence that they had any communication with phone numbers linked to the defendants, and there was none.
We talked briefly about the submissions for DNA, including the submissions for the shell casings to the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms National Laboratory. Did that happen in this case? Were those 39mm shell casings sent off to ATF for DNA testing?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the results? Was that result sent to you?
Yes, it was.
And was there any of the shell casings, was there any DNA that was sufficient for testing and comparison purposes?
No, there wasn't.
Is there always an attempt to possibly try to get DNA off of evidence if you can?
Physical evidence left at the scene, yes.
There was other swabbings and testing, there were other swabbings that were collected from the actual crime scene. Are you familiar with that? There was a blood trail that led from the victim's Dodge Charger into the Holiday Inn.
Correct.
There were also swabbings that were taken from the Dodge Charger itself. Is that correct?
Correct.
As the case detective in this case, you make the decisions whether or not there is any sort of necessity to send that stuff off for testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take any of those samples from the crime scene or from any of the vehicles, including the victim's vehicles as well as his friend's vehicles?
No, because we knew who was in those cars and who the blood belonged to based off of the statements we got.
So no probative value in sending any of that stuff off for DNA testing?
Sustain as deleting.
I'm going to ask you now about fingerprints. Were the victim's car, were there contents that were contained in the victim's car that were dusted for fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. Also, the other vehicles involved in this case, including suspect vehicles, the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze.
Yes.
Did you see and review the video footage from the grandmother's house of Sean Gathright that showed that black Chevy Impala there directly after the homicide, the day of the homicide?
Yes.
And were you aware of whether or not that vehicle had been cleaned?
Yes, with a white rag.
Again, did you send some of the prints off for testing?
The prints all got attempted to run. Some of them were, they have the varying results.
Based on the video evidence in this case, do you know which individuals were in which vehicle?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, were you aware of a firearm being turned over from Typhon McCrae?
Yes.
And he was an individual that was in one of the victim's vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of other firearms that were collected from the vehicles of the victim?
Yes, there was 2 firearms total, one from Typhon McCrae and one from his trunk.
Any indication based on the video evidence in this case that the victim or anyone in the victim's party had ever fired a firearm during the course of this homicide of Charles Jones?
No.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Typhon McCrae's gun. Ramos, just a few more questions on. Detective Ramos, just a few more questions on Mr. McCrae and his firearm. Were you aware of the caliber of Typhon McCrae's gun?
I believe 9mm.
Okay. Would, looking at
I'm
your.
sorry, one might have been a 40, one might have been. There was 2 guns.
Okay. Do you remember that there were 2 guns? Is that correct?
Correct.
One came from the car, and then one came from Mr. McCrae.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Do you remember specifically which gun Typhon McCrae had?
I believe his was the 40 caliber.
And was there any .40 caliber shell casings that were found from the crime scene?
No.
Do you remember, or did you see or review any photographs of the magazine that was taken from Typhon McCrae's person?
Yes.
And what was your memory as to whether or not that magazine was fully loaded?
I believe there was only a few rounds in it, or I can't recall at this time the exact count.
Okay. All right, I don't have anything further. We'll pass the witness.
Okay, cross. Pardon me? Yep.
That means, yeah, they ain't crossing until tomorrow. They not crossing until tomorrow. What we talking about? That's what that is. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap this up because they ain't crossing today.
Early, so let's have good news. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break a little early, so let's have good news, bad news. So we're going to break a little early, but I'm going to get this case to you for the end of the week, okay? Which means we're going to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We may have a long day tomorrow, just letting you know, but I am going to get this case to you before the end of the week. I promise you that, okay? So, we're going to start at 8:30, and just remember my previous admonition, don't discuss anything about this case with anybody, don't do any independent research, don't watch, listen to, read any news accounts, all right? Very good. Thank you.
All right.
All right. All right. It's not going down. Shout out to the chat. I was interested in watching that interrogation. Wasn't much to get from it other than she'd be lying. I think the most you can get from that interrogation is that this little girl be lying. And she's gonna hold down her lie. She's deny. So that's her route. I'm gonna be live at 8:30 in the morning. I'll tell you that. I'm gonna be live at 8:30 a.m. going over this this thing here. So I'm gonna take this time to get some things done to prepare for tomorrow. She says she want to get through this case by the end of the week. That means by Friday, they looking to have this wrapped up. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. The defense got the whole day. Defense got the whole day. Let's see how much witnesses and people the defense call. And I really need to see if Miss Alicia is taking the stand. I need to see if that's happening. 'Cause I think that's the only thing. I think that's I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to do or not, but we'll see. We'll see. Mr. Ramos, they've been waiting for you, man. The defense have been waiting for Mr. Ramos since the opening statement. They mentioned him from the start. They said, he's doing this. This is all him. He's a new guy trying to get some recognition, man. And hey, the lawyers got to do what they got to do. I wish them all the best, but I don't know how they going to do it. She's definitely played a part. I think they've proved well beyond a reasonable doubt that she was fully aware of the ins and outs and the drama and the beef and all the stuff going on with the gangs, and she was directly affected. There's some people that she actually knew who were victims of this gang war. So all that, and the fact that she lies acting like she don't know anything makes her look extremely guilty. And I wish her the best of luck, man. I wish her all the best of luck. I don't know how she gonna do it. I don't know how she gonna do it. But I'm getting out the house. Shout out to the chat. Damn it. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, I'm out of here. Thank you for everybody for coming out. We leaving the house. Time for me to go. We're gonna be here at 8:30 a.m. waiting for the trial to start. I'm gonna be rocking with them. That means I'm gonna be here all day. Be taking breaks and shit. we gonna be doing recess. Now I might start a little late. 'Cause I don't want to sit here. I don't want to sit here for recess. So I guess we'll see. We'll see, man. I don't want to sit here for recess. As of right now, we exited the house. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. I'll see y'all on the next one. Uploads coming soon. Shout out to the chat.